We're all here for one reason and one reason only, and that is that Pennsylvania and America need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. It's on, Pennsylvania, and the road to victory goes straight through the Keystone State. You know, I like this guy back here. You know, 4 years ago, you believed we could be strong again. You believed we could be prosperous again. You said yes to President Donald Trump in 2016, and seeing you all come out on this brisk Pennsylvania November day, I know Pennsylvania is going to say yes to 4 more years of President Donald Trump in 2020. We need you all to do, we need you to do just like you did in 2016. Tomorrow, we need the people of the Keystone State to show America that Pennsylvania is Trump country. You know, it's great to be here with all of you. It really is. And it's also great to share the stage today with a doctor who joined the Navy, worked in naval hospitals during the Gulf War, came home to Altoona, practiced medicine for 25 years, and then he felt the call to public service. And I can tell you, he has emerged as one of the strongest allies of President Trump and our agenda on Capitol Hill. Would you all join me in thanking Congressman and Dr. John Joyce? Thank you, Doc. What a great leader. You know, I know you all are out here the day before Election Day. Same reason we are. Talk about what we've done. Talk about the choice that we face. 1 more day to 4 more years. But think about the progress. 4 years ago, we inherited a military that had been hollowed out by devastating budget cuts. An economy that was struggling to break out of the worst recovery since the Great Depression. It's true. Terrorism was on the rise around the world, and we witnessed a steady assault on our most cherished values. But in 3 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We secured our border, supported law enforcement, and stood for life and liberty and the Constitution of the United States. Especially true on the economy. You know, after Joe Biden tried to tax and spend and bail us back to a growing economy in 8 years, resulting in the slowest recovery in more than 80 years, President Donald Trump created the greatest economy in American history, and we're doing it again. I mean, how about those new GDP numbers, Pennsylvania? Man. I mean, the American economy grew by 33% in the 3rd quarter, shattering every previous record. The American comeback is on. And with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House, we're going to bring this economy all the way back, bigger and better than ever before. It's kind of like the president tweeted last week. He said it's the biggest and best economy growth in history, not even close. You know, and this great comeback is a testament. It's a testament to the character and the resilience and the work ethic of the American people. But it's also a tribute to a president and to our allies in the Congress, like John Joyce, who worked with us to create the greatest economy the world has ever seen. It's why it's amazing to think, here the day before Election Day, that Joe Biden, in the midst of a global pandemic, wants to raise taxes by $4 trillion. He wants to pass a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal that would crush American energy. But under President Donald Trump, we cut taxes across the board for working families and businesses. We rolled back more federal red tape than any administration in history. We fought for free and fair trade. We unleashed American energy. And in 3 short years, businesses large and small created 7 million good-paying jobs, including 200,000 jobs right here in the Commonwealth. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, America actually lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. I heard the last president's back out on the campaign trail today down in Georgia. Remember what he had to say? Remember what he had to say 4 years ago? I mean, they lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs in the last president. Joe Biden basically said those jobs are never coming back. He said, what magic wand do you have? Well, we didn't need a magic wand. We just needed President Donald Trump in the White House. 500,000 manufacturing jobs created in just 3 years, including 17,000 right here in the Keystone State. And on the subject of trade, amazing to think when we took office, when this America First president stepped into the White House, half of our international trade deficit was with China. And Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China all along the way. I mean, literally. President Donald Trump stood up to China's steel dumping. We imposed tariffs on China's steel, and we said the era of economic surrender is over. And Joe Biden never lifted a finger to reform a trade agreement with Canada and Mexico that Democrats used to love to complain about. Remember that? I mean, I don't have to tell you out here in Latrobe or back where I'm from in Indiana. I mean, in the 25 years since NAFTA was signed into law, we saw thousands of factories literally shuttered and jobs shipped south of the border and overseas. I mean, after the election day in 2016, I went back to Indiana to start to pack my bags for Washington. And I heard that a company that had been in Indiana for 75 years was closing their factory and moving to Mexico. Now, for years, people like Joe Biden loved to complain about NAFTA, remember? But they never lifted a finger to fix it. But when the man who wrote The Art of the Deal got into the Oval Office, America got a way better deal. NAFTA is gone and the USMCA is here. You know, that came up in... You know, we had, I love you people too. Give yourselves a gloved round of applause, will you? What a hearty crowd this is. Am I right? You know, the topic of trade came up. I had a little vice presidential debate out in Salt Lake City a couple of weeks ago. And thank you. And, you know, you all deserve to know in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris, was one of only 10 senators to vote against the USMCA, even though it was a huge win for Pennsylvania workers and farmers. And Kamala Harris said it didn't go far enough on climate change. And Joe Biden's running mate put her radical environmental agenda ahead of Pennsylvania jobs and Pennsylvania farmers. But I promise you, with 4 more years of President Donald Trump on international trade, we will always put American jobs and American workers first. And on energy, so important to Pennsylvania, jobs in this state, and our economic vitality. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to crush American energy under a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal. It would raise the cost of electricity for every home and every business in America. Last year, Joe Biden even told a group of coal miners that they should learn to code if he became president. But President Donald Trump, we have stood for an all-of-the-above energy strategy. The war on coal is over, and we're now a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70 years.
And welcome everyone here to News Now from Fox. President Trump starting it off today in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and you are going to watch it in its entirety right here on News Now from Fox. We got you covered. It's going to be a busy Election Day Eve, and rest assured, we will have full coverage tomorrow. It's starting the coverage at 4 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern, everybody. We will have full coverage for you right here on News Now from Fox. But it is all about the final push for campaigns today. President Trump and Joe Biden, the last of the rallies, and we got you squared away right here.
God bless the USA. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Fayetteville and North Carolina. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we are going to win this state, and we are going to win 4 more years in our great White House. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, support our great police, support our fantastic military, care for our veterans, protect your Second Amendment, defend religious liberty, and ensure more products are proudly stamped with that wonderful phrase, made in the USA. Next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. Under my leadership, our economy is now growing at the fastest rate ever recorded, 33.1%, just announced last week. We created a record 11.4 million jobs in the last 5 months. It's a number that we never even thought possible. Nobody did. Nobody thought it was possible. And we're going to now even do better than that. It's going very rapidly. While foreign nations are in a free fall, you see what's going on with so many nations in Europe, unfortunately. I say that with sadness. We are creating an economic powerhouse unrivaled anywhere in the world. A recent Gallup poll found that 56% of Americans say they are better off today than they were 4 years ago under Obama and Biden. You got to remember that. You got to remember that kind of thing. They didn't do a good job. In fact, if they did, I wouldn't have run. If they did, I wouldn't be here right now. They did a bad job. And Obama, he went out yesterday with Biden. They got like 14 people. They didn't have too many. They didn't have too good a crowd. And we have 5 of these today, 5. We have some big ones. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I love you too, and I appreciate that. We appreciate it. I was thinking coming in, because I watch these fake polls, everyone, no matter if we're up by 10, if we know we're going to win easily, he's down by 1 point. He's down by 1. I just watched this fake stuff, and I was saying to myself, you know, we've been under a phony, fake, hoax investigation for 3 years. Nothing but bad and really corrupt publicity from these people. And I say, I wonder what the difference would have been had it been legit, right? Had it been legit. And it turned out to be just the opposite. They were the ones that committed the crimes, not us. But I wonder what it would have been. I probably would have been a little bit easier, but you know, the good news, we're going to win anyway. We're going to shove it. We're going to win anyway. I wonder what it would have been. I wonder what it would have been if all of the nonsense wasn't brought up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Looking tremendous in Florida, so of course they don't mention that. You know, it's Florida. We are looking good. We're really looking good all over. In the real polls, not the Fox polls. Those Fox polls. There's somebody in Fox doesn't like me very much, I can tell you. They are the phoniest polls, and they were almost as bad 4 years ago. Actually, they were worse. But you get some of these pollsters, they work magic. And the amazing thing is, and they hang on to their jobs. They do horribly. Look at what they did last. I had 9 states, and I had to win them all. And they said I was going to lose all 9. This is 4 years ago. I was going to lose all 9. It was going to be a very short evening for Donald Trump. And the polls said decisively I was going to lose all 9. And that was the day before, and I won all 9. I won them all. Or I wouldn't be here right now. No, I won all 9. It said we're going to lose all 9. And it was quite depressing as I turned on the television. Let's see how we did. He won Florida. He won South Carolina. And I'm saying, what? No, but thank you. And then they said they're getting rid of the guy like at Fox. I heard they were getting rid of that pollster, and they kept him. And they have others they kept. And you wonder what kind of a business that is. You wonder what kind. We have a case where in Wisconsin we're one up. And I left there a couple of days ago. We had a rally, you wouldn't believe it, packed, just like last night, like here, but like last night. This was the section, I wanted to come. This is considered a small, beautiful, cute, little, wonderful section. And they asked me, and I said, I want to be there. No, and every vote counts. It's very important. We had something last night in Miami. You would not have believed it. I don't know who saw it on television. I don't know. But you look at some of these results in Wisconsin. So, whether I'm up 1 or down 1, it's right in that thing. I think we're going to win Wisconsin because we have a lot of people that say, we don't want to talk to you, and then they go vote for Trump, right? The hidden voter or whatever they call them. Somebody said they're the shy voters. My people are not shy. They're not shy. But in Wisconsin, so they said, ABC News, which is, in my opinion, corrupt, but they're all corrupt. ABC News, Washington Post, which is basically a lobbyist, as far as I'm concerned, for Amazon. It's just a lobbyist. So they didn't say, like, he's 2 down, 3 down, 4 down, a fake poll. They said Trump is 17 points down in Wisconsin. Now, the real number, I could lose it, I could win it. I think it's, I don't know how I did a lot of good things for Wisconsin, but, let's say it's even. And I call up a great pollster, John. I say, John, let me ask you a question. I think we're one up in Wisconsin, but ABC, Washington Post, they did the same thing 4 years ago, if you remember, very close to the election. They said we're down 12. And then we won, right? But we were down 12. And it's disheartening. It's called suppression. What it does is it suppresses people. They say, well, listen, we love the president, but if he can't win. So ABC, but they did it 4 years ago, and we complained bitterly with a very good lawyer. I had very good lawyers in those days. We complained very bitterly, and they changed it right before the election. I think it was 1, right? We're down 1. They took it from 12 to 1 in like about 15 seconds. And I realized, I said, this is a phony business. But now they come down and it says 17 down in Wisconsin, 17. So I called John McLaughlin. He's like the dean. He's a great guy. And he's been very good with me. He said we were going to win 4 years ago. He said we're going to win easily this one. He's probably the biggest and the best. I said, John, let me ask you a question. ABC Washington Post came out with a poll. It said I was 17 down. I'm not 17 down. I might be 1 down, or I might be 2 up, but I'm not 17 down. What's going on? Why don't they make it at least? Because they have to live after that. They have to do other events and other. Why don't they make it 3 or 4 or 2 or 5 or something, right? He said they can't do that because they want you to lose. And if you're 2 or 3 or 4, everyone's going to go vote. They want to make sure that your people don't vote. And when you're 17 down, people say, I just can't waste my time. I'm not going to stand on line. And I said, isn't that sick? And he said he knows some of the people, and they're very smart. They're very brilliant. They're smart people. He said, but if they made it 5 down or 4 down or 6 down even, so they make it something that's so bad, 17 down. I said, isn't that a shame? I want to tell that story. Do you mind? He said, I don't care. That's the way it is. So it's crooked stuff. The Fox polls are horrible. Every time I have a Fox poll, it's horrible. I like some of the things on Fox. Certainly Sean and Laura. And Tucker's been great lately. And Fox and Friends in the morning is great, right? We go through them. We have some, I find Harris to be great. Harris Faulkner to be really good. She's been very good over a period of time. The great Lou Dobbs, he's been fantastic, right? Right? Janine, how do you like Janine, right? And, look, we have some We have some great people that support us. Jesse has been great. Pete Hegseth has been great. And I don't want to mention, there are a lot of people. Look, we have a lot, but it's 90% negative. Everything, everything. It's not, but so think of that. So I said 17, and he gave me an answer. I just thought it was so incredible. I said, I got to tell that answer. So I hope I haven't bored you, but I thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting. To me, it was interesting. And I have like 5 of these to do today, so let's get going. And I appreciate you being here. We had some monsters last night. We had some little rough weather. It wasn't like this. We had in Michigan, we had a slightly cold day with the wind blowing at 40 miles an hour in my face. And you're lucky you have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter. I was able to good memory. I would have been in big trouble. There was no way you could hold paper. There was no way you could do it. You would just, and my guy set it up where the wind was right smack in my face. And I was looking at that flag from the plane. I said, oh no, here we go again. But actually, the flag must be a very high quality silk because it's not that windy. But yesterday that was not an easy day. We had some very cold stops. If Biden and Harris, Kamala, you want her? You want her as your first woman president? I don't think so. And the radical left gain power. They will collapse our economy and send our nation into a depression. Biden will raise your taxes $4 trillion, massively increase your regulations, close down your factories, send your jobs overseas. That's what he's been doing all his life. Him and his group. Destroy the suburbs, dissolve your borders, terminate religious liberty, outlaw private health insurance. 180 million people have great health insurance. Shred your Second Amendment, confiscate your guns, and indoctrinate your children with anti-American lies. Biden has vowed to abolish the American oil and natural gas industries and ban fracking. He said it for a year and a half, he said it. Then all of a sudden he goes to Pennsylvania. No, I never said that. And the fake news doesn't do anything about it. Biden's energy ban will send every state into crushing poverty, from North Carolina to Michigan to Pennsylvania. As long as I'm president, we will remain the #1 producer of oil and natural gas on Earth. And we will remain energy independent. Sleepy Joe Biden is a globalist who spent 47 years outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless foreign wars in countries that most of you have never even heard of. He was a cheerleader for NAFTA, and they're all coming home. Don't worry about it. I said it. He was a cheerleader for NAFTA and China's entry into the World Trade Organization. North Carolina lost 50% of all manufacturing jobs after those Biden betrayals. And now he says, he's trying to follow my policy. He's trying to follow my policy. He's not going to do my policy. He's been doing this for 47 years plus, and for 8 years as vice president, which was only 3.5 years ago. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician who raked in millions from China while giving them your jobs. He's a corrupt politician. You see it. Now they say the laptop, Schiff, watermelon head, Schiff. That laptop was produced by Russia. Here we go again. Russia. Here we go again. Can you imagine what they must think of it? These people are crazy. No, it was produced by, where's Hunter? That's right. It was produced by Hunter. These guys are really, think of it, now Schiff knows, he's psycho in many ways, but he knows. It's a total con game. I had to put up with it for 3 years. And it affects it. When you see nothing but negative television every night, and then they find totally no collusion after wasting $48 million, 18 people. Think of it. and then it's no collusion, but then you have to run. But you've had 3 years of horrible publicity, and they did it. I mean, they did it. They were the criminals. Hillary was a criminal. She deleted her emails. People go to jail for that. These are criminals. These are criminals, and say it any way you want to do it. But we took the brunt that we caught him spying on my campaign and trying to overthrow a duly elected president of the United States. So I go, and that was before I even knew. I mean, that was while I was running. I didn't even know. I'd hear these things, sir. This is before I got elected. Guys would come up to me every once in a while. Sir, do you have anything to do with Russia? I said, no. Why do you ask? Oh, I was just curious, because it was like this thing floating around. Then they come up again. Sir, are you sure you don't have anything to do with Russia? I said, I have nothing to do with Russia. What the hell are you talking? And you know, you hear it 4 or 5 times. Then you get into office and they come up with this scheme and this plot. It was a plot to overthrow the government of the United States. And then we have people that just don't act fast. I mean, it's just unbelievable. We have so much. We have so much information. We have so much. We have the whole thing. And Obama was involved. And Biden was involved. They were involved, but it's let's see what happens. People should move more quickly. In 2016, North Carolina voted to fire this corrupt political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. If I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder than any president has ever fought for his people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Get out and vote. That's all I ask. Just take a little time and vote. Vote. We got to win this state. I think we win this state. We win Pennsylvania. We're going to win Florida. We win Pennsylvania, and we're going to win the whole thing. We're going to win the whole thing. And we'll send them a signal like they've never seen before. This has not happened to them. Big tech is so powerful. You can't beat big tech, they're saying this. And I see it on Twitter. Trending, right? It's not trending. They put the most boring thing. Only if it was anything bad about me. #1 in the world on trend, right? Boring stuff. I mean, like stuff, as opposed to affairs, scandals. They don't even put that stuff up. It's always Trump, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. It's a fix. It's a fix. This is a smart guy. We have his name. Everybody knows who he is. And I'm not talking about the primary. I'm talking about people that work. They take stuff out of a hat. Let's see, this is bad about Trump. Let's make it worse. Okay, we'll make it worse. Okay, #1 trend in the whole world. No, that's not stuff that trends, but these are phony guys. They fix the elections. And you know what? They should be subject to campaign violations because they're an arm of the Democrat National Committee. They work together. They work on messaging together. The Democrats, the fake news media, they're the worst. These are fake people. And if I've done one thing, it's to expose the dishonesty in the media. And not everybody, but a vast majority, not everybody. Look at this, we catch Hunter and Joe cheating. We catch them stealing millions of dollars. They refuse to write a story. Could you imagine if I got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Could you imagine? Somebody gave me $3.5 million bucks. Somebody gave me $20. They impeached me because I made a perfect phone call to the head of Ukraine. I never met the gentleman. Congratulations on your win. If you see anything corrupt, please call the Attorney General of the United States. And we have a corruption agreement with them because it's been a very corrupt country. I actually have an obligation. Now, of course, they impeached before they found out, before I decided to release the phone call. Isn't it lucky that I had that call transcribed? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Now they couldn't do it. They didn't know what to do. Crazy Nancy said, this isn't impeachable. She said, you're right. They said, you're right. But let's go through with it anyway. Maybe we'll get lucky. This is because she didn't know about the call. When she read the call, she said, he didn't do anything wrong. How did you get me into this? You shifty shift. How did you do it? Jerry Nadler. I've been fighting this guy for 25 years on the east side of Manhattan, the west side of Manhattan. Jerry Nadler, he's a beauty, isn't he? How did you get me into this? Well, let's just keep going forward. It's a disgrace. And we won. I will say this for the Republicans. 197 or 197 to nothing. We won. And in the Senate, 52.5 to 1/2. We lost a half a vote. I wonder who that could have been. But Sleepy Joe Biden is bought and paid for by China. He's got, they gave the son $1.5 billion to manage. That means he's going to make millions of dollars a year. He doesn't know anything about investment. Didn't know anything at all about energy. He got $183,000 a month on energy. Think of that. Think of that. $183,000. I called a friend of mine on Wall Street. Is this a normal fee? He said, no, maybe the most abnormal fee I've ever seen in my whole life. I've been doing this for 25 years. He's the biggest guy. But they're bought and paid for. They got the money, and then they were going for the big one in China. They wrote a letter to a very big, powerful man within the Communist Party. And where's Hunter asked for $10 million a year as he was going to recommend, he was going to talk. You're going to see, here's a guy didn't have a job, got thrown out of the Navy. He got thrown out of the Navy. He didn't have a job. Biden becomes vice president. And this kid is like a vacuum cleaner going all over the world, following his father, picking up the scraps. No, he's following his dad, picking up scraps. And then you find the note where the big man gets 10%. The big man's Joe Biden. Huh? The big man gets 10. Then in one case, they said 50%, right? That's more likely. Because he wouldn't do it for 10. He'd want, because these people are all hangers-on, losers. But that's the story. And it's in a laptop. And now they say the laptop was made by Russia, therefore it has no credibility. Can you believe this, all right? And so the news, there's not, outside of the New York Post, which really I hold in high esteem, they're like a hero paper. And they endorsed me. I got a nice endorsement from, did you see, from Pennsylvania yesterday, right? Pittsburgh Gazette. That was nice. Once I got through that first paragraph, it was phenomenal, actually. They said, we don't love his personality. We don't love his tough demeanor. But I have to be tough. Look, I've been under investigation from before I ever became president. I have to be tough. If I was soft, I wouldn't be here right now. And they don't want to say that. I was under a fake investigation by a lot of fake people. Bob Mueller and his crew. The whole thing was a fake scam that should have never been started. And they knew the answer on the first day. But it took them 2.5 years to put it down. No collusion. But they knew the answer the first day. So I was under investigation for the first 2.5 years, right? Think of that. And then they say he's tough. But I'll take it anyway. I'll take their endorsement anyway. Because once you get over the first paragraph or two, it says all of the things we've done, which are incredible. And now we'll have a chance to do it without the cloud, because I had a cloud hanging over my head, whether we like it or not. And then they say he was tough. He fought too hard. He was somewhat crude. He was very, very nasty. His Twitter. Now, you know what? If I didn't have social media, I wouldn't be here. It was the only way I could defend myself. So it's one of those things. But I just wonder, I was thinking, I asked the people on the way up, we have great people, such loyal, great people, including a man that comes from an area not too far from here. He's a good friend of these women who've been here, this is number 64 time for these incredible, beautiful, I think rich women, and the husbands are in here someplace. But they had their husbands, they were at the one last night. That was a big deal, wasn't it? But this is number 64, I would say, right? 65. Oh, there's two more. They come from North Carolina, but we have Mark Meadows comes from North Carolina. And he has been fantastic. He's done a great job. He's done a great job. Where is he? He's probably working. You know, he's bum with a phone. He's got two phones instead of one. And he's not going to break it up with a hammer like Hillary did. He's going to throw it away. He'll come down, watch. He's done a fantastic job. And he loves this state. He loves North Carolina. And I specifically said, I want somebody from North Carolina and give me Meadows. Now, I knew 3 years ago, I said, we got to get Meadows in here. Big tech, big media, big donors, and powerful special interests are desperate for Sleepy Joe to win. They want him to win. I'll tell you who wants him to win, China. They will own our country because they own him, they control him, and they know he will always be there to do their bidding. He'll always be there. He's a corrupt politician. I don't care, I'll say. And I say it, everybody knows it's true. Can you imagine? Big tech refuses to put anything in. They took the New York Post down for 2 weeks because they won't let anyone write. If you put out a little tweet and say that Biden is corrupt, they will knock out your whole account. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. And you notice, it is, outside of what I say, it is indeed fading away. Because you can't have a scandal if nobody writes about it. So we have the fake news not writing about it, and you have the big tech not writing. So how can you have a scandal? Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's allowed to talk. It's called suppression. We don't have freedom of the press. We probably haven't had it for a long time. But we don't have, they say freedom of the press, the American way. We have suppression by the press. That's what it is. What beautiful words. I should have done the speech this way. It would have been much more interesting. No, but seriously, we have suppression by the press. This is not freedom. This is it really is. It's the exact opposite of freedom of the press, if you think about it. Every corrupt force in American life that is responsible for cruel betrayals that hurt our family and all of the people that we love, they're supported by Biden and they donate to Biden. I could have been a much bigger fundraiser than him, but I didn't want to call every head of a Wall Street firm, every head of the oil companies that we've made rich anyway. I did a great job. We're energy independent. That's not so bad. First time. The failed establishment that started the disastrous foreign wars, they support Sleepy Joe Biden because they get anything they want. And he took in $300 million last month. You think he made any deals? No, I don't think so. The career politicians that offshored your industries and decimated your factories, they support Sleepy Joe. The open borders lobbyists that killed our fellow citizens with illegal drugs, gangs, and crimes. The people that wanted to stop the wall, even though it knew it works. It's almost finished, by the way. Be finished very soon. But the people that wanted to stop it, even though they knew full well it worked. Remember, they said, no, we don't want a wall. Walls are obsolete. We want drones. Drones, okay, good. Drones flying to watch the people pour into our country. They want drones. Let's have drones. The far-left Democrats that ruined our public schools, depleted our inner cities, defunded our police, and demeaned your sacred faith and values, they support Sleepy Joe Biden. You can't even go to your churches. You can't even go to your church. And you're governor of North Carolina. You got to open up your state. You got to get your governor. I hope you're going to vote for Dan, who's good. But you got to get your state open. Don't worry about it. On November 4th, they'll announce your state is opening. On November 4th, North Carolina will be opened on November 4th. Right after the election. Because they want us to look bad. They don't care about people. They want us to look bad. They want to try and steal an election. The anti-American radicals defaming our noble history, our heritage, our heroes, they support Sleepy Joe. Antifa and the rioters and looters and Marxists and left-wing extremists, they all support Joe Biden. They always like to blame it on the right. You ever notice? These were right-wing. It's very rare. It's rare. You get bad on every side. But they always like to blame the right. It always starts off with the right, the right. This election comes down to a simple choice. Do you want to be ruled by the arrogant, corrupt, ruthless, and selfless political class? Or do you want to be governed by the American people themselves? Do you want to be represented by a career politician who hates you, or by an outsider who will defend you like you have never been defended before? I didn't need this job. I had a very nice life, but I love what we're doing for our country. Nobody's done so much. Nobody, no administration, and I never even had a challenge on this from the fake news. Normally if you say something slightly off, they make a big deal. No administration, president, has done more in the first 3.5 years than we have. Our military we rebuilt, our tax cuts, our regulation cuts, Space Force, just a thing like Space Force. I never even talked about Space Force, right, during the campaign. I did more than I actually talked about during the campaign. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought this was a small, little, cute area. This was a small, little, cute area. When I came in, I'm watching Fox, and a gentleman, an anchor, said, they have a small crowd of about 2,000, 2,500. No, I knew. It's an incredible thing. This is a lot more than that. This is a lot of people. This is a lot more than we. But I wanted to be here because it's an important thing. I mean, my granddaughter is named Carolina. Do you know that? And we'll give South Carolina some credit too. They've been with us. Is that okay? I want to get your permission. No, we'll give South Carolina. South Carolina is great. They're great people too. A vote for Biden is a vote to hand the keys to government over to people who despise you and who want to rob your children of their American dream. That's what they're doing. A vote for Biden is a vote to give control of government over to the globalists, communists, socialists, the wealthy, liberal hypocrites who want to silence, censor, cancel, and punish you. If you want your children to be safe, and remember this, I'll put it very simply, against the Second Amendment, right? If you're pro-life, you can forget about it. You know that, right? Tremendous support. I'll tell you what, did you see these people in California? They have lines of hundreds of miles of cars and tractors in Iowa and boats, 5,000 or 6,000 boats in lakes and oceans with the flags. If you want your values to be respected, if you want to be treated with honor and dignity and respect, then I am asking for you to go out tomorrow or sooner, but I don't know, you tend to like to vote on election day, right? We all do. And vote. It is going to be the most important election, in my opinion, in the history of our country. I never thought I was going to say it. If you would have told me I was going to say that 4 years ago, I would have said, you're crazy. But it's the most important because I've always said, we will never be a socialist nation. And that's what they're trying to target. And Well, and remember what I said 4 years ago. I said, I am your voice, and we will make America great again. And that's what we're doing. And if we didn't get hit by the China plague, now we're building it up again, and we're doing it at record clip and record numbers and at a much faster pace than any other country in the world. But we got hit by the plague from China, and we will never forget it. With God as my witness, I will never let you down. For the last 4 years, the depraved swamp has tried everything to stop me because they know I don't answer to them, I answer to you. Together, we will defeat the corrupt establishment, we will dethrone the failed political class, and we will drain the Washington swamp, and we will save the American dream. This election is also a choice between a deadly Biden lockdown. He wants to have you locked down. I don't even know if he knows, I mean, to be honest. They ask him a question, I don't think he has a clue. You can vote whoever you want, but I don't think he has a clue. You know it, the media knows it. The media laughs behind his back, and then they say, he did brilliantly today. No, he didn't do brilliantly. He didn't do brilliantly in his prime. And he's not in his prime anymore. Or a safe vaccine that ends the pandemic, and we're doing very well with the vaccines. They'll be distributed very soon. We will mass distribute the vaccine in just a few short weeks. It will quickly eradicate the virus and wipe out the China plague once and for all. Joe Biden is promising to delay the vaccine and turn America into a prison state. Looking, again, that's more Kamala, you know? Remember when they said, this is the Harris-Biden administration, right? I never did that with Mike. And you know what? Mike Pence never came to me and said, do you mind if I put my name first every once in a while? No, because, and by the way, he's been a great vice president. I have to tell you. Some people say it was a perfect combination. It was. He's a great guy. He's going to be in your state in a little while, locking you in your home while letting far-left rioters roam free. The Biden lockdown will mean no school, no graduations, no weddings, no Thanksgiving, no Easter, no Christmas, no 4th of July, and no future for America's youth. Other than that, it's fine. I think it's just fine. If you want a vaccine to kill the virus, a job to support your family, and freedom to live your life, then you go and cast your ballot for President Trump. And if you remember the catastrophe, Joe Biden, you know, he's telling us how to run things, right? This guy never ran a thing successfully. He said horrible things about him when he was in the administration. Obama didn't even want to endorse him. He wouldn't endorse him. Even after he won, Obama said, this is no way. How long did it take him after he won? It took forever. Obama couldn't believe it. I don't think Obama's much better. You want to know the truth? Joe Biden personally ran the swine flu, right? The swine flu, H1N1, which he can never remember. He never says it. He says it, you know, he goes N1H1. I said, no. He failed horribly, and he was a laughingstock all over Washington. They were laughing at him, and his own chief of staff said he was absolutely terrible. They did a terrible job. Now he's telling us how to do it. I should have closed earlier. There's only one problem. He's on record all over the place, knocking me 2.5 months later for closing too soon. And closing it all. He said, don't close. He's xenophobic. You know, xenophobic. I didn't like people from China is what he's saying. That's so wrong. I think they're incredible people. I do. I think they're incredible people. But he said xenophobic. And then he runs for office. He says he should have closed earlier. And you know what? The press never covers that. You can't get, the only time I get it covered is if I happen to be on live television. I'll say it again and again. And when I do say it, they try and turn it off. Let's go to a commercial break right now. I think I know what's coming. These are really bad people. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said that Biden has been wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades. He had no respect for him whatsoever. I'm sure he endorsed him because he's probably looking for something like everybody else, but I don't think any of them are going to get anything, because I think we're going to have one of the greatest victories tomorrow. But you don't have to take my word for what a disaster Joe Biden is, because it's the great state of North Carolina. I spent a fortune. See this? See the board? I spent a lot of money on the board. So let's just take a look at a little roll. Let's roll it, please.
Have you taken a cognitive
No, I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying you, before you got in this program, if you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not, what do you think, huh? Are you a junkie?
What do you
By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, this is oh, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me. But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
There is not a single solitary reason in the world why, as I said, we shouldn't be in a position that everybody, and that's my wife, Jill. Hey, Jilly, I'm Jill's husband, actually.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, to show how things have changed.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Because if you could take care, if you were a quartermaster, you can sure and hell take care of running a department store thing, where in the second floor of the ladies department or whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
You know, the rapidly rising I don't know. You ever been to a caucus? No, you haven't. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Why attack Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man.
What kind of country we're going to be? 4 more years of George, he is going to find ourselves in a position where, if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
You know, we have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care. I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourselves. Our country has such potential. You can't do that to our country. He's not mentally equipped. He just isn't to be your president. He's not equipped to be your president. And I say it because he's not a nice person, never was a nice person, but he was never a smart person. He was a touchy-feely person, hale and hearty, but not nice. But this is not a man that 25 years ago was not equipped to be your president. And he ran many times, numerous times. We called him 1% Joe. Think of it. And now he's working on about 50%, and he ends up winning their nomination. Because of Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren gave him the nom. All she had to do is drop out. And he would have lost on then we would have had crazy Bernie, so, what the hell. But at least Bernie, they had a great energetic base. It's a small base, but energetic. But this is not a man that should be your president. We have tremendous potential. Our country has tremendous potential, and we can't blow it. We can't blow it. Because there's no way to describe that. And that's like 1%. We could keep you out here all day. Much of it happened yesterday and the day before yesterday. Oh, he had some beauties yesterday. But we can't do this. And you know what's going to happen. Kamala will be put in that position very quickly. Very quickly. And she's more liberal than Crazy Bernie. She's more liberal. In fact, she makes him look like a strict conservative. Joining us today are some incredible people, incredible friends and warriors. And I want to tell you, I just looked at a poll, and he's up in the poll. Senator Tom Tillis, he's up. He's up. That's great, Tom. Good. I'm very happy with that. We got to get him in. He's a good man. Good man. And your wife was great the other night. We had a great rally the other night, and you were well represented, let me tell you. Very well. Congratulations. Well, let's save that for tomorrow or the next day. Or, as the Supreme Court would say, sometime into the future. What a ruling. What a ruling. What a horrible thing that they've done. Do you know that puts our country in danger? Do you know what can happen during that long period of time? Pennsylvania, the long period of time. Do you know what can happen? Number one, cheating can happen like you've never seen. This is their dream. And they are known for it, you know. The Philadelphia area is known for it. But what can happen during that long period of time is just a disgrace. Get your ballots in and have them in long before the 3rd. And have them counted before the 3rd, and have an election where we can say to the world that we know who won and we know who lost. What a horror. Our Supreme Court, I'm just so tired of some of these horrible political decisions that are being made. It's a shame. It's a shame. And, you know, I won't get into it too much, but I'm going to start getting into it because they're hurting our country very badly, very badly. Representative Warrior David Rouzer. David Rouzer. David, thank you. You're doing a great job. Appreciate it. Congress, we have a friend over there. Richard Hudson. Where's Richard? Richard Hudson. Congressman, another great guy. He's done a fantastic job, and a friend of mine, and somebody that's done an incredible job also in Congress, Dan Bishop. Thanks, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Doing a good job. He came in through the system. He won a race that was a tough race, right? We worked together on it, and he had no choke in him. He started off a little behind, to put it nicely, and he ended up winning, and he won solid. And how are you doing on this one? Good? I don't have to help you as much. He's going to win. He's going to win. He should win. He's a great congressman, all of them, all three. Thank you very much, fellas. A man that hopefully you're going to recognize for, I guess he doesn't have the funds that the other one has. He is, you know, I see commercials all the time for your governor that has you in a total lockdown. But Dan Forest would be a phenomenal governor. A phenomenal governor. He would be. You could have a surprise, Dan. That could be a big, beautiful gift to North Carolina. Be a gift. That's not bad. Hey, Dan, that's not bad, huh? Beautiful. Hey, Dan, that's a very impressive applause you got, I have to be honest. Don't kid yourself. That is like a poll, you know? It's like a poll. Except instead of interviewing 73 people, they have thousands of people here. Much more than the 2,000. He's got a nice 2,000 people. I don't think so. Well, last night in Miami, you want to see a crowd? You couldn't even see the end of it. I've never seen anything like it. There's such spirit. I've never seen spirit like this. And North Carolina GOP chair somebody doing an incredible job if we win tomorrow. By the way, if we don't win tomorrow, they'll say, how's Michael Watley doing? I'll say, not good at all. He didn't do a good job. Michael Watley. Are we doing okay, Michael? Yes? Get out. Get out the vote, Mike. Get him out. Get out the vote. Thanks, Michael. You are doing a good job. I also want to recognize Medal of Honor recipient, Command Sergeant Major Bob Patterson. Where's Bob? Where's Bob? Where's Bob? Whoa, he looks good. He looks good. Wow. Your husband. Whoa, that's a good-looking couple. Wow. That's some incredible honor. That's some incredible honor, I'll tell you what. There is no greater honor. And are you proud of your husband? Yeah, but he's proud of you, too. Oh, she's proud of Trump. Look at that. Thank you. I knew I liked her. I knew I liked her. Thank you both very much. Great honor. That's the highest honor you can get. Former prisoner of war and Vietnam veteran, Captain Ken Wells, a real hero. Where's Ken? A real hero. Thank you. Thank you. Real tough one. Look at him. He's tough. He's a tough-looking guy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful. You look great. Thank you. These are great people. And World War II hero and D-Day veteran, very, very brave, they say, Harold Frank. Hi, Harold. You're looking good. Thank you, Harold. Thank you, Harold. Thank you. He said he's a brave one. Thank you, Harold. You're looking good. These guys look good. I don't know. They go through all that. They come out. They look better than all of us. I don't know. Something about the war. Something about brave people, right? Military spouse, and don't ever underestimate. That is where it all begins. Somebody who's incredible. Donna Dotson. Donna, where's Donna? Thank you, Donna. Thank you very much. Thank you, Donna. Great to have you. Thank you very much. And retired Sergeant Major Karen De La Vega. Karen, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. They're great people. Thank you all for your extraordinary service, and it's an honor to have you with us. It really is. Thank you very much. For 47 years, Joe Biden viciously, repeatedly attacked black Americans. He decimated the black middle class and called young black men super predators. To every black American, vote for Trump. This is your one and only chance to show Sleepy Joe Biden what you think of his decision to attack you, to insult you, to jail you, and to betray you. I am fighting for you and got criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, and funding for historically black colleges and universities. I got it done. Nobody else got it done. And with the exception of, and I use the word possibly, possible exception, but I could use it, or maybe I won't. I'll keep it a little bit less controversial. With the exception of Abraham Lincoln, there's been no president that's done more for the black community than Donald Trump. No president. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. Joe Biden has pledged to open borders. He's actually talking about taking down the wall. Can you believe it? Let's take down the wall. Let everybody pour into our country. He wants to take down. No, he said it. I don't know. But he did say, let's take down the wall. One of the biggest projects that we've ever done. You know, it's a tremendous project. We're up to over 400 miles. We're going to be finished very soon. Over 400 miles. Exactly designed to the specifications of the Border Patrol, who are great. Mass amnesty, wants to give them free health care. This is for illegal aliens, and wants to keep deadly sanctuary cities. Your state has a sanctuary city, you know that, right? You have a sanctuary city, right? A very big one, actually, that doesn't work very well. We believe our cities should be sanctuaries for law-abiding Americans, not criminal aliens. The Biden-Harris plan would increase refugees from terrorist nations by a staggering 700%. This has been agreed to. This has been agreed to. No thank you, fellas. I'm not interested. I'm keeping radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country if I have your approval. If I have the approval of North Carolina, we'll keep them out. Right? We're going to keep them out. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military. We have the greatest equipment, greatest people. $2.5 trillion. You think that was easy to get from the Democrats? Actually, the wall was even tougher. The wall was tougher, but we got it. Do you notice once I got the wall started, got all the funding, won all the court cases against the Democrats, the press never talks about it anymore. They don't talk about it. We had the best statistics, the best. And can you imagine during the pandemic, because, you know, Mexico's very heavily, unfortunately, infected. And it was a good thing that we had it up. That's why the numbers are so good. We also passed for our great vets VA choice and VA accountability. Nobody thought that could happen. We obliterated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi is dead. Last week, I visited Fort Bragg, where I presented the Presidential Unit Citation to the Special Forces team that achieved that historic victory. It was great. And we are keeping the name Fort Bragg. You do know that, right? You agree? They won cancel culture. You know, we won 2 world wars out of Fort Bragg, and we have other forts, and we're keeping it. We won 2 world wars out of Fort Bragg, and now they say, let's change the name. Let's change the name of Fort Bragg. We'll pick somebody else. Do you have any good suggestions? No. No. We have to keep. It's our culture. It's our heritage. So many victories out of Fort Bragg. We also eliminated the world's top terrorist. Soleimani is dead. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. 52 years they tried to get it. And instead of endless war in the Middle East, we're forging peace. They're lined up to come in. I said, how did Obama and all of those that came before him do it? They told me they all used the same method. I said, really? I'm going to go the opposite method, and it worked very nicely. No blood in the sand, no cost. 3 very powerful countries already signed. We have many others. They're standing on line. Standing in line. And we're bringing our troops back home. Our troops are coming back home. They're coming back home. 19 years is enough. They serve as policemen. I said, no, you have to get your own police department. I'm sorry. A vote for me and the Republican Party is a vote for the American dream. And in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. And we will end our reliance on China, which has already started. Can you imagine Biden saying we're not going to end our reliance? I mean, can you imagine? We are going to end our reliance on you. Hey, we gave your son $1.5 billion. What the hell are you telling me? Okay, well, I don't know. Senator, I think it would be tough for him, right? No, they wanted $10 million. They wanted $10 million a year for his services, right? And then you say, no, I'm not going to deal with China anymore, or I'm going to be tough on China. You know, I've taken out many, many billions of dollars. We never did this in this country, not 10 cents. I gave $28 billion from China to our farmers because they targeted our farmers. $28 billion! And we had plenty of money left over, which went into the U.S. Treasury, thank you. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults or law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. With God's help, we will defend the right to life, religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. You know, we're the envy of every country in the world. Our military now has the greatest equipment, all made in the USA, but we have the greatest equipment in the world. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, and lower drug prices even more. We instituted a favored nations clause. We pay by far the most in the world. We are going to pay now the least in the world. And nobody can believe I did it. And the big pharma does not like me too much. They are not so happy with me. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of North Carolina. I do. And your tobacco growers are in good shape, by the way. Please let them know, okay? You have any tobacco growers here, please? They're in good shape. They work hard. They were treated very rough. Tomorrow you have the power to do so much for our country. You have the power to vote. So go out and vote. Unless you're going to vote for somebody other than me, in which case, sit it out, don't worry. You ever hear these politicians get up and they say, you have the power to vote, and it makes no difference if you vote for me or my opponent. They're such liars, right? They're such liars. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, get your boss, grab them by the tie, say, let's go, boss. And get out and vote. From Greensboro to Charlotte, from Wilmington to Raleigh, from Asheville to right here in Fayetteville. Fayetteville. I love the name, Fayetteville. We inherit the legacy of American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and to defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great, great, beautiful skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. You will see that. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. We are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and together with the incredible people of North Carolina, we have made America powerful again, military. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, North Carolina. Thank you. Go out and vote.
And there is President Trump in Fayetteville, North Carolina. This is one of 5 today. He's going to be in Michigan. He's going to be in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And we're going to be bringing it to you right here on News Now from Fox all day today. Also happening right now, we got Donald Trump's family out and about. This is in Scottsdale, Arizona. Don Jr. right now. And then we also have Ivanka Trump also going and campaigning for her dad as well throughout the country right here on News Now from Fox. But we will be showing you right now Joe Biden from earlier in Ohio, battleground state there, right here on News Now from Fox.
You guys figured it out. Presidents don't determine who gets to vote. Voters determine who's going to be the president. And when American votes, America will be heard. And when America's heard, I believe the message is going to be loud and clear. It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home. We're done. We're done with the chaos. We're done with the tweets, the anger, the hate, the failure, the irresponsibility. We've got a whole lot of work to do. And if I'm elected your president, I'm going to act, and I'm going to act on day one. Folks, we're going to act to get this COVID under control. On day one of my presidency, we're going to put into action a plan that I've been talking about for months and he's been paying no attention to. Masking, social distancing, testing, tracing. A plan for a fair and full and free distribution of therapeutics and vaccines when we get one. Imagine where we'd be had this president from the beginning just wore a mask instead of mocked wearing a mask. I can tell you this. We wouldn't have 9 million confirmed COVID cases in this nation. We wouldn't have over 230,000 deaths. We wouldn't be seeing those new record numbers of cases we're seeing every single day right now. Nearly 100,000 cases in one day, just 2 days ago. 100,000 new cases. We wouldn't be facing another 200,000 projected deaths in the next few months. This president knew last January the virus was deadly, but he hid it from the American people. He knew it was worse than the flu. He lied to the American people. He knew it wasn't going to disappear, but he kept telling us a miracle was coming. And just Friday, he had the gall. Think of this now. The President of the United States of America, who's responsible for so many deaths, he had the gall to suggest that American doctors, the people who have been on the front lines of this crisis for 9 months, along with nurses and so many others, many of whom have died, to suggest that doctors are falsely inflating deaths due to COVID because they want to make more money. I'm serious, man. This guy's a disgrace. The people of this nation have suffered. They've sacrificed for 9 months, none more than those doctors and nurses and those healthcare workers. And this president is questioning their character, their integrity, their commitment to their fellow Americans. As I said, it's a disgrace. And last night, Trump said he was going to fire Dr. Fauci. Isn't that wonderful?
I got a better idea. Elect me and I'm going to hire Dr. Fauci. And we're going to fire Donald Trump. Donald Trump waved the white flag of surrender to this virus. He did that. His own chief of staff said last week, we're giving up on the virus. We're not going to do anything about it. I'm never going to raise the white flag of surrender. We're going to beat this virus, and we're going to get it under control, I promise you. Look, the first step to beating the virus is beating Donald Trump. Donald Trump keeps telling us what a great jobs president he is. I was just with Barack in Detroit and Flint. It was great to be with a president of some character, a president respected around the world, a president our kids could and did look up to. But did you know that after President Obama and I bet on American workers and helped rescue the auto industry, nearly 500,000 jobs created here in Ohio? Meanwhile, 330,000 of those have been lost since Trump's become president. You know, Donald Trump is going to be the first president in 90 years, that's a lot of presidents, in 90 years, who's going to finish his 4 years in office with fewer jobs than when he got elected to office. It's no surprise. Remember what the lies he told all the workers. He told the families at the GM plant in Lordstown. He said, quote, don't move, don't sell your house. But then the plant shut down. And after the first debate in Cleveland, I met an Ohio woman named Tiffany, whose husband lost her job at the plant. And he had to take a job 8 hours away in another state. He drives home weekends, 16 hours round trip to be home with his kids. So much for don't worry. What about his threat and his grudge against Goodyear? What about his broken promise to protect pensions for workers, especially multi-employer pensions? And what about he stopped the overtime for millions of American workers, over $1.2 billion for American workers, that President and I, with the help of your delegation, put in place. But let's not forget how Donald Trump is weak and chaotic with China on trade. Farm bankruptcies are way up. Exports are way down. Agricultural exports to China during the Trump years have been 40% lower than they were during we were in our second term. And he even says, because of his bailouts of the farmers, that's your tax dollars, by the way, his bailout of the farmers, quote, our farmers are doing better now than when they actually had a farm. Can you believe that? Our farmers are doing better now than when they actually had a farm because they were able to be bailed out, although they may not have a farm anymore. Who does this guy think he is? My policy is going to hold China accountable. I'll end the Trump tax loopholes that incentivize companies to ship jobs overseas. I'll add a 10% surtax on companies who do ship jobs overseas. But for companies who come back and invest in American manufacturing and bring jobs back home, I'll offer a 10% tax credit. And folks, it's no violation of any trade agreement, but no government contracts. And the president has about $600 billion in contracts from the military on down. No government contract will be given to a company that isn't have all the products, including the supply line, all products made in America, every product. Look, and our future will be made right here in Ohio. Folks, we're in a position that we can do so much more, so much more. Folks, Donald Trump forgot and betrayed Ohio workers. Quite frankly, I grew up with around guys like Donald Trump. I grew up in neighborhoods like probably many of you did, working class neighborhoods where most people didn't have a college education. But we had guys like Trump we used to play against when we played ball in Scranton and Claymont. And they kind of, because they had more money than we did, kind of looked down their nose on us. I got to admit to you, I got a bit of a chip on my shoulder when I read once we won the nomination and things began to look a little better. I read from serious press people, they're decent, honorable people, that if I get elected, I'll be the first president who didn't have an Ivy League degree in a long time. Well, let me tell you something. Somehow that's kind of mean I didn't belong because I went to a state university. But let me tell you what, it's about time a guy from a state university graduated into the White House, because if I'm there, you're going to be there too. Look, Trump sees the world from Park Avenue, looking down on Wall Street. I see it from Scranton and Claymont, where I grew up. I see it from here in Cleveland. Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America. And guess what? Unions built the middle class. I think it's long past time we start rewarding work, not wealth in this country. Under my plan, if you make less than $400,000, you won't pay a single penny more in taxes. You have my word on it. But I tell you what, the wealthiest among us, big corporations, 91 of which don't pay any tax, that paid zero federal income tax, they're going to start paying their fair share. Why? This is literature. Why should a firefighter, an educator, a cop, why should a welder, why should a steel worker pay at a higher tax rate than the super wealthy? It's not right. Why should you pay more taxes than Donald Trump, for God's sake? Look, I released 22 years of my tax returns. You can look them up online. Donald Trump didn't release any. I wonder what the hell he's hiding. I wonder why he won't let anybody know what his tax returns are. Who's he owe the money to? This is the guy, by the way, we found out recently, has a secret bank account in China. Paid 50 times more tax in Beijing than he did in the United States. And overall, the one income tax the New York Times got, he paid $750 in federal taxes. How about you? And when he was asked how he could pay so little, remember what he said? He said, because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Isn't that the kind of guy you want as president? That can game the system, be a billionaire and pay $750 in taxes, while you all break your necks, and pay a fair share. We're going to act to protect health care, by the way. Trump and Republicans just jammed through a new Supreme Court nomination for one basic reason. Within a week after the election, they're going to be before the Supreme Court, and this new nominee is going to be on the court. And it's all about destroying the Affordable Care Act, getting rid of it completely. They've been trying to do it now for 9 years. If they get their way, 100 million Americans will lose protections for pre-existing conditions, including nearly 5 million folks here in Ohio. Look, Donald Trump doesn't understand health care. He thinks it's a privilege. I think health care is a right. And by the way, because of the way he ruined the economy, even before the pandemic, 10 million Americans have already lost their employer-based health care because the employer's gone out of business. Now he wants to go after the 22 million who have health care only because of the Affordable Care Act. I'll not only restore the Affordable Care Act, I'll build on it. You can keep your private insurance, or you can choose a Medicare-like public option in the new plan. I'm going to increase subsidies and lower premiums and deductibles, out-of-pocket expenses, and surprise billings. We're going to reduce drug costs by 60% by allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices for all of us. Folks, it's going to cost more money, but guess how I'm going to pay for it? Trump's going to start paying some taxes. And we're going to make sure we keep protections for people with pre-existing conditions. Meanwhile, the Social Security actuary, the person who runs the Social Security Department, says if Donald Trump's plan that he announced, if he's reelected, he's going to put in place, if in fact it's put in place, it would bankrupt Social Security by 2023. This guy really cares a lot about us, doesn't he? He really understands. We've been busting our neck, my parents before me and everyone else, paying into Social Security. So go home and tell your parents and grandparents what a great deal they're going to get if Trump gets reelected. But folks, the fact is I'm going to protect your Social Security. I guarantee it, because I got people behind me who are going to make sure it's protected. We're going to protect Social Security, and we're going to have a situation where, guess what? We have a majority in the United States Senate. But folks, look, the thing that's bothered me most, maybe emotionally bothered me the most, but substantively as well, that this president has done, it's been nothing worse than the way he has spoken about those who have served in uniform. He called y'all losers and suckers. My son Beau was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. My son Beau volunteered. He had to give up the seat of Attorney General and volunteer to go to Iraq for a year. He won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal, and he saw other people die in Iraq. He was not a loser. He was not a sucker. He was a patriot. Just like all your sons and daughters, parents and grandparents who served. Folks, 6 generals who worked in the White House with the President of the United States and admirals worked in his administration have since left, and they've said he is unfit to be commander-in-chief. Best of my knowledge, Sherrod, that's never happened before for any president of the United States. And that's why Special Operations Commander Stanley McChrystal, as well as the Commander of Special Ops and the Navy SEALs who took out bin Laden, along Bill McRaven, Admiral McRaven, along with 22 other 4-stars, they've endorsed me, saying they'd be proud to have me as their Commander-in-Chief. This president likes to portray himself as a tough guy, the macho man. When's the last time you saw a president of the United States literally being laughed at by the world leaders when he spoke at the United Nations? I don't ever recall that ever happening. And can you believe when the president of the United States, who acts like Vladimir Putin's puppy, Putin put bounties on the heads of American soldiers in Afghanistan. Trump spoke to him 6 times, and he was too frightened to challenge him. Why? Donald Trump's not strong, he's weak. This is a president who not only doesn't understand sacrifice, he doesn't understand courage, physical courage, it takes for so many of you to put on that uniform. We must support our military, and let's make this vote for them as well. God love them. Look, we have to vote to meet the challenge of the climate crisis. Well, we can act to meet that climate crisis. Trump calls climate crisis a hoax. I see it as a great opportunity to improve our health as well as create millions of good-paying jobs. I see Americans working to build and install 500,000 charging stations all across this country. American consumers switching to clean electric vehicles. We can own the electrical vehicle market, creating millions of jobs here in Cleveland and in Ohio and in Detroit. Folks, I see the federal government harnessing the purchasing power by buying these electric vehicles. Made in America, made in Ohio, made in Detroit, made in America. It's going to mean 1 million, according to the experts, 1 million new good-paying auto jobs in the automobile industry alone. Folks, if we don't act, China's going to own the market. China's going to own it all. And we will act, in addition to deliver racial justice in America. Folks, protesting is not burning and looting. Violence must never be tolerated, and it won't. But these protests are a cry for justice. The names of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake will soon not be forgotten. You know, I met with all these families. When I met with Floyd's little girl, I think she was 6 years old, I knelt down to say her, to be at eye level with her. And she looked at me and she said, swear to God, said, Mr. Vice President, my daddy is going to change in the world. My daddy's going to change the world. Folks, I'm not going to forget, you're not going to forget, and this country's not going to forget. This is going to inspire a new wave of justice in America. But guess what? Because we have the X generation, the Z generation, that in fact is the most open, least prejudiced, best educated generation in American history. They're already moving. They're already insisting on justice. They know who we are. A new wave of justice in America, but also true justice isn't just about how they deal with police. It's about jobs. It's about building wealth. It's about families. It's about education. It's about opportunity. It's about being able to make a decent living. Nobody should have to work 2 jobs to stay out of poverty. That's why, honk if you agree with me that a $15 minimum wage is just necessary nationwide. Honk. Honk if you think assistance for a down payment for a real shot at home ownership should be coming forward with me with $15,000 for first-time homeowners. To start a small business, send a child to college debt-free. Folks, Ohio, in 2008 and 2012, you placed your trust in me and Barack. In 2020, I'm asking you to trust me again. I'm proud of the coalition this campaign has built to welcome Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'll govern as an American president. There will be no red states and blue states, just the United States. And I promise you, I'll work as hard for those who don't support me as those who do. That's the job of a president, to care about everybody. Everybody. That's the duty of a president. And look, you two have a duty to vote. Folks, make a plan. Go to iwillvote.com/OH. Folks, the amazing thing about this moment in our history, on the one hand, we're facing the biggest threat of who we are, what we believe, and what we've seen, what we've been in our lifetimes. On the other hand, our future has never been more promising. I've said it many times. The character of America is literally on the ballot. The character of our country. But I'm more optimistic about America's future today than when I was elected to the United States Senate as a 29-year-old kid. Let me tell you why. We are better positioned than any nation in the world to lead the 21st century. Our workers are 3 times as productive as other workers. We have the biggest economy in the world. We have the strongest military in the history of the world. We have the most innovative entrepreneurs in the world. And we are virtually energy independent. We have more great research universities in America than all the rest of the world combined, out of which all these new inventions have occurred. No other nation can match us. We lead by the example of our power, not just by the power, but by the power of our example. The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself. And that's exactly what Donald Trump has tried to do from the beginning of his campaign. Divide America. The only way he can win, separate us. Pit Americans against one another based on race, gender, ethnicity, national origin. It's wrong. It's not who we are, but it's his only prospect. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Let's keep showing them who we are. We choose hope over fear. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. And yes, we choose truth over lies. Folks, it's time to stand up. It's time to take back our democracy. We can do this. We're so much better than this. We can be our best. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United States of America. There's not a damn thing we can't do. Nothing. So let's get up and do it. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. That was Joe Biden right there speaking in Ohio. We want to take you out to a couple different looks right now. Here's Ivanka Trump out there campaigning for her father in Michigan. Everyone heavy out on the campaign trail today, showing up just one day out before Election Day. I can't believe it's finally almost here. We'll take you to another spot across the country right now, Atlanta, Georgia, where President Trump will be taking the stage soon. Or I'm sorry, former President Barack Obama is going to be taking the stage soon. You see Mayor Bottoms right there speaking in favor of Joe Biden in the Biden campaign. We're going to take a quick commercial break for some of you. When we come back, you will see Vice President Mike Pence out on the trail. He's heading out to Pennsylvania, one of the battleground states ahead of tomorrow. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. For those of you who are going to be sticking around, we'll listen in to that event that happened just an hour ago here on News Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us.
Keystone State. And when you join me in showing appreciation for a Marine Corps mom who's been working her heart out for military families all across this country, my wife of 35 years and the best second lady of the United States in the history of this country, Karen Pence, everybody. But we're all here just like you. We're all here for one reason and one reason only. And that is that Pennsylvania and America need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. It's on, Pennsylvania. And the road to victory goes straight through the Keystone State. You know, I like this guy back here. You know, 4 years ago, you believed we could be strong again. You believed we could be prosperous again. You said yes to President Donald Trump in 2016. And seeing you all come out on this brisk Pennsylvania November day, I know Pennsylvania is going to say yes to 4 more years of President Donald Trump in 2020. We need you all to do. We need you to do just like you did in 2016. Tomorrow, we need the people of the Keystone State to show America that Pennsylvania is Trump country. You know, it's great to be here with all of you. It really is. And it's also great to share the stage today with a doctor who joined the Navy, worked in naval hospitals during the Gulf War, came home to Altoona, practiced medicine for 25 years, and then he felt the call to public service. And I can tell you, he has emerged as one of the strongest allies of President Trump and our agenda on Capitol Hill. Would you all join me in thanking Congressman and Dr. John Joyce? Thank you, Doc. What a great leader. You know, I know you all are out here the day before Election Day. Same reason we are. Let's talk about what we've done. Talk about the choice that we face. One more day to 4 more years. But think about the progress. 4 years ago, we inherited a military that had been hollowed out by devastating budget cuts. An economy that was struggling to break out of the worst recovery since the Great Depression. It's true. Terrorism was on the rise around the world, and we witnessed a steady assault on our most cherished values. But in 3 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We secured our border, supported law enforcement, and stood for life and liberty and the Constitution of the United States. Especially true on the economy. You know, after Joe Biden tried to tax and spend and bail us back to a growing economy in 8 years, resulting in the slowest recovery in more than 80 years, President Donald Trump created the greatest economy in American history, and we're doing it again. I mean, how about those new GDP numbers, Pennsylvania? Man. I mean, the American economy grew by 33% in the third quarter, shattering every previous record. The American comeback is on. And with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House, we're going to bring this economy all the way back, bigger and better than ever before. It's kind of like the president tweeted last week. He said it's the biggest and best economy growth in history, not even close. You know, and this great comeback is a testament. It's a testament to the character and the resilience and the work ethic of the American people. But it's also a tribute to a president and to our allies in the Congress, like John Joyce, who worked with us to create the greatest economy the world has ever seen. It's why it's amazing to think, here the day before Election Day, that Joe Biden, in the midst of a global pandemic, wants to raise taxes by $4 trillion. He wants to pass a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal that would crush American energy. But under President Donald Trump, we cut taxes across the board for working families and businesses. We rolled back more federal red tape than any administration in history. We fought for free and fair trade. We unleashed American energy. And in 3 short years, businesses large and small created 7 million good-paying jobs, including 200,000 jobs right here in the Commonwealth. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, America actually lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. I heard the last president's back out on the campaign trail today down in Georgia. Remember what he had to say? Remember what he had to say 4 years ago? I mean, they lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs in the last president. Joe Biden basically said those jobs are never coming back. He said, what magic wand do you have? Well, we didn't need a magic wand. We just needed President Donald Trump in the White House. 500,000 manufacturing jobs created in just 3 years, including 17,000 right here in the Keystone State. And on the subject of trade, amazing to think when we took office, when this America First president stepped into the White House, half of our international trade deficit was with China. And Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China all along the way. I mean, literally. President Donald Trump stood up to China's steel dumping. We imposed tariffs on China's steel, and we said the era of economic surrender is over. And Joe Biden never lifted a finger to reform a trade agreement with Canada and Mexico that Democrats used to love to complain about. Remember that? I mean, I don't have to tell you out here in Latrobe or back where I'm from in Indiana. I mean, in the 25 years since NAFTA was signed into law, we saw thousands of factories literally shuttered and jobs shipped south of the border and overseas. I mean, after the election day in 2016, I went back to Indiana to start to pack my bags for Washington. And I heard that a company that had been in Indiana for 75 years was closing their factory and moving to Mexico. Now, for years, people like Joe Biden loved to complain about NAFTA, remember? But they never lifted a finger to fix it. But when the man who wrote The Art of the Deal got into the Oval Office, America got a way better deal. NAFTA is gone and the USMCA is here. You know, that came up in... You know, we had, I love you people too. Give yourselves a gloved round of applause, will you? What a hearty crowd this is. Am I right? You know, the topic of trade came up. I had a little vice presidential debate out in Salt Lake City a couple of weeks ago. And, thank you. And, you know, you all deserve to know in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris, was one of only 10 senators to vote against the USMCA, even though it was a huge win for Pennsylvania workers and farmers. I mean, Kamala Harris said it didn't go far enough on climate change. I mean, Joe Biden's running mate put her radical environmental agenda ahead of Pennsylvania jobs and Pennsylvania farmers. But I promise you, with 4 more years of President Donald Trump on international trade, we will always put American jobs and American workers first. And on energy, so important to Pennsylvania, jobs in this state, and our economic vitality. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to crush American energy under a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal. It would raise the cost of electricity for every home and every business in America. Last year, Joe Biden even told a group of coal miners that they should learn to code if he became president. But President Donald Trump, we have stood for an all-of-the-above energy strategy. The war on coal is over, and we're now a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70 years. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they might be saying something different these days, but the truth is both of them spent most of the last year talking about how they want to ban fracking and abolish fossil fuels. I mean, banning fracking would destroy hundreds of thousands of jobs in Pennsylvania alone. And they said they were going to do it over and over and over again until he showed up in Pittsburgh a few weeks back and said the president wasn't telling the truth. I mean, literally, he said our president was lying about his record. And then in a presidential debate a little while back, and how good did President Trump do in that presidential debate? Am I right? Wasn't that a great night? Anyway, you get to the end of that debate, and Joe Biden says we're going to transition from the oil industry. I love what the president said. He said, that's a big statement. Now, Joe's back to denying it. In fact, at the moment, he said he wasn't going to ban fracking. He said, show the tape. So we've been showing the tape. Hit it.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did. Show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website.
Would there be any place for fossil fuels, including coal and fracking, in a Biden administration?
No, we would work it out. We would make sure it's eliminated. I guarantee you, we're going to end fossil fuel. No more, no new fracking. I'd gradually move away from fracking.
And I think it's critically important on day one that we end any fossil fuel leases on public lands.
Like, what about, say, stopping fracking and stopping pipeline infrastructure
They want to do the same thing I want to do. They want to phase out fossil fuels, and we're going to phase out fossil fuels.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
I have one final question.
Would he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the oil
By
industry?
the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes. I will
that's
transition.
a big statement.
That is a big
In
statement.
terms of business, that's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you
Okay.
remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President.
Would you remember that, Pennsylvania? Men and women, I got to tell you, no matter what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are saying right now, you can take it to the bank. Joe Biden and the radical left are going to try to abolish fossil fuels, close down the oil industry, and ban fracking if they win this election. That's why we're not going to let it happen. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. We're going to have more fracking, more American energy, and energy independence for generations to come. You know, you see the choice in this election. It's no surprise. You all heard about it yesterday. For the first time in 50 years, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is endorsing a Republican for president. They're endorsing President Donald Trump for 4 more years. Wow. You know, the truth is we have a choice to make. And Pennsylvania always plays an outsized role in presidential politics. I mean, it's going to be a choice between a Trump boom and a Biden depression. I mean, really, there was a study that came out about a week ago that said that under Joe Biden's economic policies, America would lose 5 million jobs, and the average household income would drop by $6,500 a year. So, in all that remains between right now and when the polls close tomorrow, I got a question I want you to ask anybody that hasn't made a decision yet, okay? And you can say, I was standing out in the cold. Mike and Karen Pence showed up. And he said, if you haven't made a decision yet, I only got one thing to ask you. Seriously, just look them right in the eye, somebody you know. I mean, a brother or sister, an aunt, uncle, neighbor, coworker. Just ask them, say, who do you really think can bring this economy all the way back? I mean, who do you really think, as America's just starting to get back on our feet again, who do you really think can make this economy bigger and better than ever before? A career politician who served 47 years in Washington, raising taxes, growing government, waving the white flag of economic surrender on trade, or a proven job creator who's overseeing the fastest economic recovery in American history? I mean, I'm just telling you, you ask them that question and they're going to, if they're honest with you, they're going to have to go, you know what, you're right. So it's about our prosperity. But you all know security is the foundation of our prosperity. And here in this great patriotic state, you all deserve to know that when Joe Biden was vice president, we saw years of reckless budget cuts in our military. It hollowed out our readiness. And over the last few days, Democrats in Washington have been speaking openly about their plan to pass massive cuts to defense spending to pay for their big government programs. You may not know it, but the Pences are a military family, and we're proud of it. My son's a United States Marine, and my son-in-law is a Navy pilot currently deployed overseas. But more important than that, his Navy spouse, our wonderful daughter, Charlotte Pence Bond, is with us today. Would you give her a big round of applause? She's an amazing young woman. We're so proud of her. And I'm proud to report to you, as your vice president and as the father and father-in-law, 2 service members and their families, under President Donald Trump, defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. We are finally giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources and the support that they need to defend this nation. And with that renewed American strength, We've stood with our allies as never before. And the great news is, today our allies are contributing more to our common defense than ever before. You know, after 4 previous presidents promised to do it, it was President Donald Trump who kept his word and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the State of Israel. And for the first time in 25 years, 3 Arab nations have recognized Israel's right to exist. I mean, we've been putting America first and standing by our allies. That's why it's such a privilege on this day before Election Day to be with one of the strongest voices in our administration for our America First policy on the world stage. He was our ambassador to Germany and helped lead the charge to get our allies in Europe to do more. He served on our cabinet as the acting director of national intelligence. He's made America safer and stronger all along the way. Would you join me in thanking Ambassador Rick Grenell for his extraordinary service to America? A tremendous guy. So we've stood with our allies, but with that renewed strength, we've also stood up to our enemies. And last year, American forces at President Trump's direction captured the last inch of territory controlled by the ISIS caliphate, took down their leader without one American casualty, and the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani is gone. You also might have heard on Friday night, in a daring raid, U.S. Special Forces rescued an American taken captive in Niger. And as the Pentagon announced Saturday, that American is home safe and no U.S. personnel were injured in the operation. You know, the armed forces of the United States are the greatest force for good in the history of the world. And we're going to make the strongest military in the world stronger still with 4 more years. It's been about standing with our military and their families. But it's also about standing with you who've worn the uniform. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, America saw years of scandal that shocked the conscience of our nation at the VA. You all remember we literally had veterans that were dying on waiting lists to get care at local VA hospitals. But under President Donald Trump, those days are over. We passed the most sweeping reform of the VA in 50 years, and Veterans Choice is now available for every veteran in America. So support for our military, support for our veterans. It's one more reason why we need Pennsylvania to send a decorated combat veteran, a man who loves this country and will fight to keep America safe, to the Congress of the United States. With John Joyce, we need to send Sean Parnell to Washington, D.C. So it's been about standing for a safe America and standing with those who defended our country. But under President Donald Trump, it's also been about standing for law and order. And we have stood every day with the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement, and we always will. You know, the President and I know what you know. Men and women who serve in law enforcement are some of the best people in this country, and they deserve the respect of every American every day. I want us to give a round of applause to the law enforcement officers who are with us here today. They are an incredible bunch. Now, the President and I will always support the right of Americans to peaceful protest, but rioting and looting like you saw again in Philadelphia, it's not peaceful protest. Burning businesses is not free speech. Those who do these things, who do violence against our citizens or property or law enforcement, will not be tolerated, and they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now, for years, or for months earlier this year, as we saw cities across the country burning, all Joe Biden ever talked about was peaceful protests, remember? I mean, Joe Biden has said that America is systemically racist. And he and Kamala Harris have both said again and again that they believe police officers in this country have an implicit bias against minorities. When Joe Biden was asked if he cut funding to law enforcement, he said, yes, absolutely. And Kamala Harris recently praised the mayor of Los Angeles for cutting $150 million out of the LAPD's budget. Now, let me make you a promise. With 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House, we're going to back the blue. We're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever. And we're going to have law and order in every city, in every state, in this nation, for every American of every race and creed and color. So it's been about standing for law and order with those who protect and serve. But it's also been about strengthening the rule of law. As I stand here today, because of the support of the people of Pennsylvania, I'm proud to report we've already seen more than 220 principled conservatives appointed to our federal courts at every level. And they are all men and women who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. 220 judges, and that includes Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Isn't she something? And I don't say that just because she's from Indiana. Because, you know, it really has been about, it's been about appointing men and women who will uphold all of our liberties, to stand for the values that make Pennsylvania and America great. And I have to tell you, as I stand here today, I couldn't be more proud to serve alongside a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. You know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris support taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. Joe Biden and President Trump. President Trump is the most pro-life president in American history. You know, I truly do believe, and I think you know, standing out here shivering in the cold, the choice in this election has never been clearer. The stakes have never been higher. And men and women, we face a choice in this election. And I think it's not going to be so much whether America is more Republican or more Democrat, more liberal or more conservative, more red or more blue. I think the choice in this election is...
You're watching News Now from Fox. We are going to cut out of this Pennsylvania event with Vice President Mike Pence and stay in Pennsylvania, but head out to another event with Senator Kamala Harris out there in Lehigh Valley. You're watching News Now from Fox. We're going to take one last commercial break for some of you tuning in. The rest of you listen into this event.
It's so good to be with you guys and my friend Bob Casey and everybody. Look at this incredible group of leaders. Look at this. Look at this. And yes, the path to the White House leads through Pennsylvania. Yes, it does. And you all are going to make it happen. You are going to make it happen. So I'm so glad to be with you this afternoon. You know, we're all here. Joe's in Pennsylvania, Jill's in Pennsylvania, Doug's in Pennsylvania, I'm in Pennsylvania, you're in Pennsylvania, we're in Pennsylvania. We're all here. It's happening right here. And this is Biden country, isn't it? That's right. That's right. So we're ready to get this done. We're going to get this done. Tomorrow is Election Day. In about 24 hours, Pennsylvania will determine who will be the next president of the United States. And you know, I did an event earlier, and I just decided, you know, I'm kind of done talking about the guy in the White House. So if y'all don't mind, I'm just going to talk about Joe. Let's talk about Joe. Let's do that. Let's do that. So, you know, Joe has been talking about the fact that this is a moment that really requires real leadership in our country because we're going through so many crises that all hit at the same time. And so Joe talks about 4 crises in particular. One about, obviously, this public health pandemic, right? It's killed over 225,000 Americans in just the last several months. And
all right, it does look like we're having a couple of issues, some audio issues with that, so we will move over to another live event going on in Pennsylvania with Vice President Mike Pence. He's live out there campaigning. Let's listen into that.
We're going to wrap up tonight in Michigan with President Donald Trump. But being with you all in here, really a privilege for us and a joy. And it's also a particular joy for me to be traveling today with my best friend. She's a military mom. She's been dedicated to military families like no one else. Been my wife for 35 years, but she's the best second lady this country has ever had. Would you join me in thanking my incredible wife, Karen Pence? So Karen and I and our daughter are here for the same reason you are. And that is that Pennsylvania and America need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. It's on, Pennsylvania, and the road to victory goes right through the Keystone States. You know, 4 years ago, you believed we could be strong again. You believed we could be prosperous again. You said yes to President Donald Trump in 2016, and I know that Pennsylvania is going to say yes to 4 more years of President Donald Trump in 2020. Are you with me? I mean, we need the freedom-loving people here in a state where our nation was literally forged on the other side of the state. We just need you to do what you did in 2016. We need Pennsylvania to show America that this is Trump country. It's really good to be with all of you. I appreciate you coming out, a hearty bunch. There's one strong guy that I'm particularly privileged to be with today. I served with him in the Congress of the United States. He's a son of Pittsburgh. He actually spent a little bit of time in Indiana playing football at a place called Notre Dame. But he came home, ran an incredibly successful business. But 10 years ago, when I was still serving in the Congress, he stepped forward with those broad shoulders, those clear conservative principles, and I'm going to tell you what, he has become one of the most consistent, strong, and earliest allies of President Donald Trump and our agenda in the Congress of the United States. Would you join me in thanking Congressman Mike Kelly for all he does for the cause of the country? Come on, let's hear it for Kelly, everybody. So do I. So does he. So thank you all for being here. Congressman, thank you for being here. Thank you for always being there for President Donald Trump and the agenda that's made America great again. Would you? I just appreciate you so much. You know, and I know the enthusiasm here today is because you all know all that we've accomplished over the last 4 years. I mean, 4 years ago, we inherited a military that was hollowed out by devastating budget cuts. An economy that was struggling to break out of the slowest recovery since the Great Depression. Terrorism was on the rise around the world. And we're still, our most cherished values were consistently under assault out of Washington, D.C. But in 3 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We secured our borders, supported law enforcement, and stood for life, liberty, and the Constitution of the United States of America. And on the economy, it couldn't be more dramatic. Joe Biden spent 8 years in the last administration trying to tax and spend and regulate and bail us back to a growing economy. Presided over the slowest recovery in more than 80 years. President Donald Trump, he created the greatest economy in American history, and he's doing it all over again. I mean, how about those new GDP numbers last week? Did you see it? The American economy grew by more than 33%. Third quarter alone, I mean, it's incredible. Shattered any previous record. The great American comeback is on. And with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House, we're going to bring the American economy back bigger and better than ever before. You know, the president actually, he saw those GDP numbers and he said it's the biggest in history. Not even close. That's the truth. And that great American comeback is a testament to the character and the resilience and strength of the American people. But it's also a tribute to a president and to our allies in the Congress, whose policies created the greatest economy the world has ever known. That's why it's so astonishing today, in the midst of a global pandemic, that Joe Biden wants to raise taxes by $4 trillion. He wants to pass a $2 trillion Green New Deal that would crush jobs in Pennsylvania and around America. And they want to add socialized medicine to Obamacare, putting at risk the private health insurance of 180 million Americans. And under President Donald Trump, we cut taxes across the board for working families and for businesses. We rolled back more federal red tape than any administration in history. We fought for free and fair trade, unleashed American energy, and in 3 short years, America created 7 million good-paying jobs, including 200,000 jobs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I love being in Pennsylvania because it just reminds us of home, doesn't it? It's a lot of great, good, hard-working people. I always say in Indiana, just like Pennsylvania, I mean, we do 2 things well. We make things and we grow things. Am I right? But when Joe Biden was vice president, they lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. And the last president said those manufacturing jobs were never coming back. Remember? Yeah, he said, what magic wand do you have? Well, we didn't need a magic wand. We just needed President Donald Trump in the White House. 500,000 manufacturing jobs created in just 3 years, including 17,000 right in the Keystone State. We brought them back, manufacturing come roaring back those first 3 years. And our trade policies were a big part of it. And President Donald Trump, you have a president who will always put American jobs and American workers first. But when we took office, half of our international trade deficit was with one country, Communist China. Joe Biden's been a cheerleader for Communist China all along the way. He said the rise of China was a positive development. He scoffed at the idea that China was even competition. President Trump, he put China on notice on day one. We stood up to China's steel dumping. We imposed tariffs on China's steel and goods, and we made it clear we're going to stand firm. The era of economic surrender is over. And you all remember NAFTA, right? Out here in the heartland of America. 25 years after NAFTA was signed into law, we saw, this is hard to believe, but it's a correct number, more than 60,000 factories in America closed. And a lot of those jobs moved south of the border or overseas. Now, Democrats always used to love to complain about NAFTA, one election after another. Remember, you'd always hear about it. But Joe Biden and Democrats never lifted a finger to do anything to fix it. But the man who wrote the art of the deal got to the White House. We got a way better deal. NAFTA is gone, and the USMCA is here to stay. It's a huge win for Pennsylvania, for manufacturing and for farmers. It just really is. Levels the playing field. Takes out those incentives to be moving jobs south of the border. You know, we had a little vice presidential debate in Salt Lake City a couple of weeks back. I don't know if you got a chance. Thank you. Some people think we did all right. Thank you. But I brought this up in the debate because I thought, look, people in this country deserve to know. I mean, Kamala Harris was actually rated the most liberal member of the United States Senate last year. And evidence of that, Joe Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris, was one of only 10 senators to vote against the USMCA. She said it didn't go far enough on climate change. Kamala Harris put her radical environmental agenda ahead of American jobs and American workers. With President Donald Trump, we will always put American workers first. When it comes to energy, it's so important here in Pennsylvania, but it's so important everywhere. I mean, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to crush American energy under a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal. Joe Biden's running mate was actually one of the original co-sponsors of the Green New Deal in the United States Senate. Now, they passed that massive Green New Deal. It'll raise the cost of electricity in every home in this state and nation, and raise the cost of electricity for every business. I mean, the truth is, Joe Biden actually told a group of miners about a year ago that they'd have to learn to code if he ever became president. President Donald Trump, he's been a champion for all of the above energy for the American people, and we're now a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70 years, and the war on coal is over. Now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris spent the last year talking about how they wanted to ban fracking and abolish fossil fuels. Seriously. I mean, banning fracking would destroy hundreds of thousands of jobs just in Pennsylvania alone. And they said over and over again for the last year they were going to ban fracking. Until a couple of weeks back, remember, he showed up in Pittsburgh. Joe Biden tried to convince people in Pennsylvania that he's not for banning fracking. He actually said our president was lying about his record. And then at the presidential debate, and how well did President Trump do at that presidential debate, am I right? Great. Anyway, at the presidential debate, Joe Biden, if you stayed with it the whole time, like 90 minutes in, Joe Biden, energy comes up, and Joe Biden says he's going to, quote, transition from the oil industry. I love the president said, that's a big statement. But now, before the warning was out the next day, they were already denying it. No, we're not going to ban fracking. We're not going to abolish fossil fuels. I mean, Joe Biden actually said in the debate, he said, I never said that. Show the tape. And we've been showing the tape. Not hard and fast. I mean, come on. Look, they're denying it right now, but look, I was born in the morning, but not yesterday morning, right? I mean, you all know what's going on here, right? Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the radical left are going to ban fracking and abolish fossil fuels if they make it to the White House. But we're not going to let it happen. We're going to have more fracking, more American energy, and energy independence for generations to come. That's one more reason why we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. I mean, on jobs and on energy independence, choice is clear. And it's no surprise that I heard yesterday, for the first time in nearly 50 years, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is endorsing a Republican for president. They're endorsing President Donald Trump for 4 more years. So men and women of Pennsylvania, we have a choice to make. I know you've already made it. Really, but it's a choice. You got to tell your neighbors and friends, anybody that hadn't decided on this thing, this is a choice between a Trump boom and a Biden depression. There's a study that came out just the other day, nonpartisan study in Washington, said Joe Biden's economic policies would cost 5 million American jobs and reduce household incomes by $6,500 a year. So, over the next day and a half, if you run into a family member, a neighbor, a friend, a coworker that hasn't made a decision yet, I want you to tell them. I was out at the airport in Erie. I ran into the Pences. And Mike said, if I had only one question to ask you, if they're not decided yet, if it's just one question, it'd be this. Look them right in the eye and say, who do you really think can bring the American economy all the way back? Who do you really think can make 2021 a bigger year than ever in the history of this country? A guy that's spent 47 years in Washington, raising taxes, growing government, stifling American energy, waving a white flag on trade, or a proven job creator who's leading the fastest economic recovery in history? For our jobs, for our future, we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump. You got it. You just you ask them that question. And you watch it. I don't care. You find somebody that they'll look at you and go, well, you know what, you're right. It's true. So it's all about our prosperity and our jobs, and there are things so much more foundational that this election is about as well. And I think you all know that security is the foundation of our prosperity. And I couldn't be more proud to serve alongside a president who cares so deeply about the men and women of our armed forces and their families. You know, you might not know, the Pences are actually a military family. My son's a United States Marine, and our daughter is married to a Navy pilot who's currently deployed overseas, serving in the U.S. Navy. She's an author in her own right. She's got an incredible career underway, but I got to tell you, we couldn't be more proud of our daughter and her husband. Would you join me in welcoming Charlotte Pence Bond back out on the campaign trail with her dad? She's an amazing young lady. You all deserve to know, though, when Joe Biden was vice president, we saw years of reckless budget cuts to our national defense. When we took office, I was told that about a third of the airplanes in our Air Force were kept on the ground to be used as spare parts to keep other aircraft in the air. That's how deep those cuts went. They affected the readiness of our military. And frankly, over the last couple of days, Democrats in Washington have been saying out loud that they're going to do massive cuts to our national defense to pay for all their big government programs. President Donald Trump, he signed the largest investment in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. And we're going to keep giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources and the support they need to defend this nation. And with that renewed American strength, we stood with our allies and stood up to our enemies. Now, you know, after 4 previous presidents promised to do it, it was President Donald Trump who kept his promise when he moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. And now, for the first time in 25 years, 3 Arab countries have recognized Israel's right to exist. We stood with our allies. And our European allies now are doing more for our common defense than ever before. And we've stood up to our enemies. At the direction of this Commander-in-Chief, late last year, the armed forces of the United States captured the last inch of territory under the black flag of ISIS and took out their leader without one American casualty. And President Trump got us out of the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. We've made the strongest military in the history of the world stronger still. In fact, just last Friday night, U.S. Special Forces rescued an American held captive in Nigeria. That American is safe, and no U.S. military personnel were injured in the operation. And we're going to keep standing strong with the greatest military in the history of the world, I promise you that. And we're going to stand strong with all of you who wore the uniform. You know, it's amazing to think, when Joe Biden was vice president, we saw years of scandal at the VA, remember? I mean, you literally had people that were dying on waiting lists, waiting to get care at the VA. But under President Donald Trump, those days are over. We signed the most sweeping reforms of the VA in 50 years. We fired 3,000 VA employees that weren't giving our veterans the care that they earned, and Veterans Choice is now available for every veteran in America. And all along the way. In fact, you know, I got to know in this patriotic town, if you served in our armed forces, would you just put your hand in the air and give us a chance to say thank you one more time? Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, Navy. Thank you for your service. And thank you for our freedom. Closer to home, we've stood with those who protect and serve. Every single day, President Trump has stood with the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement, and we always will. You know, President Trump, and I know what you know, men and women who serve in law enforcement are some of the best people in this country. They deserve the respect of every American every day. Would you mind showing the police officers who are here today just how much The people of Erie appreciate what they and their families do. Thank you, guys. You know, President Trump and I will always support the right of Americans to peaceful protest. It's enshrined in our Constitution. But rioting and looting, like you saw over in Philadelphia this last week, rioting and looting is not peaceful protest. Burning businesses is not free speech. Now, Joe Biden, remember, he spent all summer long just talking about peaceful protest. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris routinely say that police officers in this country have a, quote, implicit bias against minorities. When he was asked if he cut funding to law enforcement, Joe Biden said, yes, absolutely. Kamala Harris recently praised the mayor of Los Angeles for cutting $150 million out of the LAPD. So let me make you a promise. With 4 more years of President Donald Trump, we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever. With 4 more years, we're going to back the blue. And we're going to have law and order in every city, in every state in this nation, for every American of every race and creed and color, so help us God. So we stood with those who served. Those of you who did serve, we stood with those who protect our families every day. And every day of this administration, we've stood for all the freedoms that Americans cherish, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. We appointed more than 220 conservatives to our courts at every level who will uphold all those God-given liberties, including Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Isn't she great? And not just because she's from Indiana. How much did you love it when they said, so can you show us what the notes are in front of you? Held it up, nothing. I'm telling you, she's going to serve for generations to come and make an incredible difference. But it's not just been about appointing courts. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, we actually saw a steady assault on the freedom of religion of Americans. The last administration compromised the conscience rights of doctors and nurses and religious charities. They actually hauled a group of Catholic nuns into federal court to force them to compromise their religion and heal under the mandates of Obamacare. And the leading Democrat on the Judiciary Committee 2 years ago showed the same religious intolerance when Amy Coney Barrett was up for another court appointment. She said she was concerned because Judge Barrett's Catholic faith was so sincere. She said, quote, "The dogma lives loudly within you." And Hollywood elites started attacking Amy Coney Barrett's faith and convictions ever since, and never stopped. Well, I got a message for the Democrats in Washington and their friends in Hollywood. That dogma lives loudly in me. That dogma lives loudly in you. And the right to live and work and worship according to our faith lives loudly in the Constitution of the United States of America. You know, under President Donald Trump, we stood for that first freedom. We restored the conscience rights of doctors and nurses. And President Donald Trump ended the assault on the little sisters of the poor, and the Supreme Court made it permanent. And finally, where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris support taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I couldn't be more proud to serve alongside a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. So in our first 3 years, if you're taking notes, rebuild our military, revived our economy, stood for law and order, liberties, and life. And none of that would have been possible without the strong and consistent support of Pennsylvania's Republicans in Congress. Sure. So right after you re-elect President Donald Trump, we need Pennsylvania to send Congressman Mike Kelly to a new Republican majority in Congress that retires Nancy Pelosi once and for all. I'll tell you, I was actually in, Mike and I were both in Congress the last time we retired Nancy Pelosi, and I intend to be there when we do it again. You know, when you look at what we were able to accomplish in those first 3 years, only one way you can describe it. In 3 short years, under President Trump's leadership, these allies in Congress, we made America great again. It's true. Then the coronavirus struck from China. But before the first case of community spread anywhere in America, before the month of January was out, President Trump suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. No American president had ever done it in our history. President Donald Trump with the help of America First. Now, Joe Biden said that was xenophobic. Basically said it was a racist thing to do. He actually wrote a couple days earlier that suspending travel during a global pandemic would make things worse. But Joe Biden got it wrong, and President Donald Trump got it right. And I can tell you, as the head of the White House Coronavirus Task Force these last 8 months, President Trump's decision to suspend travel from China saved untold American lives because it bought us time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. It's true. We reinvented testing. We saw the manufacture of billions of supplies for our incredible doctors and nurses. We developed medicines, therapeutics that are saving lives. And literally, we are just weeks away from the first safe coronavirus vaccine, and we'll have tens of millions of doses by the end of this year. And I want to promise you, until that day comes and we have that vaccine, we're going to continue to move heaven and earth to make sure the families of this country have access to the level of care that we want any member of our family to have. We're going to keep protecting the vulnerable. We're going to keep saving lives. And as we strive to the day that we have that vaccine, we are opening up America again. Amazing to think, in the last 5 months alone, after losing 22 million jobs, because of the strong foundation that we poured in the first 3 years, because of the incredible support that Congressman Kelly and others provided to families and in businesses, we've seen 11.5 million Americans go back to work, including 600,000 people right here in Pennsylvania. We're opening up America again. And Pennsylvania is roaring back. But you all deserve to know, Joe Biden's talking about shutting down the economy. Right at the time that we're beginning to get back on our feet as a country and move forward. You see in the newspapers that these European countries are already starting their lockdowns. So you can bet Joe Biden made his way to the White House, there would be a lockdown coming. One of his surrogates on TV yesterday actually said, everything's on the table. The truth is, Joe Biden said on TV a little while back, he said, quote, I'd shut it down. With another shutdown, your schools are going to all be closed again. Your churches and synagogues and places of worship will all be closed. Your small businesses on Main Street will be shuttered again. Right at the moment that America's coming back, Joe Biden's talking about shutting it down. But we're not going to let it happen. Joe Biden says we're in for a long, dark winter. But under President Donald Trump, we're going to defeat the virus, and the best is yet to come. We're not going to shut it down. We're going to open up America again and keep opening it up. We've gone through a time of testing this last year. But I expect you all are standing out here in the cold. Especially these great people back on the bleachers. Give them a round of applause, will you? What a great group. You're out here because you know the stakes have never been higher, right? This is real. Okay? I mean, I don't think this is the most important election in our lifetime. I think it's one of the most important elections in the life of this nation. I mean, you look at their agenda: higher taxes, open borders, socialized medicine, a Green New Deal, abortion on demand, defunding the police. It's clear. Joe Biden would be nothing more than a Trojan horse for the radical left. I mean, men and women, I really do believe it. I really do believe the choice in this election is, it's not going to be so much whether we end up more Republican or more Democrat, more liberal or more conservative, more red or more blue. I think the choice in this election is whether America remains America. It's whether you here in Pennsylvania and people all across this country are going to vote to rededicate our nation to our American heritage of faith and family and patriotism and the freedom that has been defended by generations of heroes. Or whether we're going to let Joe Biden and the Democratic Party surrender that heritage to the radical left, shut down our economy, topple our freedom and our values under an avalanche of socialism and American decline. So let me just say from my heart, on behalf of all that's always made this country unique and exceptional and great, and for the sake of our freedom, for ourselves and our posterity, we have to decide right here and right now that Joe Biden will never be president of the United States. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. Men and women, I've served with this president. I've been on his side every day for the last 4 years. And I can tell you firsthand, there's never been a day gone by against unrelenting resistance and opposition by the Democrats in Washington, and against relentless and unfair attacks by their allies in the national media. There's never been a day gone by that President Trump hasn't gotten up and fought to keep the promises that he made to the people of Pennsylvania. Now it's our turn to fight for him. It's on, Pennsylvania. We need you to bring it. So I got a couple of things I got to ask you to do before I get out of here. I got a plane to catch. I got to get to Michigan. First and foremost, if you haven't already done it, we need you to vote Pennsylvania, vote to re-elect President Donald Trump to the White House. And after we get done here, I'm told you can drop off your absentee ballot, right? I guess there's a drop box or something. Or you can take it, I checked, you can go over and take it to the Erie County Courthouse, 140 West 6th Street, room 112. And whether it's today or tomorrow, remember, friends don't let friends vote alone. Bring a family member, bring a neighbor, bring a coworker, and vote to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. Secondly, after you vote, today or tomorrow, with a friend, I want you to reach out and tell somebody what we talked about today. I mean, tell them what they don't hear on most of their major television networks on a regular basis. Tell them how this president rebuilt our military, revived our economy, stood up for all of our God-given liberties for 3 years. Tell them how he's led through one of the most challenging years in the life of our nation. Tell them how great it is to have a president that doesn't apologize for America anymore, but defends America on the world stage every day. Just go tell them. Tell them about the choice. Tell them about the stakes. You know, the president and I were on 60 Minutes the other night, about a week ago. Yeah, right. Yeah. But there was a moment, there was one moment the president gave an answer I'll never forget. The reporter looked at him, she said, she was thinking of all of you. She said, how would you describe your supporters? And without missing a beat, the president responded. She said, how would you describe your supporters? And he said, they are people who love our country. So go tell your neighbors and friends why you love this president and you love our country, and we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. All right? Just tell them, if you love our country and everything that's always made America great, you need 4 more years. It really is great to be with all of you. Thank you so much. I got to tell you that there's one more thing I might ask you to do in the next day and a half. Traveling around this country the last 4 years, I'm more convinced than ever that America is a freedom-loving nation. And America is a nation of faith. I mean, the sweetest words we ever hear as we travel across the country are when somebody will reach out across a rope line and just say, I'm praying for you. And we hear it all the time. The president hears it all the time. And so if you're inclined to do like the Pences do, to maybe bow the head and bend the knee, from time to time, now would be a good time to do it. I mean, just have faith. Have faith in this time. And pray for our nation in these divided days. In these challenging days. In these days of choosing and of testing. And when you pray, pray with confidence. As those ancient words inscribed so long ago. That if his people who are called by his name will humble themselves and pray, he'll do like he's always done in the long and storied history of this country. He'll hear from heaven, and he'll heal this land. this one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So pray for America. Pray for all the American people. And I want to thank you so much again for coming out. It's I leave here more convinced than ever that just like it happened on election night in 2016, we're going to have a great victory all across Pennsylvania and all across America. I was standing next to the president. Karen and I were. Charlotte was there. Pence's were here. We were at the campaign headquarters of the president. Melania and the whole family were standing there. We were watching the big TV screens election night. And every time a state came in, you know, he tapped me on the shoulder. You know, Indiana came in first, just, you know. And he'd go, hey, boom, Indiana. And I said, yeah, good. And then he said, and then, you know, South Carolina came in. Hey, South Carolina, good. Bang, bang. One after another. But I'm telling you, when Pennsylvania came in, I thought he was going to knock me down. And we need you to do it again. I'm ready. Just get it done. We got one more day for 4 more years. And I leave here absolutely confident. All of us do all we can to vote, to speak out, and to pray that we're gonna re-elect Congressman Mike Kelly to a new Republican majority. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. And with President Trump in the White House and all of our allies at every level across America.
All right, everybody, now we are going on to Pennsylvania. President Trump about to do a rally here. You're watching right here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. God bless you. God bless America. Now let's go get it done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This does not look like a second place finish. I saw Sleepy Joe. He had about 12 people and unable to fill up his circles. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pennsylvania, we love Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a nice rowdy crowd, isn't it, huh? Only in Pennsylvania. You know, we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal. You know that, huh? Just like last time. We want to have the same result as we had last time. Hello, Scranton. Hello, Pennsylvania. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we are going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we are going to win 4 more years in the White House. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, support our great police, support our magnificent military, protect your Second Amendment, defend religious liberty, and ensure more products are proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA, right? More and more. Thank you. Thank you. Remember last time they said, no, Pennsylvania hasn't been won by a Republican for many, many years. Many, many years. And then we won. And it wasn't even close when you get right down to it. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's really nice. Don't make me cry. I'll cry with that whole thing. I'll cry. And then they'll have it on tape. They'll say the president broke down and cried in front of his fans. And I don't know. Hey, maybe that would lift you up, right? You pick up 10 points for crying. I say, I still don't want to do it. Thank you very much. No, it's really nice. Thank you. Nobody's ever heard that chant before. You know, it's never a chant that anybody's ever heard at a political. We like Ronald Reagan, we like people, but nobody's ever heard of that chant, and we appreciate it. Next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. We have the foundations already going. Under my leadership, our economy is now growing at the fastest rate ever recorded. Last Friday it was released. 33.1%, the fastest. We created a record 11.4 million jobs in the last 5 months, while foreign nations are in a free fall, and you see what's happening all over the world. We are creating an economic powerhouse unrivaled anywhere in the world. We went down less, and we've gone up much more. Nobody close. A recent Gallup poll found that 56% of Americans say they are better off today than they were 4 years ago. If Biden and Kamala, you know Kamala, right? Kamala. Remember, it's the Harris-Biden administration when he said that. The Harris-Biden, no, Joe, you're supposed to go first, Joe. But Harris and the radical left, and she is radical left. She's farther, I guess you could say Bernie is a conservative by comparison, right? Now she's the most far left. The radical left gain power. They will collapse our economy and send Pennsylvania into a steep depression. Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're going to win. We've got some big surprises. Oh, look at all of the fake news. Look at all of the fake news. Hey, David, turn the mic up. Turn the mic up. Biden will raise your taxes $4 trillion, massively increasing your regulations. They're going to increase your regulations, maybe more important than the tax cuts. We gave the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, and maybe more importantly, we did regulation cuts, which were also the biggest in the history of our country, whether it be 4 years, 8 years, or in one case more. Shut down your economy, close down manufacturing, send your jobs overseas, destroy our suburbs, and he will destroy our suburbs. So I say to the women of the suburbs, love me, women of the suburbs, love me. I terminated the regulation. Dissolve your borders, terminate religious liberty, outlaw private health care. 180 million people, outlaw. They're going to have socialized medicine. That's what they're going to have. Somehow I don't see Pennsylvania liking that too much. Confiscate your guns, Second Amendment, in big trouble. And indoctrinate your children with anti-American lies. I just signed an executive order to teach our students pro-American values. Biden has vowed to abolish, extinguish, and eradicate American oil, all fracking and natural gas. And, you know, I say this because we'll give it an extra little time. This is Pennsylvania. This is a state that's a wonderful state. I went to school here. I went to college here. And I'll tell you what, and I know it well, a big part of your livelihood, your money, your income, your low taxes is fracking. He spent over a year saying he will not allow fracking. The first time he came into Pennsylvania as the nominee, which was a shock to everybody. Everybody. All Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren had to do is leave 2 days early, and it would have been Crazy Bernie instead of Sleepy Joe. I would have had a crazy guy instead of a sleepy guy. But he came in, and after going for 1 year, and she forgot it, she still can't say it. She can't say it. But he said, no, we will ban fracking. We will ban fracking. That's what he said many, many times. Once he got the nomination, he came to Pennsylvania. They said, you're going to have to do something because you have 1 million jobs, and it's a massive part of your wealth. So he walked in, and he went from, we will ban fracking, to, of course we can have fracking. What's the problem? But just remember this. It's always, yeah, that's right. He said, play the video. You know, I might not have that one in the video today. But, you know, he immediately changed, and the fake news, where is Hunter? Where's Hunter? Hunter's in a foreign country, taking in 25 million today. He's at a country that his father just left, picking up about 25 million. No, that's total corruption. But he went out, and he started talking about fracking, and he said, we will absolutely allow you, but not on government land, you know, not in government. And the press never held him accountable, and they never held him accountable for all of the corruption that he's a part of. Biden's plan to ban fracking is an economic death sentence for Pennsylvania. Biden's energy shutdown will wipe out your jobs, decimate your towns, eliminate your factories, and send your state into a nightmare of crippling poverty. You've been there. You've been there. You had the best 3 years that you've ever had under President Trump. The best 3 years. The best 3 years. And next year will be the best of all. Watch. You see it happening. If you look at housing starts, you look at automobile manufacturing, you're going to have your best year next year, unless somebody decides to come along and quadruple your taxes. Then you're going down here, which is what he's going to do. A vote for Biden is a vote to ban fracking, outlaw mining, explode energy costs, and totally destroy Pennsylvania. You know that, right? It's going to destroy Pennsylvania. And it can happen. It can happen very fast. You take a look at a country. Take a look at Venezuela. Same ideology. And this was unbelievably wealthy, rich country, one of the richest countries. And now they don't have water. They don't have food. They don't have medicine. It's a very sad situation. It can happen here, just much, much bigger. But it can happen here with these maniacs. And, you know, it's one of those things. Joe Biden is a globalist who spent 47 years outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure on ridiculous, endless foreign wars. Most of you have never even heard of some of these countries. He shuttered your steel mills. I got them open. I tariffed, very nicely tariffed, dumped steel. They were dumping steel. China was dumping steel all over the place. You ask the heads of your steel companies, you wouldn't have any steel companies right now. Annihilated your coal jobs and supported every disastrous trade deal for a half a century. He was a cheerleader of NAFTA, which was one of the worst trade deals ever made. We have a very good one now, thank you. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization, which lifted China into a great power, great economic power, except they were going to catch us. For 10 years, if you study, China was going to catch us. In 2019, guess what? We were going so far ahead. And frankly, if you have somebody smart, real smart in this position, they'll never catch you. They will never, ever catch you. But if you study the history, you'll see 10 years ago, 2019, they will catch, and they would have. If I didn't come along, they would have caught you. They would have caught you. And then we had the plague. We built the greatest economy in history. And then we had the plague come in from China, came in. We closed it down. We saved 2 million lives. We saved 2 million lives, and nobody gets it. The projection was 2.2 million modeled out. We saved 2 million lives. We understand the disease, and now we opened it up. And by the way, Pennsylvania, get your state open. Get it open. Terrible. Terrible. Your governor has to open your state, Pennsylvania, has to open your state. Terrible. Get it open. Get it open, Governor. Get it open and count the votes honestly, Governor. Count them honestly. There was a very good pollster last night, actually a good one. He has us winning everything, but he was on last night. How's he going to do in Pennsylvania? He was on a show called Sean Hannity. Have you ever heard of it? No, and they said, how's he going to do in Pennsylvania? He's going to win Pennsylvania except for the cheating. We figure we have to leave 5% for the cheating that takes care. Can you believe it? For the cheating that takes place in Pennsylvania. And the guy meant it, a very great pollster, but he predicted we'd win the whole election. But the question was, what about Pennsylvania? He said, well, you have to leave 5% for the cheating. And when the Supreme Court gave you an extension, they made a very dangerous situation, and I mean dangerous, physically dangerous, and they made it a very, very bad, they did a very bad thing for this state. They did a very bad thing for this nation. You have to have a date. You can't extend dates. The danger that could be caused by that extension, and especially when you know what goes on in Philadelphia, and it's been going on for years. So, Governor, open up your state, and please don't cheat, Governor. Please don't cheat. Because we're all watching. We're all watching you, Governor. We have a lot of eyes on the governor and his friends. A couple of other governors out there, too. Pennsylvania lost half of its manufacturing jobs after... Thank you. Thank you. So Pennsylvania lost half of your manufacturing jobs. Think of it. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician who sold out to Pennsylvania, to China, and also sold out for personal gain and family gain. And where's Hunter? Is Hunter in the crowd? Is Hunter? Where's Hunter? In 2016, Pennsylvania voted to fire this corrupt political establishment. And you elected an outsider as your president who is finally putting America first. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. Probably why I'm here. If I don't always play by the rules of Washington or the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than anyone has ever fought. I will tell you that. Now think of everything we've been through. Look, from before I came to office, wait a minute, we'll do that in a second. Boy, you are an enthusiastic bunch. You are something. Well, first of all, you're known as a late voting state. That means you're smart. How about all the things? Hashtag, how do I change my vote? Did you see that? After the debate, the number one trend was, how do we change our vote? That was the debate. Did everybody see the debate? Yeah, they want to change their vote. A lot of people want, is this a change the vote state? Not so much, probably. I don't think your governor would let you do that. No, we have some states, they're changing the votes, and it was started with the debates, and then they see the rallies, the biggest rallies. By the way, and I'll say this to the fake news. In the history of our country, there's never been anything like this. There's never been anything like this. And this is at a pretty early part of the day. I wouldn't say it's exactly prime time. You had to see last night in Florida. It was amazing. But think of this. They right from before I even ran. I mean, I announced, maybe before I announced, they said, I hear Trump is, let's go in and do it. But think of it. We were under investigation for 3 years, and it turned out to be a phony hoax, and it was a phony impeachment, and based on the laptop from hell, the impeachment should have never happened. In fact, it should have happened against the other side, because it was the other side that cheated. It was the other side that dealt with Russia. But think of it. And then they say, President Trump, we don't know if we like his personality. President Trump, he's too rough. He's too tough. Let me tell you something. If we didn't have a certain type of personality, and if we didn't fight, we wouldn't be here right now. Because we caught them spying on our campaign and trying to take out a duly elected president of the United States. And I fought like hell because we don't know any other way. We have to fight. But we caught them, and they turned out to be the people that were corrupt. No collusion. They spent $48 million. They found no collusion. They had 18 angry Democrat prosecutors. I have friends that say there's probably nobody that, and he is one of the smartest, there's probably nobody that he knows that could have withstood that. So we had 18 angry, crooked Democrats. You had Bob Mueller that didn't have a clue. You had all of this stuff. Think of it. We went through that for 2.5, 3 years, and then they say, we don't like the way he acted. We were under siege illegally. They committed treason. They tried to take out a duly elected president, and we caught them. And then they say, I see it today. Then they say, wouldn't it be nice? And then I see these guys on television and all of the big tech stuff, which is probably worse than them, right? They're the new boss in town, right? Not the media. They just shut up the big tech. And, we gave the power to the big tech, right? But now I say, and I look at it, and I say, gee, they're saying tough administration, chaos. They created the chaos. All we did was fight back, and we fought back well, and we caught them, and they're all caught. And now let's see what happens, okay? Let's see what happens. But we caught them. It's treason. They spied on our campaign. Nothing like that's ever happened. That's a bigger event. I would rate Biden second. His family and him took millions and millions and millions of dollars from countries that he deals with. He became vice president. He had a son that didn't have a job. He got thrown out of the military. And he went years with no job. And then he signs with Burisma for $183,000 a month. And then he wanted $3 million upfront payment. What's your experience? What do you know about energy? I don't know anything about energy. Oh, that's okay. We'll put you on the board anyway. And then he gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. $3.5 million. Oh, gee, Hunter, what did you do? You gave her some big advice, I guess, Hunter, right? And then they go to China. He takes out $1.5 billion to manage, which is millions and millions of dollars a year. And then the big one, I guess he had to stop that one because they found the laptop from hell. But the big one was a request to China to pay them $10 million a year, right? For recommendation services, for no services. It's a payoff. Hey, you know what it is? It's a payoff. And the big guy gets 10%. The big guy gets 10%. He's not a big guy. Boom. He's not a big guy. He's a little guy. The big guy gets 10%, and there was another one where the big guy gets 50%, right? But he wanted $10 million a year. And the tech and the media will not wait. The media will not. This this is actually a very big moment in the history of our country, because we have freedom of the press, but we don't. We have suppression by the press. It's suppression. And if anybody even mentions that story, you don't see that story in the New York Times. You don't see, that is the second biggest scandal in the history of our country. First is that they spied on my campaign. That's the biggest scandal. That's the biggest scandal. And they've got everybody scared. But you have a president that wasn't scared. You have a president that wasn't scared. They said, oh, and I see it with Twitter trending. I know what trending is better than anybody in the world. I've been trending my whole life. From the day I was born, I've been trending. I know trending, but they take a story, they make it worse. Boring story, boring stuff. They'll take something and they'll say, #1 trending, Trump this, #1 trend. It's not trending. What trends is stuff that you don't want to talk about right now. Not having to do with me either, by the way. Not having to do with me. Look, what we have and what's happened, and you've seen it all over the last 2 weeks, is a horrible, horrible thing. The media is fake and corrupt. Big tech controls the media, and they control the politicians. And you know what? You have a president that's willing to say it, and it's a very, very big event. And let's say, and I'll tell you what, I give Tucker Carlson, and I give Sean Hannity, and I give Laura, I give all the people that are willing to talk about it. No, the Tucker reports have been phenomenal. I give all of those people that are willing to talk about tremendous credit, because people don't have any idea how dangerous this is for our country. They won't even think about it. A guy walks away with millions of dollars. He's vice president. His son's like a human vacuum cleaner. He follows his father and he takes the scraps. But the scraps are hundreds of millions of dollars. And we can't let this happen. We're putting a corrupt man up for possibly being elected. But here's the story. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to have a tremendous day tomorrow. Tremendous day. And you know, when he announces a speech in Scranton, Pennsylvania, you know, he said, I live in Pennsylvania. I was born in Scranton. He doesn't say that his father left, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I went to college in Pennsylvania, right? But I don't make the biggest deal of it. But I'm a man from Scranton. He left at 9 years old, and that's okay. That's okay. But this guy is a stone-cold phony, and honestly, he's not equipped mentally to be your president. He really is. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. I have foreign leaders calling me saying, are they serious? I say, one of them called, said, I see that you're down a little bit in the poll. I said, can you believe this could happen to me? I'd rather run against somebody that was good or even outstanding. But I think what we're going to have is one of the great days. You know, when he comes to Scranton and he gives a speech, you saw, he's got the 6 circles. He can't fill them up. So he said, could you please move over here to the press? He puts the press in there. And look at this guy. I don't know how many people here, but there's a lot of people here. And it's windy as hell and it's cold and I couldn't care. Look at that flag. Look at that flag, bro. Oh, it's so beautiful. I've never seen a flag blow like that. You know what that means? That means it's windy as hell. That's what it means. Wow, look at that. That's thing sideways. But it's our American flag and we love it, right? Yesterday I was thrilled to be endorsed by the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Can you believe it? Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And it's first time I've ever really liked that paper. And then once you get rid of the first 1 or 2 paragraphs, it was great. He said, you might not like his tone, you might not like the way. And again, I'm a nice guy. I have to fight. Wait, I have to fight. I have to fight to protect me and to protect you. Because once I'm not here, there's nobody else to protect you. That I can tell you. But they gave a beautiful, you have to understand, everything's relative. They gave a beautiful, beautiful editorial, and I appreciate it. Oh! Thank you. It's the first time, thank you. Thank you. Telling you, you're going to make me cry with that. Stop. The president broke down in tears as they screamed, we love you. I don't know if President Xi of China wants to hear that. Yeah, he probably would like that. The first time the paper has endorsed a Republican for president in over a half a century. So to the people of the Post-Gazette, I would like to thank you. I will forgive you for your first 1 or 2 or 3 paragraphs. Because they said, however, he's done a great job. You know, and I have. I've done a great job. They said, put his personality aside. But I'm telling you, the assault on this office has changed my personality. It's just one of those things. Joe Biden is bought and paid for by big tech, big media, and powerful special interests. They own him, they control him, and they know he will always do their bidding. And you know, when he raises $300 billion like last month, I could raise much more than him. I'm president. I could call all these Wall Street guys, most of whom I know. I could call the oil guys. I could call them all. I would blow his numbers apart. Give me 2 hours. I'd say, send me $10 million. No, we don't need it. How many commercials can you buy? You know, we raised a lot of money. We raised enough money. You know, Crooked Hillary last time outspent us 4-1, right? 4-1. And I actually got criticized. They said the other day, even against Hillary Clinton, he didn't raise that much money. And you won the race, right? They don't care if you won or not. They said they always have to find something. But I would be the greatest fundraiser of all time. This is the President of the United States calling for the head of Goldman Sachs. Hello, how are you, Bill? Is everything good? Is everything good? Listen, I'd like $25 million within the next 5 minutes. Send it to the White House, please. What, do you think he's going to say no? I would be the greatest, but you know what? I chose not to do that, okay? I chose not to do that. And when you see he raised $300 million, his people are making deals all over the place. Every corrupt force in American life that betrayed you and hurt you, they are supporting Sleepy Joe Biden. The failed establishment that started the disastrous foreign wars, they support Biden. The career politicians that offshored your industries and decimated your factories, and you got it worse than anybody else, just about. New England was hit hard, too. They support Biden. The open borders lobbyists that killed our fellow citizens and gave them illegal drugs, destroyed our families and so many people, the gangs and crime, they support Sleepy Joe Biden. The far-left Democrats that ruined our public schools, depleted our inner cities, defunded our police, and demeaned your sacred faith and values, they support Joe Biden. And I see where they want to defund your great Philadelphia police, and you have great police. They want to defund your Philadelphia police. Have you seen that? They actually want to defund. They want to defund your police. I read it this morning. I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think people should take it. You can't take it anymore, right? You can't allow it to happen. And every place we've gone into, within a half an hour, it was over. But they have to ask the federal government. They're embarrassed, or they're afraid, or they think they're going to lose support. We want to go into Portland. We'll settle that in 2 minutes. We were the ones that did the whole thing in Seattle. We told them we're going in the following morning. That night, they raised their hands. They said, well, I think we'll leave now. They took over a big chunk of Seattle. No, we can't allow this stuff. You look at what's going on in Philadelphia. You look at that can't be done. And they can't tell the police to stand back. They can't tell that. They stand back and they watch people walk out with washing machines. Guys pushing a washing machine. That's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. And you know, the world watches that. They're all Democrat-run cities and states. New York, Chicago, unfortunately, Pennsylvania, and many of them are closed, right? Because you know why they're closed? Because they thought it would hurt our numbers, and then they saw 33.1. That was a big number. The anti-American radicals defaming our noble history, heritage, and heroes, they support Joe Biden. Antifa and the rioters and looters and Marxists and left-wing extremists, they all support Sleepy Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. And by the way, just so you understand, because look, Joe has no clue. Okay, Joe's not calling the shots, and I guarantee he won't be calling them for very long. This election comes down to a simple choice: do you want to be ruled by the corrupt, selfless political class, or do you want to be ruled and governed by the American people, which is what we're doing, which is one of the reasons I'm doing it. A vote for Biden is a vote to give control of government over to the globalists, communists, socialists, the wealthy, liberal hypocrites who want to silence, censor, cancel, and punish you. If you want your children to be safe, if you want your values to be respected, if you want to be treated with honor, dignity, and respect, then I am asking you to go tomorrow and vote for Trump. Come on. Well, it's up to you, really. You got to get out. I'm telling you, again, I'll say it again and again. Pennsylvania, I've done very well. You've had your best years ever. Pennsylvania, it's going to be up to you. Such a big deal. Big state, everything. And we're doing great in Florida. You know, Florida's been great. You notice they're not talking about Florida anymore. Florida's been great. We're doing great in Florida. So we get Florida, we get Pennsylvania. We're going to get North Carolina. We're doing great in North Carolina. You saw the poll come out yesterday in Iowa, way ahead in Iowa. We're way ahead in Ohio, except we get sometimes a fake poll. We're way ahead. We won Ohio by 8 points. They say we're further up than that this time because we have everything I talked about, we have done and more. We've done more than I talked about. Remember what I said 4 years ago. I am your voice. And we will make America great again. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. For the last 4 years, the depraved swamp has tried everything to stop me because they know that I don't answer to them, I answer to you. And it's true. We did this together. You know, this is a movement the likes of which this country, in a way the world probably, but this country has never seen. You know, this country's never seen. You take some of the things that have happened over many, many years. A politician runs and comes in second in New Hampshire, becomes famous for the rest of his life. We won, well, we won everything this time. We won 100% of the states in the primaries, right? But we won 34 states against a crooked person, right? A very crooked person. How crooked is, by the way, how crooked is Hillary? She deleted 33,000 emails. What's happening with that? But we won. We won like nobody's ever run. Nobody's ever won like we've won. No, the likes of which nobody's ever seen anything like it. And just to get off that subject for a second, we had 2016, we had a campaign. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Can I be honest? There is much more enthusiasm for this campaign than there was 4 years ago. Because 4 years ago I came and I was a successful guy and I said, we're going to do this, we're going to cut your taxes, we're going to get rid of regulations, we're going to rebuild your military, we're going to this and that and that and that. And I did everything and more than everything. We're going to take care of our vets. We just got a 91% approval rating from the vets on the VA. Okay? Now, but think of it. We did everything we said we were going to do. But there is much more. And you know what? That was a record. There was never a campaign. Nobody's ever seen a campaign like that. That and Brexit. Look at him. Look at him. We have Nigel. I spotted Nigel. Oh, Nigel. But I actually did see a list, Nigel. They said the victory of President Trump was number one. Brexit was number two, but it was a distant number two. And even Nigel agrees with that. No, Nigel's been fantastic. What a voice. He's a great voice, great guy. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to have you. It's an honor. They know, Nigel. Brexit, Mr. Brexit. But the level of enthusiasm, and I think you're going to see a great red wave tomorrow. And I think it's going to blow them away. And we get Florida, and we get Pennsylvania, and we're going to get New Hampshire. We're going to get New Hampshire. Yeah, say get New York. Can you believe that? See the disadvantage we have, because I think in certain ways you campaign totally differently. The disadvantage we have with the Electoral College, you automatically lose, I don't care if you bring back Abraham Lincoln and George Washington as his running mate. You lose New York, Illinois, and California, okay? So now you got three of the biggest, but you have three monster states. That's an automatic loss. So you're starting off, so then you have to run. And so we ran Florida, then we got Georgia. By the way, we're doing very well in Georgia. We got Georgia, we got North Carolina, we got Pennsylvania. That was a very important deal. We got Pennsylvania, we got everything. Then we got Wisconsin and Michigan. We said, whoa, remember they wouldn't give you the credit? We were 2 points short. We were at 98% of the vote tabulated, 98. And it stayed there for hours. And if I lost every single vote, right, and I still win. So I say, why aren't they calling Pennsylvania? They wouldn't do you the honor. And then they called Wisconsin, great state, and they called Michigan, which hadn't been won in years and years. And they took the glamour. So will you please give yourself the glamour this time? Give yourself the glory, okay? And make sure your governor doesn't cheat, okay, if you're good. Because they're known for very bad things, very, very bad things here. Can you imagine the pollster saying you have to allow 5% in Pennsylvania for cheating? That's a terrible thing to say. Of course, everybody knows it's true. But we have a lot of eyes watching. They never had eyes watching. We got a lot of very powerful eyes watching them. They don't want that to happen to themselves. Together, we will defeat the corrupt establishment and will dethrone the failed political class. We will drain the Washington swamp, and we will save the American dream. We're going to save the American dream. This election is also a choice between a deadly Biden lockdown or a safe vaccine that ends the pandemic, and we build the greatest economic country that we've ever had. There'll be nothing like it. We will mass distribute the vaccine. You know, we've done such a great job with this whole thing. You look at Europe, they're spiking. It's everybody, you know, they're saying, look at the way Germany's doing. Look at the way France is doing. Look at Spain. Look at now Italy, right? You know, Italy had a really rough patch. Then it went, well, they're all having a lot of problems. You know, I said, well, they don't use those examples anymore. But we have better numbers than all of them. You look at our numbers, they're better, and it's bigger, and you don't get a lot of, you know, a lot of the numbers you don't get, because believe it or not, there are some countries that don't give you an honest kick, right? You know that, right? It will quickly eradicate the vaccine, will quickly eradicate the virus, and wipe out the China plague once and for all. And let me tell you, we're rounding the corner anyway, but we have the vaccines coming very shortly. They didn't want to give me the credit. They were saying, no, don't. Oh, they fought me like crazy. Did you see that? They didn't want it to happen before the election, but everybody knows. So we have the vaccines going to be very quickly delivered by our military. Our military is ready to go logistically. Joe Biden is promising to delay the vaccine and turn America into a prison state, locking you in your home. But you're already locked in your home, so I hope that doesn't take away any of your incentive. You're already locked in your home, while letting far-left rioters roam free. Isn't that something, right? You can't go to church. You can't take your family to dinner. But you can let people riot down the middle of your beautiful shopping streets, knocking the hell out of people, burning down your stores like in Minneapolis, burning the hell out of the place until we sent in the National Guard. That ended in 31 minutes. It was amazing when they started getting whacked with tears. I hope they weren't aiming. Did you see Ali Velcher? He went down. Ali, I don't even know who the hell he is. I just know he does a very nice job of shaving his head. This is Ali Velcher. And this is a friendly protest. And behind him, the entire city is burning. It's like Berlin on its worst day, right? This is a friend. You know, they don't report. You know, if you have a bad, like in a Democrat-run city, they don't report it. Nobody even, I don't watch CNN, actually, so I don't know about it. But I did see the clips. And didn't Ali Velcher then get hit on the knee with tear gas from our great National Guard? No, he got hit. He went down. I'm down. I'm down. Oh, what a group of people. CNN, how dishonest is CNN? But you know what? I think NBC is more dishonest than CNN. I think NBC and ABC, I think ABC is terrible. I mean, ABC is absolutely... How about where they interview me and every question is a kill? They're going for the kill. And then they interview Sleepy Joe and it's like, oh, the most boring interviews. They don't ask him anything. They don't ask him whether or not he's corrupt. Are you corrupt? Hey, Sleepy Joe, are you corrupt? Remember, I asked him that question, and Chris Wallace of Fox wouldn't allow it. I said, why? Why? Why won't you? Well, I don't think it's appropriate to ask right now. Chris Wallace, he is not Mike. He will never be Mike. He tries hard, but he will not be Mike. You know why? Doesn't have the talent. The Biden lockdown will mean no school, no graduations, no weddings, no Easter, no Thanksgiving, no Christmas, no 4th of July, and basically no future for American youth. Other than that, actually, it's quite a wonderful thing. Okay? A vote for Biden is a vote for lockdowns, layoffs, and misery. You're going to have a miserable time. You know what the fake news doesn't know? They're getting the highest ratings in the history of television. When Trump is gone, they're all going bankrupt. They will go down. They're going to say, oh, I wish. They're going to be calling, we want Trump to run again. We want him to run again. The fake news. The New York Times, the failing New York Times, will be out of business. No, can you imagine? Yeah, 4 more years. It's true, though, right? Can you imagine these people? They're getting the highest ratings on television. They've taken over for the NFL. People don't like. How about basketball? How about LeBron? I felt badly for LeBron. I felt very badly. Down 71%. And that's for their champion. I didn't watch one shot. I get bored. Back, forth. You know why? When they don't respect our country, when they don't respect our flag, nobody wants to watch. Nobody. And the NFL is way down. The NFL is way down. You got to stand for our flag. You got to really be great to our flag and to our anthem. And if you don't do that, we're not watching. What a crowd. What a crowd. Hey, I have 3 more of these to do. Do you want me to stay with you all day? Yes. So yesterday I did 5. I actually did 6 because I did one early for some people. But I actually did 6. But I did 5. I got home at 2 o'clock in the morning in Miami. I got home 2 o'clock in the morning. And I said, good, what time do we start tomorrow? 8 o'clock, sir. Oh, I said, great, let's go. But you know what it is? I'm doing a run, a great marathon. Everyone, even one thing I'll say, they say, I can't believe, because Sleepy Joe will go out, he'll talk for 10 minutes. He's very agitated, you know? He's so angry. Okay. He's got the shades on now. They should be a little bit larger. The aviators, right? Are they called aviators? He's got the aviators on, and he's so angry. And he's reading every word. He never goes off teleprompter because he gets lost if he can't go off teleprompter. He gets lost. No, but the anger, but it's not really anger, it's agitation. You know what that means, right? That's what happens is when you lose it, you get can happen to all of us someday. But you can't let it happen to your president, I'm sorry. But he was so angry, he was so agitated this morning. The glasses were pouring off, the mask he kept on. Oh. There's nobody around him. The closest person's about 60 feet away. A reporter that can't believe he got this good location in his circle that's supposed to be for VIPs, right? Now he's got Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga is not too big. I could tell you plenty of stories. I could tell you stories about Lady Gaga. I know a lot of stories about Lady Gaga. And John Bon Jovi, every time I see him, he kisses my ass. Oh, Mr. President. But he'll get something out of it, just like everyone is. But you know what happens? You bring in some of these. They don't draw. By the way, we draw much bigger crowds than these people. But you know what happens? He'll sing a song or two, and then he'll leave, and the crowd will leave, and Sleepy Joe's up there talking. That happened to Hillary too, right? They got Beyonce, and they got Jay-Z, right? Jay-Z, and he started using the F word. Do you remember, in front of this crowd? And it was unbelievable. He was using the F word, F word, F word. And the crowd is going. And then they left, and the crowd left, and Hillary was standing on stage with an empty place, and she was talking. Then she lost, and people were surprised. Let me tell you something. When you look at these crowds that we're getting, there's never been anything like it. This is just not the crowds. This is your ultimate poll. This is not the crowds of a second-place finisher. You know, they said yesterday, well, you know, some people are here since, Nigel, they're here from 24 hours, 48. We have people in line for 3-4 days. And then the press says, but will they vote? Well, wait a minute. They're willing to wait 4 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day online. Will they vote? Will they stand there for an hour and vote? I think they're going to vote. You got to all. Who is going to vote? Okay, and seriously, is there anybody here who's going to vote for Sleepy Joe? Anybody? No? Is there anybody that would have the courage to put up their hand? No. Oh, but he was born in Scranton. What a phony he is. He was born in Scranton. I'm a Scranton boy. Did you see? I'm tired of the smart people. Did you see where he said yes? I'm tired of the smart people. But we want a smart person as president. You got to have a smart. No, he said it. He made a lot of bad moves yesterday, didn't he? He was having a bad day yesterday. He's tired of smart people. No, I can't get too tired of him. To me, that's an amazing statement. If you want a vaccine to kill the virus, a job to support your family, and freedom to live your life, then go cast your ballot. You cast your ballot. We're changing things to, you could say, what it used to be, but maybe it used to be a little bit like this, but it was never like this. Things change, I think, with big tech. I think it really changed. Joe Biden personally ran the swine flu, right? He ran H1N1. Remember, he can't remember that. He always goes, no, N1H1, isn't it? No. H comes before N, Joe. Just remember it that way. H1N1 swine flu. Remember he said, what was that called? Who was that governor from, I think it was Utah. He's a Mormon. What was his name? His name was Romney. Oh, great. He's another beauty. He failed horribly, and he was the laughingstock of Washington. So he ran the swine flu operation. He was the laughingstock of Washington. Now on something much more lethal that we have done a great job on, except with public relations. I would say if I had Nigel handling my public relations, I would have been much better. We have done a great job on this, and you compare us to other places, and you see, and bringing back the economy, opening it up, except on public relations. But his own chief of staff said that he was absolutely terrible. He didn't have a clue. He didn't know what he was doing. And he told us, right, that I was xenophobic because I closed it to China, which was highly and heavily infected. And then he runs and he says, I should have closed it earlier. I said, how does he get out of that one? You know how he gets out of that one? The press doesn't report it. They refuse to report it. The only way I can do that is, look, I got all live television, all the lights. And the only way, they can't keep it off, only for one reason. I get very big ratings. If I didn't get big ratings, there'd be no way of communicating. Oh, and they're going to miss those ratings someday. Someday they're going to miss them. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said that Biden has been wrong on nearly every single major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 years. Now, he worked with Biden. He worked with him. And he said he was wrong on like everything. And he is. And he is. But you don't have to take my word for it. Because this happens to be a state that I love, I spent a fortune on building these screens. You got 2 of them. Wow. Usually I bring one. It's a lot cheaper. Roll the video, please. Roll it. Wait.
But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out what you're for Mayor Trump, then you ain't black. Why? You shouldn't be in a position that everybody, and that's my wife too, I'm just lots of action. And Corporal was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did this, and back in those days, the shot I did was Jay. Turn the radio, make sure the public is receiving, make sure you have the radio around now. Make sure the kids see the word. We don't need to be celebrated. All men are rated by so we know what the young thing rapidly rising Line dog face Tony show. What kind of country would it be? 4 more years of George, we find ourselves in a position where if Trump is elected, we're going to be in a different world.
All right, there's a little break right there in the campaign rally the president's holding. They play these video montage interludes of his opponent, Joe Biden. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. Some of you will see this and some of you will not. It'll be about 2 minutes.
No DDR. Blonde in the sun. And the kid used to come up and reach in and pull and rub my leg down. So it was trading that like the hair. And come back up again. They look at. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I love kids jumping on my lap. Well, I think it's a right for people that have that there. We have to do at least several things. One, wait till the cases before anything happens. Look, exacerbating the need for environmental justice during the vote. Folks got a lot of work to do. I don't need to get elected.
The case, we cannot let this, we've never allowed any crisis from the Civil War straight through to the pandemic of 17, all the way around 16. We have never let our democracy stay second fiddle. We can both have a democracy and elections and at the same time direct the public health.
Everywhere I've been hearing all around the country. We're trying to rest, we never feel like enough. And here comes the training to try to make sure that they continue to go up front. Now, that's good. All right. Anyway, I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental fitness.
We shouldn't be laughing. Don't let that happen to our country. By the way, that was just a small. We could keep you there all day watching that. We're joined by some real warriors. Dan Mauser. Mauser. Where's Dan? Where are you, Dan? Dan, Congressman? Where are you, Congressman? Where's Dan Muser? Muser! Thank you very much. Thanks, Dan. Fred Keller, G.T. Thompson. That's good. With you, with the three of you, what warriors you've been. What warriors you've been, and thank you very much. They were there at the beginning, and they have been with me all the way. And you have a couple of former members that we love, that we think are great, Lou Barletta and Tom Marino. Thank you very much, Tom, Lou, thank you. Thank you very much. How are your elections going, by the way? Dan, how are you guys going? Are you doing good? We're going to win Pennsylvania, it's a guarantee, good. That's good. So you got to vote for those guys. That's a great group. So your districts are looking good. You need an extra tweet or anything? You don't need? I don't think, this group doesn't need anything. And also, thank you, fellas, for coming. When are you going to rerun for office, Tom and Lou? Do you have anything you're thinking about? Look at them. They look healthy as can be. Congressional candidate Jim Boudnett. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. And a woman who is doing an incredible job, campaign chair, Bernie Comfort. Bernie, thank you. How's it going, Bernie? We're going to have a big victory tomorrow, I think, huh? We're going to have a big one. We better, Bernie. I'll fire you so fast. Another great friend of mine, a great guy, David Urban. David, thank you, David. And somebody that I know very well, he's a tall young gentleman. His name is Eric Trump. And he's done great. He's done great. And I see Jared Kushner right over here, Middle East Peace. Middle East Peace. Wow. Jared usually likes to stay in the plane and work. He's working on Middle East Peace and doing a great job. You see what we're doing? Thank you. Thank you very much. Spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders, but not defending our border. But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA where they belong. For 47 years, Joe Biden viciously attacked black Americans. He called young black men super predators all the time. To every black American, go tomorrow and vote for Trump. This is your one and only chance to show Sleepy Joe Biden what you think of his decision to attack you, jail you, and betray you, which is what he did. I'm fighting for you, and I got criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina, who's great, and funding for historically black colleges and universities. We got them the funding, long-term funding. And I say it all the time. I say it like this, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. A lot of people like me to leave the word possible out. There is no president that has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. It's true. And you're seeing that, by the way. You see what's going on in Florida? The numbers are very high, like nobody's seen before, with the black community and with the Hispanic American community. Oh, the Hispanic American, they're liking Trump. I've done a lot for them, and they like me, and I like them. I always have, actually. And they are voting for us very big. They're coming out in Florida in numbers, and the Democrats are very worried. They say, what's going on? What's going on? You know what's going on? I've done a good job. That's what's going on. So I want to thank, we have to see what the final numbers are, but I think I can say in advance, African American community, Hispanic American community. It's been incredible what's gone on in Florida. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You notice they're not talking about Florida too much, right? They're not talking. We get Florida, we get Pennsylvania, you watch. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. You know, the wall is over 400 miles long. It'll be finished soon. And they don't talk about that one anymore either, do they? Don't talk about it. You know, when you have success, they never talk about it. And you know what's happening. You know what's going on, right? I mean, other countries are coming in. They're studying what we're doing. All over the place they're studying. Because what we've done, nobody's been able to do. Joe Biden has pledged open borders, free health care for illegal aliens. No, not for you. No, see, I delayed that a little bit. No, free health care for illegal aliens. They want to give them more than they give us. And deadly sanctuary cities. We believe our cities should be sanctuaries for law-abiding Americans, not for criminal aliens. The Biden-Harris plan would increase refugees from terrorist nations by a staggering 700%, flooding into your towns and cities. I am keeping, if it's okay with Pennsylvania, I am keeping radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. Is that okay? You know, I passed a ban early on, and it ultimately got approved by the United States Supreme Court, but I passed a ban because we want people coming into our country that can love us and come in through merit and all sorts of things. We don't want people coming into our country that hate us, can't stand us, and want to do harm to our citizens, okay? So the ban was quite controversial, but it's had a big impact. It's had a big impact. And you know, one of the reasons we're going to win Minnesota? Ilhan Omar. Although she loves our country very much, she loves our country very much, doesn't she? We invested $2.5 trillion in the United States military. We have the finest military, the finest weaponry in the world, all made in the USA, with the envy of Russia and China and North Korea. We have the best equipment in the world, rockets and missiles and submarines and everything that we're building. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. $2.5 trillion made in the USA. We also passed veterans. We passed for our veterans VA choice after 44 years and VA accountability. Okay, VA account, that's where you say you're fired, get the hell out of here, you're not treating our vets right. I told you, we got the highest rating, the highest approval rating that has ever been given by our vets, 91% approval. Who are the 9%? Oh, they'll find somebody within the 9% to be on television. We obliterated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We eliminated the world's top terrorist. Soleimani is dead. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, 52 years. They worked on it for 52 years. And instead of endless war, we are forging peace in the Middle East. Good job he's doing. Good job, my man. A vote for me and the Republican Party is a vote for the American dream. And who was a very distinguished person within the Republican Party? The late, great Abraham Lincoln. Please remember that. He was very presidential. He's the only one I said maybe I can't be that presidential, but he was very presidential when he wore the hat especially, right? Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. That's already happening. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. You've got them. You've got them. With God's help, we will defend the right to life, religious liberty, and the right to keep and bear arms. Your Second Amendment is gone if I don't get in. If I don't get in, your Second Amendment, wave goodbye. And I'll be sitting home and I'll be saying, I told the people of Pennsylvania, you better vote for Trump. Now, your Second Amendment is under siege. That's right, we put Amy on. You happy with Amy? Everyone loves Amy. Thank you. You know, we do. They don't talk about that enough. They say it's the most important thing a president can do. So at the end of my first term, I will have approximately 300 federal judges, which is a big percentage of the judiciary, and 3 great Supreme Court justices. That's a lot. Many presidents have gotten to choose none. Hey, whatever happened to packing the court, you know? This guy's running, he never gave an answer. Maybe he's smarter than we think. Whatever happened, he never gave the answer. He never said, he said he was going to tell us. We're running, you know, people are casting votes. You cannot elect somebody that's going to pack the court, and he's going to pack the court. And he didn't give us a list of the radical left judges he wants to put on either. So he got away with it. See, he got away with it. He just did because the press never pressed him, right? See, there's the case. If that were me, I could never, ever get away. He got away with it because the fake news wouldn't press it. He never talked about packing the court, and we're voting right now. He shouldn't get a vote unless he tells you, because you will destroy this country. That's a big thing, packing the court. Can you imagine? But they never picked it up. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, lower drug prices. You know, we're doing favored nations. We're going to have the lowest prices anywhere in the world. The drug companies hate me so much. They are spending more money on ads than Sleepy Joe Biden. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. NASA was like an abandoned place, and now it's the hottest place in the world for space. And that goes along with Space Force, doesn't it? We did Space Force. We never even talked about Space Force on the campaign. But we needed it. When I saw Russia, when I saw China, we needed it. We got it approved. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Pennsylvania. I know you well. I know you well. You're a rowdy bunch today, but that's okay. It's rowdy, but it's rowdy with love. It's rowdy with love. It's true. No. Tomorrow you have the power with your vote to save America. We will never be a socialist nation. That's what we're talking about. Or you're going to be a large-scale version, very large-scale, of Venezuela. That's what happens. It happens every single time. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, even grab your boss by the tie and say, "Come on, boss. Let's go. We got to vote. We got to vote." For generations, America's destiny was made, forged and won in places like Bethlehem and Bristol, Easton and Allentown, Pittsburgh and Scranton, right here in Scranton. Our American ancestors gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and to defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. And the best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Pennsylvania, go out and vote tomorrow, please. We have made America powerful again. Our military has never been even close to what it is right now. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Pennsylvania.
All right, there's President Trump there. He just finished his rally in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Dancing to YMCA like he's been doing at the end of a lot of these rallies. We want to take you to another event that happened about an hour ago. Former President Barack Obama was in Atlanta, Georgia, stumping on behalf of Joe Biden. So we want to play out that for you from the former president, and we'll be bringing you live events, all politics here on NewsNOW from Fox throughout the day. Election day is tomorrow. So let's hear from former President Barack Obama in Atlanta moments ago.
Oh, I am excited. Thank you for arranging for good weather. It is good to be back. I've got one word for you, Atlanta. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, after 4 years of failure, you have the power to change America. Tomorrow you can put an end to the politics that tries to divide a nation just to win an election, that tries to stoke conspiracy theories and fear at a time when we need competence and we need hope. Tomorrow is the most important election of our lifetimes, and you can deliver the change that we need. But you're going to have to vote. If you haven't dropped off your ballot yet, please do not wait any longer. If you voted already, help your friends and family find their polling places at iwillvote.com. Help them make a plan to vote tomorrow, because this election is going to take every single one of us. Georgia, you've got an even bigger power to deliver the change that we need. You can be a state that sends Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. I got a chance to campaign with Joe over the weekend, and it felt like the old days. For 8 years, he was the last one in the room whenever I faced a big decision. He made me a better president, and he's got the character and the experience to make us a better country. And he and Kamala are going to be in the fight, not for themselves, but for every single one of us. But if they are going to deliver the change we need, getting this pandemic under control, restarting our economy, protecting our health care, protecting our planet, reforming our criminal justice system, giving every young person an equal chance, then they're also going to need a Senate that actually cares about those things. So Georgia, not only can you put Joe and Kamala over the top, but you can be the state that gives us all a better chance, because you've also sent John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock to the United States Senate. Yeah, I didn't originally plan to come to Georgia. You know, you see all this gray hair I got? You know, it still looks good, you said? All right. I'll let Michelle know. But the reason I'm here, look, I thought after my last campaign in 2012, I thought, all right, you know, I'll campaign in 16, and then I'll just kind of go off and, you know, write my book and work on my golf game and spend a little more time with my wife. Things didn't work out the way we expected because we weren't focused. Each one of us didn't do everything we needed to do. And so in this election, when I got a call and said, look, Georgia could be the state. Georgia could be the place where we put this country back on track, and not just because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have a chance to win Georgia, but you've got the chance to flip 2 Senate seats. I said, well, I got to go. I got to come. I told Michelle, I'm sorry, baby. I got to go to Georgia. This is a big deal. You have 2 extraordinary candidates in John and the Reverend who deserve your vote. And let's face it, you've also got 2 senators who badly need to be replaced. Look, I served in the Senate. I remember when we used to get briefings in the Senate for threats, including the kinds of briefings that your 2 current senators got about COVID-19. They got briefed. You know, you go into this room and it's all top secret, and you got to kind of close everything off, and you know, you can't take anything out of the briefing room because this is part of your responsibility as a public servant. And the point of these briefings is so that you can take quick action to protect the American people before it's too late. That's why the Senate gets these special briefings, to serve the interests of the people who have sent you to Washington, to serve their interests before your own. When I heard that your 2 senators here in Georgia, and understand what I'm about to say now is not a partisan statement. I'd be just as hard if I heard a Democrat was doing this. Your 2 senators publicly were telling you that the virus would be no big deal. But behind closed doors, they were making a bunch of moves in the stock market to try to make sure their portfolios were protected instead of making sure you were protected. Man, that's shady. That ain't right. They downplayed the pandemic in public, and in private, they're trying to see if they can profit from it. Both of them. Not just one of them, both of them. They're like Batman and Robin gone bad. It's like the dynamic duo of doing wrong. don't know what they were thinking, but Georgia, I promise you, Georgia was definitely not on their mind. It was not. And what's the result of betraying the public's trust? 230,000 Americans are dead. More than 100,000 small businesses have closed. Almost 200,000 jobs are gone in Georgia alone. If President Trump and your senators had been focused on COVID from the beginning instead of their portfolios or their TV ratings, cases wouldn't be reaching new record highs across the country just this week. 9 months into the pandemic, America just had the single worst week of new cases. Think about that. All the people who voluntarily quarantine, all the folks who've been working at home, all the mothers and fathers who've been looking after their children at home, trying to keep everybody safe. And after all that, we saw the worst week because we had people like your two senators who were not taking it seriously. We had a president who was pretending it was just like a bad flu. And now Trump's chief of staff finally admits what we've known all along. He was quoted just a few days ago. He said, "We're not going to control the pandemic." Well, yeah, we noticed. You definitely are not. But you know what? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris can get on top of this pandemic. And if we've got two new senators from Georgia, we can have a government that's making that happen. What's Trump's closing argument right now? You know, last night on his COVID spreader tour, he's going around spreading COVID. He's like a carrier, because he cares more about having big crowds than he does about keeping people safe. He told his supporters, don't tell anybody, but he's going to fire Dr. Fauci after the election. Don't boo. Vote. We had signs up a couple days ago, it was Halloween, and said had a ghost on there, said don't boo, vote. Come on. So just in case you were worried that Trump had been taking COVID too seriously, he's stated publicly he's going to fire the one person in the administration, a carryover, was also the president when I was in there, helped me deal with Ebola and H1N1, was one of the people who was at the front lines of dealing with HIV/AIDS, one of the world's leading experts on infectious disease, one of the few people in this administration who's been taking this seriously all along. And what did he say? His second-term plan is to fire that guy. I mean, they've already said they're not going to contain the pandemic. Now they want to fire the one person who could actually help them contain the pandemic. So, Georgia, if you think they've done a bad job at managing COVID so far, basically what they're telling you now is you ain't seen nothing yet. Trump's saying he might, in this election, he's been saying he might declare victory before all the votes have been counted. Well, that's just what he did on this virus. And how'd that turn out? Listen, America deserves better than this. Georgia, you deserve better than this. You really do. And here's the good news. Tomorrow you can choose something better. Tomorrow you can send John Ossoff and Reverend Warnock to the United States Senate. And they can team up with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and get on top of this crisis. Yes, we can. Look.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Let me just in case you're unfamiliar with the track record of the two outstanding candidates for Senate that you've heard from. Jon Ossoff's life has prepared him to serve as your senator. He learned about public service from my dear friend, one of my lifelong heroes, John Lewis. He's dedicated his career to fighting injustice. He knows we need a new Voting Rights Act that makes sure every Georgian is treated equally under the law, that makes sure every Georgian can exercise the right to vote that people like John Lewis bled for. Jon Ossoff runs a company that investigates crime and corruption around the world. We could use in Washington right now. That's like kryptonite to Donald Trump and those corporate lobbyists that he's all put in his cabinet. It's like water on the Wicked Witch. You remember. John's wife, Alicia, is a doctor. She delivers babies. And like so many doctors who've been risking their lives to save others, so many nurses and healthcare workers on the front lines, Alicia's been putting herself at risk. So you know that John's not going to go around accusing doctors of trying to profit from the pandemic. You heard that's what Trump said, right? He said, well, doctors are exaggerating this because they just want to make more money. These doctors, these nurses, these healthcare workers, they are in there, they are exposing themselves to this disease. They are more at risk than anybody. And Jon Ossoff understands that because he's seeing it in his own family. He's going to listen to the experts and work with Joe Biden to get this pandemic under control, with a plan to make testing and vaccines free for every American, and make sure our frontline heroes never have to ask other countries for the equipment they need, because it's going to be here, right there, ready for American workers. And you know the other thing John's going to do is he's going to protect your health care. There have been more than 9 million cases of COVID-19 in America. And even for folks who get better, your insurer could still consider COVID-19 a pre-existing condition, which means you might not be able to get insurance next time if the protections that we put in place 10 years ago with the Affordable Care Act were eliminated. Republicans love to say right before an election they're going to protect your pre-existing conditions. Listen, with the Affordable Care Act, Joe Biden and I actually did it 10 years ago. Those protections are already in place. We required insurers to cover your pre-existing conditions. And since then, Republicans have tried to repeal or undermine the Affordable Care Act more than 60 times. They've promised, don't worry, after we repeal it, we're going to replace it with a really wonderful plan. Every 2 weeks for 10 years, they've been promising a new plan. Have you seen this new plan? I haven't either. Nobody's seen it. You know why? Because they don't have a new plan. They've just attacked the Affordable Care Act at every turn, and in the process driven up costs, driven up the uninsured. Now they're in the Supreme Court trying to get the Supreme Court to take your health care away in the middle of a pandemic. Why would you do that? Just to spite me? Why in the middle of a pandemic would you offer nothing but empty promises and try to kick people off their health care? Georgia, something got to go. It's either your senators or your health care. If I were you, I'd choose your health care. Get rid of the senators who are trying to take it away. You know your senators aren't going to stand up to protect it. They love to talk tough like President Trump. But one of the things they have in common with him is when you start calling them out, they cut and run. You saw President Trump, he's in the middle of a 60 Minutes interview. He just walked out. It's too tough. He quit in the middle of an interview. Somebody's asking him, well, what are you going to do in your second term? Oh, that's too tough. I'm leaving. And then you saw it again last week when John Ossoff called out Senator Perdue on health care in their debate. Perdue was like one of those chickens. I would have felt bad for the guy if he hadn't voted 4 times to take away your pre-existing conditions protections. 4 times he voted against it. They were supposed to have another debate last night. Perdue chickened out, pulled out. The scariest Halloween costume he saw this year was John Ossoff in a debate. But let me tell you what's really scary, Georgia. Republicans threatening to end pre-existing conditions protections for 100 million people in the middle of a pandemic. That is scary. And you have the power to do something about it. John Ossoff and Joe Biden will protect your health care. They will expand Medicare. They will make insurance more affordable for everyone. And so will Reverend Raphael Warnock. Let me talk about the good Reverend right now. I won't preach, but I will offer testimony. This is a man who preaches at Ebenezer Baptist Church in the pulpit of its great pastor, Dr. King. He's read the Gospels, and they might not have known about pre-existing conditions back then, but the Reverend will tell you Jesus spent time healing the sick, caring for the poor. And when Georgia Republicans fought against expanding Medicaid to cover hundreds of thousands of your fellow Georgians, Reverend Warnock followed the example of John Lewis and got himself arrested, getting into good trouble. Reverend Warnock's life prepared him to live in service to others. He doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. Here's a man who grew up in public housing in Savannah with 11 brothers and sisters. That's a lot of brothers and sisters. That taught him a little bit about working together, about looking out for others, about sharing. His mom spent her summers as a young woman picking cotton and tobacco. His dad was a veteran and a small businessman who preached on Sundays, so he knows about the power of opportunity and the God-given right to dignity and decent wages for working people. Reverend Warnock earned his degree at Morehouse, a Morehouse man. But he did it with the help of Pell Grants and student loans, so you know he's going to fight for every single young person who dreams of a college education but doesn't know how he or she's going to pay for next semester's classes. He's been there. Last time I saw Reverend in person was at Ebenezer Baptist Church for the memorial service for John Lewis. And he possesses the moral courage John did to question right and wrong and call things for what they are. And he's got the moral clarity to shine a spotlight on injustice and make the powers that be uncomfortable. And we need some folks who will shake things up a little bit. And he's going to lead us in Washington to overcome our own complacency and our own fears and our own prejudices to become better, truer versions of ourselves. That's who he is. And that's who we all need to be. Look, we got 1 day left. I've been making a lot of arguments out there. Some of them should be obvious. And yet I know that there's still people out there who aren't voting. So I want to talk to you right now, the people of Georgia right now who've decided not to vote. Maybe you don't like who's in the White House right now, but you just lost faith in government. You're frustrated. You don't think government makes a difference. Maybe you're troubled by what the 2 current senators in Georgia have done, but you're not really confident or certain about how much of a difference it'll make in your lives. And I understand that. Government's not perfect. Government doesn't solve every problem. We've got a long legacy in this country of hardship and prejudice and people who are powerful and rich taking advantage of folks who aren't. And we have a history right here in Georgia that John Lewis fought and others fought. And sometimes I can get down. Michelle can get down. Sometimes we're at a dinner table, we're just like, Lord, why are we still fighting some of these battles? I thought we settled some of these arguments. I thought we had turned the corner. Why are we still hearing people praise folks who think that the color of your skin determines your status? Why are we still acting as if women shouldn't be treated the same as men and paid the same for doing the same work? Why are we having these old arguments? I thought these were done. It can be discouraging sometimes. And you drive through some neighborhoods in Atlanta or Chicago or Washington, D.C., or you go out in some rural areas in some small towns and you think, you know what? Folks are still having a hard time and some of the things that should have been fixed haven't been fixed, and you get discouraged. I get it. Even as President of the United States, there were times where I thought, man, I thought I could get this done or that done, and somehow the special interests and the lobbyists and others are blocking it and making it hard, and you get frustrated. I get it. But you know what? Whenever I get in one of those moods, I just remind myself that when we work together, when we put in a little bit of effort, things may not get perfect, but they do get better. When John Lewis started marching across that bridge, it didn't eliminate racism and bigotry in America, but it started something that got the Voting Rights Act passed. And it made things better. I didn't get everything done that I wanted to get done when I was president, but I could say when I look back at the end of 8 years, you know what? The country's better off now than it was when I took office. Twenty-some million people have health care that didn't have it before. That's a good thing. Children that were in poverty have been lifted up out of poverty. Not all of them, but some of them. That's a good thing. Maybe this next generation came up and saw that, you know, black and white can work together, that we don't have to be at odds, that we can treat each other with dignity and respect, that we don't have to be scared of each other but should reach out to each other. A president by himself can't solve every challenge in the economy. But if we elect people like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, if we elect Reverend Warnock and John Ossoff, who are focused on working people and getting you the help that you need, it can make a difference for thousands of people and 10,000s of people, maybe a few million people might be better off. A president by himself can't eliminate all racial bias in our criminal justice system, but if we elect district attorneys and state's attorneys and sheriffs who are focused on equality and justice, it can make things better. John understood this. Dr. King understood this. Abraham Lincoln understood it. George Washington understood it. We knew, I remember talking to John Lewis right before he passed. And we talked about all these young people who would come out to start this wave of marches, nonviolent, peaceful protests all across the country. And we talked about how this younger generation, they don't have to choose between protest and politics. If we're going to translate our aspirations into laws and practices, we've got to engage in both. There's nothing un-American about protest. This country was founded on protesting against injustice. That's what the American Revolution was about. Now, John ran for office all those years and kept protesting even while he was in office, because he understood they're two sides of the same coin. It's us acting on behalf of our highest aspirations, even though we know we won't get there. We're never going to get all the way to the promised land, but we can help lay the path for future generations to get there. That's what public service should be about. That's what citizenship should be about. That's what voting is about. Not making things perfect, but making things better. Laying that path, brick by brick, to a better future. Putting us on track so that a generation from now, 2 generations from now, 3 generations from now, we can look back and we can say, you know, that was a moment when we turned towards our better angels, toward our better impulses, where we started to pull together as a nation instead of being riven apart. And the fact that we don't get 100% of what we want is not a good reason not to vote. We got to keep at it. You know, typically just over 50% of us vote. Think about that. Almost half the people who are eligible typically do not vote. And yes, part of this is because folks make it hard to vote. Your governor right here in Georgia seems to make it his job to come up with ways to make it as hard as possible for some Georgians to vote. These folks sure are scared of folks voting, aren't they? Think about that. If you've decided you don't want to vote, don't you wonder why it is that the folks in power are so worried about you voting? There must be a reason why they try to make it hard for you to vote. It's because they know if you vote, things change. The answer is not to stay home, it's to turn out like never before and show them what's in your heart. Show them the spirit of community. Imagine if 60% of us voted. Imagine if 70% of us voted. Not 100%, just 70%. Imagine January 20th when we swear in President Biden and Vice President Harris, and Reverend Warnock and John Ossoff are in the United States Senate. Imagine having leaders in office who have a plan to get us out of this mess and who care about working Americans and have a plan to help you start getting ahead, who believe in science and have a plan to protect this planet for our kids, who believe in racial equality and are willing to do the work to bring us closer to an America where no matter what you look like or where you come from or who you love or how much money you got, everybody's treated with dignity. Everybody's treated with respect. Everybody, if they're willing to work hard, has a chance to make it. Imagine having public officials who abide by the values our mamas and our grandmas and our grandpas taught us. Being honest, being responsible, working hard, looking after those who can't look after themselves, showing compassion, believing in justice. All that is possible. All that is within our reach. For all, and the reason I know it is because I've seen it all across the country. Every time I've gotten discouraged, over these last 4 years. Whenever I've seen our worst impulses revealed, I've also seen America at its best. I've seen folks of every age and background look out for other people, packing cities and town squares so that families wouldn't be separated, rallying so that another classroom won't get shot up, proclaiming that we need to do something to make sure our kids won't grow up in an uninhabitable planet. We have seen healthcare workers risk their lives daily to save somebody else's loved ones. We've seen people contribute and volunteer, bring food to neighbors, help out the elderly who are alone, who are having an especially hard time right now. We've seen Americans of all races join together to declare in the face of injustice and brutality that Black lives matter. No more, but no less. That we don't want anybody feeling superior or better than anybody else. We just want everybody to treat each other with common decency and respect. That's all we want, just basic fairness, so that no child in this country should feel the continuing sting of racism and that they're judged by the content of their character. We've seen people march all across this country. You've seen towns where there are barely any black folks, and they still got folks marching with signs up because they believe that we can be better. Georgia, America's a good and decent place. We've just seen so much noise and so much nonsense and distraction. And we've seen media companies and politicians make a business of making us hate each other because it drives clicks and drives eyeballs. And so sometimes it's hard to remember. But I'm asking you to remember what this country can be. Georgia's a better place than it used to be. There used to be a lot of violence and cruelty in this place. And it's a better place because some folks went out there and made sacrifices, black and white. And America, it's a better place than it used to be. But it can be better now. But you've got to do the work. It's all up to you now. I'm asking you in your ability to believe in John Ossoff and Reverend Warnock and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but most importantly, your collective ability to get us out of these dark times and help us build back better. I'm asking you to believe in your ability to change America. We can't abandon the Americans who are hurting right now. We can't abandon the young people who aren't getting the education they deserve right now. We can't abandon those young people who are out there who inspired us this summer. We got to channel their activism into action. We can't just imagine a better future. We got to fight for it. If you haven't voted yet, go out and vote. It's not that much to ask. Go out there and vote. Do this basic thing that can make America better. Tomorrow, we can choose to protect health care for our families. Tomorrow, we can rebuild an economy that rewards working Americans and not just the wealthy of us. Tomorrow, we can elect leaders who reflect our best instincts and not our worst. Tomorrow, we can choose hope over fear and unity over division. The promise of change over the power of the status quo. And if we do, Georgia, if we vote like our lives depend on it, because they do, we will elect John Ossoff and Reverend Warnock to the United States Senate. We will send Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. And we will leave no doubt about who we are and what this country stands for. Honk if you're ready to go. Honk if you're fired up. Georgia, let's do this. Let's go out there and show that we believe. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was Barack Obama out there in Atlanta, Georgia, speaking to voters earlier. You saw Mayor Bottoms speaking as well. He is hitting the ground today to help out the Biden campaign. He's going to finish out the day in Miami, Florida. We'll bring that to you as well on News Now from Fox. But for right now, let's head over to this live look. In Traverse City, Michigan, that's where President Trump is going to be speaking to the crowds out there. You can see them all waiting for him. We just saw Air Force One touchdown. You can see it a little far back in that shot. There's President Trump out there again in Traverse City, Michigan. We're going to bring that event to you live. If you've been watching News Now from Fox, you know that it is all election season all the time. Tomorrow is the official day. So exciting stuff here on News Now from Fox. We're going to bring you coverage from beginning to end. Tomorrow we're going to, of course, show you all those polling stations with all the voters getting out there to cast their ballots on the very final day that they can do it. And then that night we're going to be bringing you live results, which is everything that you want to see from across the country. And then, of course, the presidential election as well. That's one that everyone has their eyes on. So again, full coverage here on News Now from Fox. You don't want to miss any of it. Some of you are going to be going to a short commercial break. We will see you in just a second. For those of you who are sticking around, we're going to take you out to a Melania Trump campaign event. She was in Huntersville, North Carolina, out there for her husband. The whole family is out and about tonight, so we'll bring that to you right now. And then, of course, that event with President Trump out there in Michigan. Thanks again for watching. I'm Daytona Everett. We'll see you in just a sec.
All over the country will go to the polls to vote for the next leader of the United States. I think we all agree we need my husband as our commander-in-chief for 4 more years. This election is critical to our future as citizens and the future of our country. When you vote tomorrow, you're choosing between a Washington outsider who will continue to do all he can to improve our country, a president with America First agenda and proven results. Or you can choose Joe Biden, a career politician of over 4 decades with no results to point to. We have a chance to vote for a leader who sees our future as bright, or someone who sees only a dark winter. A president who continues to make trade deals for the American worker, or someone who has spent his political career selling out the American worker with trade deals for his donors. Americans can vote for a leader who holds our allies accountable, or a former vice president who apologizes for American greatness. Today, we have a president who upholds and defends our justice system. We can vote to keep that a reality, or people can choose a candidate who is willing to pack the Supreme Court to protect a radical leftist agenda. We can vote for a president who protects our communities and our law enforcement, or a politician who will defund them. My husband is a president who takes care of our veterans, rebuilt our military, and has kept us out of new wars. Joe Biden, on the other hand, left the VA in disarray, allowed millions of dollars to fall into the hands of Iranian terrorists, and didn't make our military a priority. For the last 3.5 years, President Trump has been fighting for you. Under my husband's leadership, our nation is respected again. Our borders are safer. We have stayed out of the new conflicts and successfully defeat ISIS. We ended the reckless Iranian nuclear deal and made the new historic peace deals with our partners in the Middle East. Our NATO allies are now doing their fair share globally, something Donald insisted upon since day one in office. When you voted in 2016, our nation's economy was suffering because of the policies of the Obama-Biden administration. But under Donald's leadership, our economy soared and unemployment shrunk to a record low. Our president pulled us out of the terrible NAFTA deal and established the new USMCA. The Trump administration passed a new tax code and established the Space Force. My husband has appointed hundreds of responsible judges who are loyal only to the Constitution and not a radical socialist agenda. And he has ensured that there are more opportunities for women, especially working mothers, in our workforce. Despite what the media tries to tell you, healthcare for every citizen remains a priority for him. As you have seen over these past years, he won't stop fighting until he gets it done. The message is simple and clear. Donald fights to protect and support all of our people. We have a law and order president. A president that fully supports our men and women in uniform. We have a faith in our judges and legal system to rule justly. We protect our heritage and we condemn all hate. We should always learn from our past, and it is more important than ever that we never forget it so we can move forward. It was under President's leadership that our country took down two of the world's most dangerous terrorists. As long as there are evil people who want to do us harm, my husband and our great military will hunt them down and protect our country. Just this past Saturday, U.S. forces conducted a successful rescue operation in West Africa. The operation was led by our incredible warriors with the support of our international partners. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of our military service members and their families. Thank you all for all your sacrifices so that we may be safe. You have always defended our country and only ever asked to be supported here at home. You have never let us down. You deserve and you have the same loyalty from your Commander-in-Chief. Donald Trump and our entire administration is behind you 100%. Love you too. You're not the forgotten men and women in uniform. You are the backbone of our nation. You fight for us, so my husband fights for you. The United States is the greatest country in the world. As someone who immigrated to this country, I know firsthand that it is a place where the possibilities are endless and families can grow and flourish. A place where everyone is united in unending love of country. Under this president, our American values and ideals are protected, cherished, and upheld. In early 2020, our nation began feeling the effects of a global pandemic. An invisible enemy invaded our beautiful country, and we found ourselves with a new virus that no one understood. With the president's leadership and decisive actions, we quickly learned what it was, how it spreads, and the best ways to fight it. I watched Donald work very hard to keep people informed and calm, to protect our economy and make difficult and unpopular decisions in order to keep us all safe. The Democrats, together with media, have attempted to make COVID-19 the most politically charged, polarizing, and divisive topic of the last decade. Instead of working with our administration to unify and protect our nation, they only sought to attack us. At first, they attacked my husband for being too aggressive, and now they say he hasn't done enough. With very little information, they created their own narrative and stoked fear. It was not only dishonest, it was a disservice to the very people they claim to keep informed. It was Joe Biden who accused President Trump of xenophobic hysteria for putting the American people first and closing travel from China and parts of Europe. Now he's saying we didn't do enough. But my husband's actions prove otherwise. The president put American health and safety ahead of politics when they temporarily shut down our borders. He assigned a task force led by our great vice president to work closely with the CDC and immediately started taking action. Our administration has worked with Congress to support families struggling financially during this pandemic. We worked tirelessly to ensure the passage of 2 stimulus packages that provided more aid to the American people. And sadly, as we all know, the Democrats just blocked a 3rd package. Their refusal to work with my husband holds American people financially hostage in the name of politics. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all who have been negatively impacted by this invisible enemy. But rest assured, my husband will not stop until there is a vaccine available to everyone. While the Democrats continue to play politics, my husband will continue to focus on the health and safety of the American people. After all, you deserve a president with proven results, not a career politician with empty words and broken promises. President Trump is moving this country forward. Under his leadership, our nation continues developing safer procedures and practices so that children can get back in the classroom. Restaurants and businesses are reopening safely, and people are earning an income again. This president is focused not only on destroying the virus, but creating ways for people to safely start gathering with friends again. This is about mental health as much as it's about physical well-being. But the Democrats have a different outlook. They call themselves progressives, yet the only direction they want to go is backward. Joe Biden predicts a dark winter. His solution is to shut things down, to scare the people of our country and hurt our economy and our jobs. That is not leadership. That is trying to scare people for votes. My husband sees something different. While our nation has not escaped loss in the wake of this tragedy, we have overcome so much. The American spirit is stronger than COVID-19. I want to thank our amazing frontline workers for all they are doing. It is in times like this that we will look back and tell our grandchildren that through kindness and compassion, strength and determination, we were able to restore the promise of our future. One thing I know for certain is that under my husband's leadership, we will not be in for a dark winter. Our country is one of hope and promise. We are not a country of fear or weakness. We will continue working with our medical professionals and researchers to ensure our children continue to grow up in the safest and most prosperous nation. I believe in our incredible doctors, nurses, and scientists. Because of our amazing medical capabilities and resources, we are in the process of developing powerful therapeutics and vaccine. Our opponents are trying to politicize a vaccine that could save millions of lives during a global pandemic. If you are not supporting the safe production of a vaccine, you are not supporting the health and safety of the American people. There is no room for political games when so much is at stake. Shame on anyone who casts doubts on the effectiveness of potential vaccine just because it would come under my husband's leadership. Politically motivated decisions like these are what separate career politicians from President Trump. Do not forget what the Democrats chose to focus on when COVID-19 first came into our country. While the president was taking decisive actions to keep the American people safe, the Democrats were wasting precious time and American taxpayer dollars on a sham impeachment. Why should we trust Joe Biden when he suggests he can do a better job? All you have to do is look back on his 47 years in political life to determine whether you think he's suddenly capable of putting the American people first. It has been my greatest honor to serve as First Lady of this incredible country. I agree, 4 more years. Over the last few years, I have spent my time focused on children. They are the key to a successful future. It is our duty as adults to ensure we are equipped our children with all the important and necessary tools needed to be their best selves and reach their full potential. That starts with understanding and cherishing our American values, values that are rooted in our many faiths and in the importance we place on family and togetherness. It is also found in our shared and unending love of country. Our patriotism and American pride is unmatched by any country. In our administration, we consider this to be a good thing. Through my Be Best initiative, I have witnessed incredible moments of compassion and kindness from people all over this great nation and the world. Children who showed kindness to others when they needed it most. Mothers who have overcome drug addiction. Nurses and doctors who save children every day through the amazing advancement in medicine. These are the stories that deserve to be shared. It is love and optimism, not fear and lawlessness, that keeps America great. There are so many good things happening every day in ways small and large. We must not lose sight of that in the midst of all this political negativity. Negative actions like when the Speaker of the House chooses to shred the President's State of the Union address on national television, or when Democratic leaders call for the harassment of Trump officials, including young adults. When rioters and looters were burning our cities and wrecking small businesses that belong to hardworking families and bring jobs to our communities, where were the Democrats? In fact, in the face of violent looting, our opponents have called for the defunding of our hard-working police and ICE officers. Our children are watching and learning about politics in our country. They deserve a better display of responsibility and respect. While they like to blame my husband for his behavior, the media's promotion of divisive language and attacks has led to open disdain and hostility towards voters like you and me. Deplorables, they called us. People expressing their right to free speech, including our youth, have been harassed for wearing Trump clothing. Because of acts of intolerance and even violence, honest and hardworking Americans are sometimes afraid to put Trump signs in their yards. Members of our White House staff have been thrown out of restaurants just for serving their country. Even big tech companies are now politically censoring us. All this from the supposedly tolerant left. But like my husband, we cannot and will not give up. And while some journalists who have now become a political tool of the career politicians who choose to focus on the negative, we have chosen to focus on the American people and a brighter future.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We're going to cut into this shot really quickly because we have Joe Biden and Lady Gaga out there speaking in Pennsylvania. Let's listen in real quick.
I'm just saying, this generation represents the single most open, best educated generation in American history. And there's so much you can change. Guess what? If in 2016, people between the ages of 18 and 24 voted the same percentage that the rest of the population did, would have been 5,200,000 more votes. You guys can own this election. You can own it. I really mean it. So I'm counting on you. We're counting on you. Now, Lady Gaga's going to be speaking now. I'm going to be singing.
Switching spots.
We've been friends for a while. I can't thank you enough for all you've been doing for me.
I'm so excited. This is wonderful. Thank you, everybody.
And by the way, Pitt's a great. You all now. What kind of year are you having? You guys are in, but you're in. What is it? Rotation, or is it mostly online?
About 8% have in-person classes.
Well, I got my granddaughters with me. Where are my kids? You see those guys over there? The one in the pink. That's she's a junior in high school, a sophomore in high school. That's Hunter, my deceased son's son, and he's a sophomore in high school. This one in the middle here, she's a sophomore at University of Pennsylvania, and this one just graduated from law school. And so, I tell you what. Anyway, great to see you all. Great to see you all.
Any comment on what is being called a terrorist attack in Vienna?
I am unaware of the details, so I have no comment.
Let's go, let's back to the bus.
Going that way, Paul, Megan.
Press, you guys, let's go, back to the bus. Same way you came, let's go. We're getting back on.
All right, so there you have it. There's Lady Gaga and Joe Biden out there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They're going to be having a full-on event tonight. It's a drive-in campaign event, and you heard it right there. Joe Biden's going to be singing instead of Lady Gaga. That's what he just said, so we'll see if he holds himself to that. We'll stay on this shot for just a second. Some of you are going to be going out to a short commercial break. The rest of you, we're going to switch it up real quick. We have Mike Pence, who is speaking to voters right now. Let's listen in there. You're watching News Now from Fox.
And the road to victory goes right through the Great Lakes state. We need the people of this freedom-loving state to do just what you did in 2016. By tomorrow night, we need Michigan to show America that this is Trump country. But it really is great to be with y'all. It really is great. Also, it's great to be here with some good friends of mine and of the president's. In fact, one of whom is the highest-ranking combat veteran ever to serve in the Congress of the United States. Now he's one of the strongest voices for our national defense. Join me in thanking Congressman Jack Bergman, will you? Thank you, Jack. It's also great to be here with a man who has served the people of Michigan in the State House. And I've served alongside him, and I can tell you he is one of the strongest allies of our president and our agenda in the United States Congress, Congressman John Molinaro. And let me say what a privilege it is to be here with a man that I got to know over the last couple of years. He's a man of integrity. He's a family man, a West Point graduate, a combat veteran, a businessman, and the next senator from the great state of Michigan, John James. Well, thank you all for being here. I know you're out today to hear and see our president show your support, but I also know you're here because of all that we accomplished together over the last 4 years. I mean, think about it. 4 years ago, we inherited a military that was hollowed out by devastating budget cuts, an economy struggling to break out of the slowest recovery since the Great Depression. Terrorism was on the rise, and we witnessed a steady assault on our values. But in 3 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We secured our border, supported law enforcement, and stood for life, liberty, and the Constitution of the United States. You know, after Joe Biden spent the previous 8 years trying to tax and spend and bail our way back to a growing economy, President Donald Trump created the greatest economy in American history. And we're doing it again, Michigan. I mean, how about those new GDP numbers last week? Did you check that out? 33% growth in the third quarter, shattered any previous record. The great American comeback is on. And with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House, we're going to bring this economy back bigger and better than ever before. You know, the president said it was the biggest quarter in the history of our country, not even close. And he and I both know this American comeback is a testament to all of you, to the resilience and the strength and the character of the American people. But it's also a tribute to a president and our allies in Congress who created the greatest economy the world has ever seen. That's why it's remarkable to think, in the midst of a global pandemic, Joe Biden wants to raise taxes by $4 trillion. His running mate, Kamala Harris, said on Friday that their, quote, first order of business would be to get rid of President Trump's tax cuts. They got a $2 trillion Green New Deal. They want to put socialized medicine in the heart of Obamacare, risk the health insurance of 180 million Americans. But under President Donald Trump, in 3 short years, we cut taxes across the board for working families and businesses. We rolled back more federal red tape than any administration in history. We fought for free and fair trade, unleashed American energy, and businesses large and small created 7 million good-paying jobs, including 112,000 jobs right here in Michigan. It's true. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, America actually lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. It's amazing. You know, I come from south of here in Indiana. And just like Michigan, you know, we do 2 things well around here. We make things and we grow things, right? We're proud of it. But the last president, who I heard is out campaigning today, 4 years ago, he said those jobs were never coming back. He actually said, what magic wand do you have? Well, we didn't need a magic wand. We just needed President Donald Trump in the White House. 500,000 manufacturing jobs created in just 3 years. And when it comes to trade, so important to what we make and what we grow. Joe Biden's been a cheerleader for communist China all along the way. And he never lifted a finger to reform a trade deal with Mexico and Canada that literally cost thousands of factories to close across this country. But under President Trump, we put China on notice. We imposed tariffs and made it clear the era of economic surrender is over, and NAFTA is gone, and the USMCA is here to stay. You know, Joe Biden's running mate, I had a debate with her in Salt Lake City a couple of weeks ago. Some people think we did all right, so thank you. But I brought this up in the debate because you deserve to know Kamala Harris was one of only 10 senators to vote against the USMCA. She said it didn't go far enough on climate change. I mean, Kamala Harris put her radical environmental agenda ahead of Michigan jobs and Michigan workers. And I'll make you a promise. With 4 more years, President Trump will always put American jobs and American workers first. And I'll tell you, it's just as clear on energy. I mean, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to crush the American economy under a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal. Remember that first debate? The president had to remind Joe Biden that he supported the Green New Deal. He does. I mean, the Green New Deal, I'm telling you, it would actually raise the cost of electricity in your home and raise the cost of electricity in every business in Michigan. President Trump, he's been a champion for American energy. We ended the war on coal. We've opened up our natural resources, and we're now a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70 years. It's true. But worse still, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, over the last year, said over and over again that they want to abolish fossil fuels and ban fracking. I mean, that would cost hundreds of thousands of direct jobs across the heartland. They said it over and over again. And then Joe Biden shows up in Pittsburgh. I wasn't far from there today, a couple of weeks back, and he's trying to convince people in Pennsylvania that he's not for banning fracking. He actually said our president was lying about his record, remember? Even in that presidential debate. And how good did President Trump do in that presidential debate, am I right? Out of the park. Still going, right? Well, in that presidential debate, you saw the moment where Joe Biden said that we needed to, quote, transition from the oil industry. President Trump said, that's a big statement, right? And then when the president called him on it, he said, show the tape. So we've been showing the tape. And I bet when the president gets here, he's going to show you the tape again. Men and women of Michigan, no matter what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are saying right now, you can take it to the bank. Joe Biden and the Democratic Party are going to try and abolish fossil fuels, close down the oil industry, ban fracking, but we're not going to let it happen. We're going to have more fracking, more American energy, more energy independence for this generation and for generations to come when we re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. I mean, honestly, here's the choice America faces. It's a choice between a Trump boom and a Biden depression. I mean, a study just came out, nonpartisan study, that said Joe Biden's economic policies would cost 5 million American jobs. And it would reduce the average income of American families by $6,500 a year. So when you go home tonight, if you run into anybody tonight or any time on Election Day who hasn't made a decision yet in Michigan, here's what you got to ask them. Seriously. Just look at them and say, who do you really think can bring this economy all the way back? I mean, a career politician who spent 47 years raising taxes, stifling the economy with regulation and economic surrender, or a proven job creator who's overseeing the fastest economic recovery in history. To bring America all the way back, we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. So it's about our economy. But we all know that security is the foundation of our prosperity. And I couldn't be more proud to serve alongside a president who cares so deeply about the men and women of our armed forces and their families. You might not know we've got some service members in our immediate family. My son's a United States Marine. And my unworthy son-in-law is a United States Navy pilot currently deployed with the United States Navy. They couldn't be with us tonight, but I couldn't be more proud that that Navy spouse, my wonderful daughter, Charlotte Pence Bond, is traveling with her mom and dad today. Would you say hi to her? So proud of them. But you deserve to know when Joe Biden was vice president, we went through years of reckless budget cuts, didn't we, John? I mean, that hollowed out our military readiness. And over the last few days, I read where Democrats in Washington are already saying that they're planning massive cuts to our national defense to pay for their big government programs. President Trump, we rebuild our military. This president has signed the largest investment in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. And with 4 more years, we're going to keep giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources and the support they need to defend our nation. And it's not just been about those who serve in uniform, it's been about those of you who did serve. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, we remember the scandals at the VA that shocked the conscience of the nation, don't we? I mean, we had veterans that were literally dying, waiting for care at the VA, on waiting lists. But when President Trump came into the Oval Office, those days are over. Our president has signed the most sweeping reforms of the VA in 50 years. We fired 3,000 VA employees who weren't giving our veterans the care they deserve. The VA now has a 91% approval rating, and Veterans Choice is now available for every veteran in America. And for our national defense, to support our veterans, for peace through strength, is just one more reason why we need a combat veteran in the United States Senate. We need John James in the Senate from the great state of Michigan. And when it comes to law and order, President Donald Trump has stood with the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement every single day. I mean, you all know what the President and I know. The men and women who put on the uniform of law enforcement in this country are some of the best people in America, and they deserve the respect of every American every day. After the summer of violence that we've seen, after the rioting and looting that we saw in Philadelphia this week, the truth is Joe Biden would double down on the policies that are leading to violence in our cities. Now, Joe Biden says that America is, in his words, systemically racist. He says that law enforcement has an implicit bias against minorities. When Joe Biden was asked whether he'd cut funding for law enforcement, he replied, yes, absolutely. And his running mate, Kamala Harris, recently praised the LA mayor for cutting $150 million out of the LAPD's budget. Under President Donald Trump, I'll make you a promise. We're not going to defund the police. Not now, not ever. We're going to back the blue, and we're going to back the blue for 4 more years. You know, the President and I know we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement and supporting our African-American neighbors and families and other minorities in our cities. We've done both for the last 3.5 years, and we're going to keep doing both. We're going to support law enforcement with more resources and more training, and we're going to keep creating jobs and opportunity and educational choice options for African-Americans and all the families that live in our major cities. And we're going to have law and order for every American of every race and creed and color, so help us God. All along the way, under this president's leadership, we've stood for all the liberties and freedoms enshrined in our founding documents, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech. And President Donald Trump has stood strong for the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. We've appointed more than 220 conservative judges to our federal courts at every level, and I promise you, they're all conservatives who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution, like Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and just like Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Isn't she great? Isn't she great? How much did you like that when they asked her what she had on that piece of paper in front of her? Nothing. She's going to be an amazing jurist for generations to come, and she's going to make America proud. But you all deserve to know when Joe Biden was vice president, we saw a steady assault on our religious freedom. We did. They used the power of the bureaucratic state to erode the conscience rights of doctors and nurses. They even hauled a group of Catholic nuns into federal court to force them to compromise their faith to live under the mandates of Obamacare. It's true. When Judge Amy Coney Barrett was up for a different court 2 years ago, that same religious intolerance among the Democrats in Washington came out. The leading Democrat on the Judiciary Committee said she was concerned about Judge Barrett's Catholic faith because she said, and I quote, "The dogma lives loudly within you." And Hollywood elites started attacking Judge Barrett, and they've never stopped. Well, I got a message for the Democrats in Washington and their friends in Hollywood. False alarm. I got a message for the Democrats in Washington and their friends in Hollywood. That dogma lives loudly in me. That dogma lives loudly in you. And the right to live and work and worship according to the dictates of our faith lives loudly in the Constitution of the United States of America. And under President Donald Trump, we've stood for that first freedom, religious freedom, strong. We restored the conscience rights of doctors and nurses, and it was President Donald Trump who ended the assault on the little sisters of the poor, and the Supreme Court made it permanent. And finally, where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris support taxpayer funding of abortion, all the way up to the moment of birth, I couldn't be more proud to be vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. So in our first 3 years, we rebuilt our military, we revived our economy, we stood for law and order, liberties, and life. None of that would have been possible without the strong support of Michigan's Republicans in Congress. So right after you re-elect President Donald Trump, right after you send John James to the United States Senate, we all need Michigan to send Congressman Jack Bergman and Congressman John Molinar to a new Republican majority and retire Nancy Pelosi once and for all. Out. I'm telling you. Out. You know, when you look at what we were able to accomplish, all of us, with the support of the people of Michigan, in that historic election 4 years ago, I think there's only one way you can describe it. In 3 short years, we made America great again. And then 2020 arrived. As President Trump led our nation through the worst global pandemic in a century. And all along the way, President Donald Trump put the health of America first. It's true. Before the first documented case of community spread, President Trump did what no American president had ever done in history. He closed off all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. Now, Joe Biden at the time said that was xenophobic, which is, I guess, a fancy word for racist. He said closing off travel during a global pandemic would actually, quote, make things worse. But Joe Biden got it wrong, and President Donald Trump got it right. I can tell you, as the head of the White House Coronavirus Task Force these last 8 months, President Trump's action, shutting off travel to China, saved untold American lives because it bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. It's true. We reinvented testing. We saw to the manufacture and production, including here in Michigan, of billions of supplies of medical equipment and PPE. We developed therapeutics that are saving lives. And we are literally a short time away from having the first safe coronavirus vaccine and tens of millions of doses for the American people. And I promise you, people of Michigan can be confident. We're going to keep making sure those supplies are available to our great doctors and nurses. We're going to keep protecting the vulnerable. We're going to keep saving lives and distribute a vaccine. And we are opening up America again. It's amazing to think in the last 5 months, on that foundation we poured and with the unprecedented relief for families and businesses the President secured from Congress, after losing 22 million jobs at the height of this pandemic, we've already seen 11.5 million people go back to work, including 600,000 people right here in Michigan. We're opening up America, and Michigan is roaring back. But you all deserve to know, Joe Biden is talking about shutting down our economy again. It's true. If you saw the newspapers the last couple of days, several European countries are already talking about shutting down. So you can bet that Joe Biden will lock down the American economy if he makes it to the White House. All the schools will be closed, all your churches, synagogues, places of worship, businesses will all be shuttered again. I mean, right at the moment that the American economy is getting back on its feet, Joe Biden said this summer he would shut it down. Well, Joe Biden says we're in for a long, dark winter. But under President Donald Trump, we're going to defeat the virus, and the best is yet to come. You know, the choice in this election has never been clearer. The stakes have never been higher. When you look at their agenda of higher taxes, open borders, socialized medicine, a Green New Deal, defunding the police, abortion on demand, it's clear. And Joe Biden would be nothing more than a Trojan horse for the radical left. I don't know if you've seen it in the news, but Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are already angling for cabinet posts. You know, Joe Biden said that democracy is on the ballot tomorrow. Well, I think our economic recovery is on the ballot. I think law and order are on the ballot. But I also think there are things far more foundational to our country that are on the ballot as well. Men and women of Michigan, in this election, I think it's not going to be so much whether America ends up more Republican or more Democrat, more liberal or more conservative, more red or more blue. The choice in this election is whether America remains America. Whether we're going to chart a future with President Donald Trump, build on our American heritage of faith and family and patriotism and freedom, or whether we're going to let Joe Biden and the Democratic Party surrender our country to the radical left, shut down our economy, topple our heritage and our values and our freedom in an avalanche of socialism and decline. So let me say from my heart to all of my friends here in Michigan, for all the ideals and values that have always made this country unique and exceptional, for our very freedom, bequeathed to us by generations of Americans, we need to decide right here and right now that Joe Biden will never be President of the United States. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gotten to know this president over the last 4 years. Some people think we're a little bit different. But actually, we've gotten to be very close friends. We spend time together every day, or we speak every day, and I can tell you, President Donald Trump is a real deal. He's a man who says what he means and means what he says. He never quits. He never backs down, and he has never stopped fighting to keep the promises that he made to the American people. Now it's our turn to fight for him. It's our turn to fight for 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. 4 more years means more jobs. 4 more years means more judges. 4 more years means more support for our troops. And it's going to take at least 4 more years to drain that swamp. So before he gets here, I got a couple things to ask you to do. Number 1, before the polls close tomorrow, we need you to vote Michigan, vote to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. The time for speeches is almost over. The time for voting is coming up. So tomorrow morning, I'm told the polls open 7 a.m., open till 8 p.m. here in Michigan. And remember, friends don't let friends vote alone. Bring a family member, bring a neighbor, bring a coworker, and vote to re-elect President Donald Trump to the White House. And secondly, after you vote with a friend, I need you to go find somebody to talk to about this election. I mean, Michigan always plays an outsized role in presidential politics, and that'll be especially true this year. I mean, the choice that Michigan makes is literally going to be a choice that sets our nation on one path or another for generations to come. So you just need to tell them about the stakes in this election. Tell them about the progress we made, the way this president's led us through this challenging year, the way we rebuilt our military, revived our economy, the way America is coming back, and tell them about the choice. And tell them why. You know, the president and I were on a news show a week ago Sunday. 60 Minutes, it was, you know, yeah, right. So, but there was a great moment. So the president got asked a question, his answer, I'll just never forget. The reporter looks at him and she says, thinking about all of you, she said, so how would you describe your supporters? And without hesitation, the president answered the question. She said, how would you describe your supporters? And he said, they are people who love our country. So go find a neighbor, tell them you love America, and tell them we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. And finally, I just encourage you in all that remains between now and when the polls close, just to have faith. Have faith in America. When you speak to your neighbors and friends. You know, I think you study American history, every time the American people have given a clear choice between a future of more freedom and less freedom, they choose freedom every time. Have faith in the boundless capacity of the American people to overcome any challenge. And finally, have faith that he who planted this miracle of democracy on this wilderness shores will see us through these challenging times, to bring us through stronger and better than ever before. There's a verse that's been over the mantle of our home for 20 years since we first stepped forward to serve in public life. And they're ancient words that Americans have long clung to, and our little family does. They simply say, For I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you, not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future. Have faith and pray for America. And I just know, if all of us do all we need to do between now and when the polls close at 8 o'clock here in Michigan tomorrow, with your continued support and your prayers, we're going to have a great victory all across Michigan and all across America. And with Congressman Jack Bergman and Congressman John Molinar in that new Republican majority in the House, with John James in a larger Republican majority in the United States Senate, with President Donald Trump back in the White House for 4 more years, and with God's help, we're going to make Michigan and America more prosperous than ever before. We're going to make Michigan and America safer than ever before. We're going to make Michigan and America more united than ever before. And with your support, together, we will make America great again. Again. Thank you all very much. God bless you. God bless America. Now let's go get it done, Michigan.
All right, Vice President there, Mike Pence, talking before the big crowd there in Michigan as we now wait for President Trump for that rally to get going here in just a little bit. You'll watch it right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. We'll keep you in a double box, but we also want to take you now out to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That is where Joe Biden right now is doing a drive-in rally. Take a look.
Home as quick as I could. And I stayed with them in that hospital room because they were really in tough shape. But on the 23rd, I believe it was, I decided that I was going to go out to Kmart and get a plastic Christmas tree, you know, those kinds they have on display, because you weren't allowed to have any Christmas paraphernalia in the hospital that could catch fire, but I could get one of those. So I went out and I was only gone, the only time I was gone for about, I guess, an hour, hour and a half, and I came back. And both my boys, for the first time, they were little guys, 3 and 4 years old, almost 4 and 5. They had smiles on their face. And each of them were holding a football, signed by the entire Steel Curtain, the Pittsburgh team. And I said, "What happened, boys?" And they were the first time they smiled. And they said, "Rocky Bleier and Franco Harris came." Because guess what happened? The Rooneys, really fine people, the Rooneys decided that they were going to send Rocky and Franco to see my boys. No publicity. They didn't do any press. Didn't let anybody know. They spent 45 minutes with my boys. They got in the plane and went home. That's who we are as a country. That's something the president doesn't understand. Looking out for each other. The 1,000 acts of kindness, the decency that people used to show to one another and still do, that he just doesn't get. Pittsburgh, there's one more day to show who we are once again. Tomorrow, we can end the presidency that has divided this nation. Folks at home would know. Tomorrow we can put an end to a presidency that has failed to protect the nation. Tomorrow we can put an end to a presidency that has fanned the flames of hate across this nation, pouring gasoline on every racial incident in the country. Millions of Americans have already voted. Over almost 100 million now. Millions more will vote tomorrow. My message is simple. The power to change this country is in your hands. And I don't care how hard Donald Trump tries. There's nothing he can do to stop the people of this nation from voting, no matter how he tries. There's a press article last week, and it read as follows: never before in modern presidential history
has a candidate been so reliant on wide-scale efforts to repress the vote as Trump? Trump doesn't want y'all voting. He doesn't want Americans voting. He thinks only wealthy folks should vote. And when America votes, though, America will be heard. When America's heard, the message is going to be out loud and clear. It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home. Go home. Look, we're done with the chaos. We're done with the racism. We're done with the tweets, the anger, the hate, the failure, the irresponsibility. But we got a lot of work to do, folks. If I'm elected president, we're going to act. On day one, we're going to act to get COVID under control. On day one of my presidency, I'll put in action a plan that I've been talking about for months. Masking, social distancing, testing, tracing. A plan for full and fair and free distribution of therapeutics and vaccines when we get one. And most importantly, we hadn't done yet, a plan that addresses the fact that we can get everybody access to the vaccine when it comes. Folks, there's over 300 million people in America. Everyone is going to get help. The plan to address the disproportionate way the virus is hitting the black community and minority communities. We're seeing race-based disparities all across every aspect of this virus. Higher infection rates, lower access to testing, a harder time quarantining safely, lower access to quality treatment when you become infected, and tragically, higher mortality rates, 3 times as high as the white population. 1 in 1,000 black Americans have died from COVID so far. And by the end of this pandemic, if things continue as he's allowing them to do until the next president takes office, there will be another 200,000 deaths projected. And that'll mean 1 in 500 African Americans will have died because of COVID. That is absolutely outrageous. That is an attack, a mass casualty for black Americans. And this president, he knew in January how bad this virus was. In January, he knew it. Some of you may remember vaguely, if you turned on the television at the time, I wasn't in office, but I was talking about the fact that he got intelligence briefings laying out how dangerous it was coming from China and where it was happening. And he said, no, he didn't read his intelligence briefing in the morning. Well, that didn't surprise me. He doesn't read. But turns out he knew exactly how dangerous it was. Remember what he said to Bob Woodward, the famous journalist? He went on tape and he said to Woodward, he knew in January how dangerous it was and how many people could die. And he said nothing. He didn't say a thing to you, me, or anybody else. He kept it secret. He hid it from the American people. He knew it was worse than the flu. He lied to the American people. He knew it wasn't going to disappear. He kept telling us a miracle was coming. Or maybe we should inject bleach into our veins. I mean, whatever. God, anyway. And just Friday, this past Friday, he had the gall to suggest that the American doctors and nurses who are literally risking their lives to save lives on the front line of this crisis for 9 months, that he suggested that these folks, you know what he said they're doing? He said doctors are falsely inflating the deaths due to COVID because they want to make more money. Now think about that. The President of the United States of America. But then again, it doesn't surprise me he wouldn't do anything unless he could make more money. Not a joke. Everything to him is about how do you help yourself. Folks, look. The people of this nation have suffered and sacrificed for 9 months, none more so than our doctors and our frontline healthcare workers. And it's the president questioning their character and their integrity, their commitment to his fellow Americans. The president questioning that? It's a flat disgrace. And then last night, Trump said he's going to fire Dr. Fauci. I got a better idea. Let's fire Trump and I'll hire Dr. Fauci. Look, the president has waved the white flag of surrendering this virus. I'll never do that. His chief of staff said last week, we're not going to control this virus. We're not going to control the virus. The first step to beating the virus is defeating Donald Trump. Look, folks, if we didn't know this was happening, and somebody made a movie about this 5 years ago, you'd think it was all crazy. But it's real. It's real what's happening. Donald Trump, by the way, keeps telling us what a great jobs president he has been, how many jobs he's created. Well, I was just with President Obama in Detroit and Flint, Michigan, my buddy. It was great to be with a president with real character, a president respected around the world, a president our kids could look up to. But did you know President Obama and I helped create more jobs in the last 3 years of our administration than Trump did in the first 3 years of his, even before the pandemic hit? Did you know Donald Trump is going to be the first president in 90 years who's going to finish with his 4 years in office with fewer jobs under his leadership than when he started as president? And black unemployment remains too high. Too many black businesses are shuttered for good. Black-owned businesses are shutting down twice as fast as other businesses. And business communities of color have shuttered because they didn't get the help, the money that Congress had passed. Congress passed over $2 trillion. You know the first thing the president did? He fired the inspector general, was supposed to follow where the money went. And guess what? Minority businesses, small businesses, they didn't get the help. It went to the Mar-a-Lago crowd, not a joke. His wealthy friends. He fired the inspector general. You know, he sees the world from Park Avenue. I see it from Scranton. I see it from where I grew up. I see it from here in Pittsburgh. Wall Street didn't build this country. Working people built this country. That's always who built the country, the middle class. And unions built the middle class. Folks, I believe we should be rewarding work, not wealth in this country. You all realize that just since the pandemic started, the listed billionaires in America made another $300 billion? Not a joke. $300 billion they made in the middle of the pandemic. What's going on here, folks? Well, I got a plan. And under my plan, I commit to you, no one making less than 400 grand is going to see a penny in taxes raised. But for a change, the wealthiest and the biggest corporations, 91 of the Fortune 500 companies pay zero in taxes after making billions of dollars. Well, guess what? Under a Biden administration, they're going to start paying their fair share. Why should a firefighter, an educator, a nurse, a steel worker pay a higher tax rate, and this is the God's truth, a higher tax rate than the super wealthy? And by the way, why should you pay more taxes than Donald Trump? I released 23 years of my tax returns. I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. And then when I got elected vice president, it said it's probable no man has ever assumed the office of vice president with fewer assets than Joe Biden. I assume they weren't speaking about intellectual assets. They could have been, but who knows? But look, here's my point. Trump, and the only taxes that we've been able to find out through the New York Times, the 1 year he paid $750 in taxes. Trump keeps talking about corruption. When's the last time you heard of a president having a secret bank account in China? Which he did, we just found out, where he paid 50 times more tax in China than he did in the United States. Every time he starts talking about corruption, I say, release your tax return. What in the hell are you hiding? What are you hiding? Not one. Anyway, I won't get into it. Look, we're going to act to protect health care. Trump and the Republicans just jammed through a Supreme Court nomination. You know why they did? To try to destroy the Affordable Care Act. Well, if they get their way, 100 million Americans will lose the protections for pre-existing conditions, including more than 5 million people here in the United States. Here in the state of Pennsylvania. Over 100 million in the United States. Millions of black Americans will be left uninsured and denied health coverage because of pre-existing conditions. And there are more pre-existing conditions in poor communities than there are in others. Donald Trump thinks health care is a privilege. I think it's a right. Look, I'll not only restore Obamacare, I'll build on it. You can keep your private insurance. If you like it, you can choose Medicare like public option. I'm going to increase subsidies to lower your premiums, deductibles, out-of-pocket expenses, out-of-pocket spending, surprise billing. I'm going to lower prescription drugs by 60%, and that's the truth. But by the way, how are you going to do it, Joe? Because those wealthy people are going to start paying their fair share. It's not about punishing everyone, it's about being fair. We'll make sure the protections for people with pre-existing conditions remain. And meanwhile, Trump publicly said, if he's reelected, he's going to defund Social Security payments. The actuary at Social Security Department said if he does that, that will eliminate Medicare by 2023. After all the people rely on Medicare. It's not going to happen, by the way. We're not going to let it happen. But that's his plan. So go home and tell your grandparents and parents we'll protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, which he won't do. And finally, we need a vote now to deliver some racial justice in America. Look, the season of protest has broken out all across this nation. Protesting is not burning and looting and violence. That can't be tolerated, it won't. But those protests are a cry for justice in the name of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, Walter Wallace Jr. They're not going to soon be forgotten. They're not going to be forgotten by me, not by us, not by this country. They'll inspire a whole new wave of justice in America. When I met with Floyd's family, he has a little daughter who survived him. She's 6 years old. And I knelt down and I talked to her. I started to talk to her. You know what she said? She looked at me and said, Mr. Vice President, Daddy's going to change the world. Daddy's going to change the world. Folks, the country is ready. The country is ready. But not with Donald Trump as president. Now he wants us to believe so much he's done for black Americans. You might have seen the debate I had with him. I was standing next to Abraham Lincoln. He said, not since Abraham Lincoln has anyone done as much for the African American community as I have. I turned to him and asked him, Abe, he got offended. He got offended. Look, Pittsburgh, honk if you think his commitment of having done more for the African American community than Abraham Lincoln is true. Honk your horn. Silence. You got it, man. Pittsburgh, honk if you think it's a bunch of malarkey. He's lying. You got it. Look, the truth is Donald Trump has done more to harm black America than any president in modern history. This is the same man who started the birther movement against my buddy Barack Obama. This is the man who, when the first black woman running for vice president, he looks at her and he calls her a monster. Oh yeah, man. And remember on stage with him when I asked about the Proud Boys, that racist group of white supremacists? He said, I said, will you deny them? He turned and he said, I'm going to tell them to stand down and stand by. When in God's name did you ever expect American president to say, who refused to denounce white supremacy, doesn't believe systemic racism is a problem, and won't even say Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter. And we're going to work to deliver real police and criminal reform, justice reform. We know what true justice is all about. It's not only about a system, criminal justice system that's fair, but it's about being able to build wealth, jobs, homes, families. Folks, we're in a situation where, think about it, how many people you know working 2 jobs and still being in poverty? We need a national minimum wage of $15 an hour for everybody, period. Honk, if you agree with me. Honk, if you agree with me, my proposal for first-term home buyers. First-time home buyers, I promise you, are going to get a $15,000 down payment for their first home. Honk! For new capital to start businesses, because black entrepreneurs are equally successful as any other entrepreneurs, but they can't get access. That's why Barack and I started a program to give $1.5 billion to local small business associations to lend money. That brought $30 billion off the sideline. Well, I've changed that to $15 billion, and we're going to bring $150 off the sideline. Look, in addition to that, think about this. Education. Education is the key to movement. Well, guess what? They're going to be free college education for state universities when I'm your president. I'm going to triple funding. And by the way, we can afford this, I promise you. I'm going to triple funding for Title I schools so a child can get a good public education no matter what their zip code is. Allowing every 3-, and 4-, and 5-year-olds to go to school, not daycare. That increases by 58% the prospects that child will go all the way through 12 years. And honk, if you agree with me, I'm going to invest $70 billion in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions. For real. Institutions so future generations of black students can continue to get the very best education. Folks, Pennsylvania in 2008 and 2012, you placed your trust in Barack and me. Now in 2020, I'm asking for your trust again in me and Kamala. And by the way, she is one smart, bright, tough woman, man. I'm so proud she said yes. Look, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. That's the job of a president, the duty to represent everyone, everyone. And you too have a duty. If you haven't already voted, to vote tomorrow. Make a plan. Get out the vote. Go to iwillvote.com/PA and ask yourself, if Donald Trump is so proud of his record, especially for African Americans, why does he make it so hard for us to vote? And then remember the final words of my good friend and American hero, John Lewis, who recently died. He said, the vote is the most powerful nonviolent change agent you have in a democratic society. You must use it, because it's not guaranteed you'll lose it. Folks, please, please, here's the amazing thing. Here's the amazing thing, folks. It's about this moment in history. On the one hand, we're facing the biggest threat about who we are, what we believe, what we've seen in our lifetimes. But on the other hand, our future has never been more promising.
I said it many times. I'm more optimistic about America's future today than I was when I got elected as a 29-year-old kid. And I mean it. Here's why. We're better positioned than any nation in the world to lead the 21st century. Our workers are 3 times as productive as workers in the biggest economies in the world. We have the strongest military in the history of the world. We have the most innovative entrepreneurs. We're virtually energy independent. And we have more research universities out of which every major change comes than the entire rest of the world combined. No other nation can match us. We lead by the power of our example, not just the example of our power. We're a laughingstock around the world right now. The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself. And that's exactly what Donald Trump has been doing from the beginning of this campaign. He knows the only way he can win is divide America, pit us against one another, based on race, ethnicity, national origin, religion. That's wrong. It's not who we are. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Let's show them who we are. We choose hope over fear. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. And yes, we choose truth over lies. Folks, it's time to stand up and take back this democracy. We can do this. We're better than we've been. We can be our best when we're the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Go vote. We can get this done. I promise you.
Joe Biden wrapping up there in Pittsburgh on the eve of the election. News Now from Fox does continue, and we're going to take a short 2-minute break for some of you. And when we come back, we're going out to Michigan. President Trump rally underway now.
Down and cried. And I don't know if that's good for us. Probably could. Maybe it brings me up 4 or 5 points, I promise, huh? I don't care. But that's really nice. You know, it's never been said before. They say that's never been. We've liked Ronald Reagan. We've liked a lot. But they say that's the love. We love you. Think of it when you think about it, right? No, it's an incredible thing. We've worked hard. We've gotten you everything we said. We've done the things we said. We've done the things we said. We get you the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. We've rebuilt our military. Our vets just gave us a 91% approval rating on what we've done for them. We've got you Space Force, and you'll be making a lot of this stuff right here in Michigan. Space Force is the first time in 74 years since Air Force. Think of that, right? A whole new force. I just signed an executive order on Air Force One to teach our students pro-American values. It's a good thing with all the things that I've been watching that have been taking place over a pretty long period of time, even before Obama and Sleepy Joe. Biden has vowed to abolish the American oil and natural gas industries and to ban fracking. Look, he said it. He campaigned for over a year. We will ban fracking. We will ban fracking. We will ban fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania. And they say, well, you know, his people told him he didn't have any idea what that meant, but it was okay. He listened. So they said, listen, you have to be in favor of fracking now. He said, okay, no problem. Why? I only said it about 200 times during debates, right? So now he goes into Pennsylvania, where we just left. Great people, by the way. You talk about, that was an unbelievably enthusiastic group of people. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to win Michigan too. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We won Pennsylvania last time too. We won this one. This one hadn't been won for many, many years, and Pennsylvania the same thing. It wouldn't. But then Trump came along. We won them both. We beat Crooked Hillary. Now we have a guy that makes Hillary look like a baby. No, we've had a good time. And until the China plague came along, everything was good. We closed it down. We saved 2 million lives. Now we're opening it up. We had the greatest economy we've ever had. See the hat, all the Make America Great Again. Now we're having it Make America Great Again, you know. And our country was coming together. You know, the other side was calling. Everybody was successful. Best numbers for unemployment, African American, Hispanic American. And by the way, do you see what's going on in Florida? African American, the numbers are phenomenal. Hispanic American, the numbers are beyond belief. They got problems. You notice I haven't been talking too much about Florida for the last 6 or 7 hours. They're not liking what they see. They're not, wow, that is a lot of people. Look, you can't even see. Why don't you take the cameras down there? You can't even see the end. I hope you can hear us down there. It's like 2 football fields away. I hope you can hear us. That's great. Well, that's really good. But no, Florida's looking great. You're looking great. Came out 2 or 3 up. I don't know why 2 or 3 up. You know, am I supposed to be happy with 3 up over this guy? I tell you. But you know what? Let's just put the win in the column. We won't even talk about it. But you're looking great. North Carolina, great. Iowa came out. The big poll came out yesterday. You saw it. And we were a lot up. Big up. Well, the farmers like me, you know. I got, for the farmers, $28 billion. I got $28 billion from China. Thank you very much, China. Thank you. Because they targeted the farmers. They targeted the farmers, and I said to Sonny Perdue, Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny, how much? He said, well, 2 years ago it was 12, and last year was 16 billion, 12 billion, a total of 28 billion. And I tariffed China. We took the 28 billion, we had a lot of money left over, into the Treasury, and we gave it to the farmers, and the farmers are not complaining. I'll tell you, they're in business. They would have been out of business. Biden's energy ban will send every state into crushing poverty and you know this, you know what they're doing, from Michigan to Wisconsin to Arizona, where we're leading very nicely, thank you, and to Pennsylvania. As long as I'm president, we will remain the #1 producer of oil and natural gas on earth. And we will remain energy independent. We're energy independent for the first time. First time. That means we don't have to call people up in faraway places and say, we need some oil, please. We'll send our armies over there to protect you and help you. But we do have great allies over there. We'll help them. And we've certainly helped Israel, but we have a lot of good people over there. We'll help them. But we don't need their oil. It's nice not to need. We have more oil than they do now. You know, we have actually more oil than they do. We're the largest in the world. Isn't that a nice feeling? Sleepy Joe, and that would not have happened except for what we've done over the last 3.5 years. There's never been an administration or president, there's never been an administration that has done in the first 3.5 years what we've done. Never, and not even close. With all the things we've done. And the fake news never even questions it. I've been saying it for a long time. They don't even question it because they can't. Joe Biden is a globalist who spent 47 years outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless, ridiculous foreign wars. Countries you never even heard of. A vote for Biden is a vote to extinguish and eradicate your state's auto industry. You don't like that, do you? I don't think so. You know, he was going to do the TPP. He was going to do different things that would have been so bad for you. I ended it all. He was a cheerleader for NAFTA, which was the worst trade deal ever made, probably by any country, that sent all your auto jobs. You know, they have 32% of our auto jobs, right? And it's probably the #1 reason I ran for president. And in fact, I was in Michigan. I don't know if anybody remembers this. 12 years ago, they gave me the Man of the Year. You remember? And I had I made a speech and I said, why are you letting, you know, it's not my business, but I said, why are you letting them steal your auto jobs? They're all going down to Mexico. And by the way, plenty go to Canada too, right? People don't know that. And it was a terrible thing that took place, but we've stopped that. And now the USMCA makes it very, very financially difficult for them to do that. It was very important to me. And everybody said, we'll never be able to do it. We'll never be able to end NAFTA. And you know why? Because it was so good for Canada and so good for Mexico, and they have a lot of power. But we ended it, and they're not that happy, but they're happy enough, and we have a great deal. And we have people, I'll tell you, Mexico, we've had a great relationship with Mexico. Canada is a little difficult to deal with, to be honest with you. You know, oh, Canada. We all love oh, Canada, right? I love that. They stand for their national anthem, and we have to stand too, because, you saw the ratings on the NBA down 71% for their championship. You know why? Because people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They want to see a basketball game. Obviously not too much, but I didn't watch it, and a lot of people didn't watch it. And the NFL has to be very careful. They tried that game 2 years ago, and I thought we taught them a lesson. And they have to be very careful. We have to respect our flag, we have to respect our anthem, and we have to respect our country. Sleepy Joe supported China's entry into the WTO. Michigan lost half of all auto manufacturing jobs after those Biden betrayals. They also supported the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been the death sentence for the U.S. auto industry. I canceled TPP, I ended the NAFTA disaster, and I took the toughest action ever taken against China. We never took in 10 cents on China. I've taken in billions and billions of dollars over the last 2 years. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician. They don't want to write about it. They don't want to write about it. They're not allowed to write about it. Their bosses, whoever their bosses may be, they're not allowed to write about it. Who sold out Michigan to China? He sold you out. That's one of the reasons when they send over a car, they charge us 35% tax. We charge them nothing. But those days are changed. We changed it. We changed it. And it's going to change a lot more if you give us another 4 years, that I can tell you. We were just beginning. And not only with China, with everyone else that takes advantage of our country. Thank you very much. No, but with everybody else it takes it. It's not only China, it's everybody. We renegotiated the South Korea deal, you know that. That was a deal. Crooked Hillary made that deal. It was going to give 250,000 jobs. She was talking, this will produce 250,000 jobs. They signed it, and she ended up being correct. But the 250,000 jobs all went to South Korea, not to us. That was standard. That was standard. Biden is the living embodiment of the decrepit and depraved political class that got rich, bleeding America dry. And you know what happened. Look, there haven't been too many states that have been affected like you've been affected. You got seriously affected. That's what we're doing. We're doing it. We're doing it. But when I ran, you never told me it was going to be that deep, that vicious, that rough. It's a deep sucker. I thought we'd knock it out fast. We went through 3.5 years of hell, and here we are, and they're not too happy, and they're reeling. They're reeling. They're going to be knocked off very soon. They're going to be all knocked off very soon. No, we've done a good job, but it wasn't easy. You get impeached over a telephone call that was perfect. Perfect call, a perfect call. Congratulations on your victory, Ukraine. President of Ukraine, nice man. Never met him before. Congratulations. Sir, could you call up and congratulate the president of Ukraine? Sure. What happened? Oh, he just won. Okay, good. So I gave him a call. I avoided it for a long time because it was a lot, busy. Call up and they say, let's impeach him. I'll tell you. And we had great support from the Republican Party. I have to say that 197 to nothing in the House. 52.5 to 1/2. You know who the half was? That's right. We had 52.5 to 1/2. Mitt Romney. He still doesn't know why. He's saying, let's see, why did I do that? He wished he didn't do it, I'll tell you that. In 2016, Michigan voted to fire this corrupt political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who finally put America first. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. Probably wouldn't be here if I were. And if I don't always play by the rules of Washington and the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder and harder and harder, and better than anyone's ever fought for you. We were brought here, we were put here to fight for you. I had a very easy life before this, I have to tell you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I had a very easy life. I had a different kind of a life. And you know what? I wouldn't have changed that decision when I said, First Lady, let's do it. You're going to be First Lady. She was actually one of the people. She said, are you sure you want to do this? First Lady. People love the First Lady. They do. They love her. She's great. She's elegant, and she puts up with a lot from these people, you know. It's like unbelievable. But she said, but are you sure you want to do this? I say, I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. She said, you know you will win if you do it. You must be sure. And I said, you think so? I said, you think so, really? She said, no, you will win, definitely. But the question is, do you want to do it? I said, yeah, we do. We have to set this nation back on the right course. That's right. No, she said that. I'll never forget that. That was sort of cool. You know, it's like second nature. You know you'll win. You know, we're running against a lot of very talented people. And then we had to run against a very talented crooked machine. Joe Biden is bought and paid for by big tech, big media, and powerful special interests. You saw that over the last couple of weeks. All the corruption, and they refuse to even talk about it. Could you imagine if I got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's way? Or one of my kids took $3.5 million from, can you imagine that? And they refuse to even discuss it. They don't want to discuss it. There is no proof. They now say the laptop from hell was produced by Russia. This was Schiff, watermelon head, right? The laptop was produced by Russia. And we say, oh, no, not again. No, John Ratcliffe came out immediately. He's great. He's doing a great job. He said it was not produced by Russia. So. But that's what they try and do. They do disinformation. They're the biggest disinformation group, I'll tell you. They own him. They control Biden. And they know he will always do whatever they want. They know that. That's why they want him. I definitely don't do what they want. I definitely don't. Except I do one thing. I get them good ratings. Can you imagine if they don't have me? Let's say they had Biden. Their ratings will collapse. Every one of them will be out of business. They'll be out of business so fast. Every corrupt they will be out of business so fast. In fact, I think they're going to get together. The New York Times will die. The failing New York Times. Washington Post, which is basically a lobbyist for Bezos, you know that. But they'll all get together and they'll say, listen, we made a big mistake here. We got to draft Trump. We got to get him to run again. This is no good. We're dying. Nobody cares. Can you imagine that, having Biden? We're going to put something up. Can you imagine having Biden as your president? The biggest loser will be the fake news media. That will be so boring. You know, their ratings are through the roof. Everything's through the roof. The NFL is doing very badly. You know why? Everyone's watching politics, because they find politics to be much rougher than the NFL. It's much dirtier and more disgusting, and they don't change. You know, in the NFL, they change the rules. They make everything like coming back. You can't touch anybody. Somebody tackles too hard. They say 15-yard penalty and you're out of the game and you're out for the season. You know, in the old days, right? It was a little different, but it's still tough. But this is much tougher. And people see it. But you have to see the ratings. That's why the ratings are bad for a lot of the sports. Nobody ever thought of this, but I thought of it. A couple of people wrote it. The ratings are bad because so many people are watching this. It's tougher. It's true. But they're going to be calling for us. Please, please run again. We think we're going to endorse you. I got endorsed by the Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I got endorsed first time since 1972 that they endorsed, right? That's a big deal. Big newspaper, very good, very liberal newspaper, but that's okay. But first time since 1972 that they endorsed a Republican, so it's an honor. And if you don't read the first 2 or 3 paragraphs, it was one of the best endorsements. Yes, we don't like him. Yes, he has a horrible personality. But listen to this. It's not that I do, but I have been under siege illegally for 3.5 years. I've been fighting for 3.5 years. And I said to somebody today, I wonder what it would be like if the fake Russia hoax and all this crap with the impeachment over nothing, over a phone call, that was perfect. That was perfect. I wonder what it would be like if we didn't have all of this horrible stuff, and if it didn't, you know, we'd have a very calm situation, and maybe I'd be less popular. I don't know. Maybe I'd be less popular because you know what? The fact is, people see that we fight. We're fighting for you, but it's just a really dirty, horrible business. But I said today, because they were saying they don't like the personality and he's always fighting. I'm fighting to survive. You have to survive. Very few people would have survived. They would have been in the corner. They would have said, Mommy, Mommy, put their finger in the mouth, put their thumb in the mouth and say, Mommy, Mommy, take me home. I'm out of here. Get me the hell out of here, Mom. They'd say, forget about the American people. Mommy, I want out of here right now. No, we can't do that, but you have to fight hard, and then you fight hard, and you hit them back, and then they say, there's chaos in the White House. They caused the chaos. We have a great group of people. We have a lot of them here tonight, great people in the White House. But it's true. I wonder if it would have been different, you know, if they didn't, because these were all, we caught them spying on our campaign. We caught them trying to take out a duly elected president of the United States. That's treason. That's treason. We caught them. And someday, maybe something's going to be done about it, too, you know? Maybe. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. They can't. We don't want to do anything prior to the election. Well, what about me? They did it. They did it to me before. They spied on my campaign before the election. We shouldn't do anything prior to the election. And you know who we caught? Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden. They were a part of it. We ought to get these reports out. They should get them out before the election, as far as I'm concerned. They should get them out right before the election. Should have gotten them out a long time ago. We have information you wouldn't even believe it. I don't even get involved. I always said I'm going to stay uninvolved. Very hard for me to do, I'll tell you. No, it is, because, you know, I didn't have to do that. I thought it'd be the right thing. And yet they did the Mueller report, right? The phony Mueller report. 18 angry Democrats, smart. 18 angry, vicious, many of them worked for Hillary Clinton. 18 angry Democrats. They spent $48 million, and at the end of 2.5 years, no collusion, okay? A friend of mine said, you have to be the most innocent man in the world. And they checked everything. They checked taxes. They checked. For $48 million, you check taxes, right? And by the way, we announced, you know, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. They didn't say that. They refused to say. They say, well, prepaying isn't paying. I said, no, it's prepaying. That's even worse. Millions of dollars, many millions of dollars. And that'll all come out. Every correct. And, you know, when you look at it, when you look at what's gone on, seriously, think of that. Just think about that tonight when you're with your family. I wonder if it would have been difficult, you know, different. I wonder if it would have been a different kind of a feel. And you know what? Honestly, maybe it wouldn't have been as good. Maybe we wouldn't have these massive crowds, because you see what somebody is where we're under siege. And you people get it. You're smarter than them. You're smarter than these people. You get it. And you've always gotten it. It's a beautiful thing, and I'll never forget it. I want to tell you, I'm never going to forget it. But we were under siege, and we caught them, and it's treason or whatever you want to call it. But with Sleepy Joe Biden, they don't want to write anything. We caught the whole thing. The son, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? The son was like a human vacuum cleaner. He'd go in and follow his father. Let's go to China today, son. They fly in on Air Force Two, right? I guarantee you one thing, Mike Pence, I know his kids, they don't do that. They don't do that. They're unbelievable kids, military. But you know, let's go to China today, Dad. I'd like to follow you. It's like, walks out with $1.5 billion fees on, oh, he must be a great investor. You know, the greatest investors don't make that deal with China. China doesn't do that. They don't give money out for other people that are less smart than them to invest. Let's give our money to somebody that's not very smart to invest, okay? That's a great idea. He walked out. It only took him 10 minutes to get it to $1.5 billion. That's millions of dollars in fees. The big one was the 10 million. You saw that one, the letter. He wants 10 million a year for introductory purposes. Okay, 10 million. But it all blew up. By that time, the laptop from hell was found. The one that Schiff said was developed in Russia. It's unbelievable. And then you have Ukraine. He goes into Ukraine. His father was in charge of Ukraine, right? He was in charge of Russia, Ukraine, China specifically. He goes into Ukraine, $183,000 a month. Do you have energy experience? It's an energy, right? Burisma. Do you have energy experience? No, I don't. I don't know anything about energy. Well, we'll pay you $183,000 a month, and we'll give you an upfront fee of approximately $3 million. Would that be satisfactory? No, think of it. No, think of it. And there are other things too. Then he's got the brother, and he's got a whole. This is a corrupt enterprise. And then they had the big man gets 10%. The big man. Who's the big? He's not a big man to me. To me, he's a very meek, fragile. He's a fragile person, and he's very agitated. I watch him today. He gets more time on Fox. I've never seen anybody on Fox so much. Him, they have everybody on Fox. They have all enemies on Fox. I think it's crazy. But he gets a lot of time on Fox, but he's so agitated. And now he comes out with the aviator glasses, but they're a little too small. They should be. He wants to look like Tom Cruise from a long time ago. No, but he's fragile. He's not going to be there. That's not what they're counting on. They're counting on somebody else. They're counting on by far the most liberal person in the Senate, Kamala. They like her. They like Kamala. Every corrupt force in American life that betrayed you and hurt you is supporting Joe Biden. The failed establishment that started the disastrous foreign wars, they support Biden. The career politicians that offshored your industries and decimated your auto plants, and you suffered for many, many years. I'm telling you, that's why I'm here, I think, primarily. That was the first thing, trade. I said, how could they do that? They supported Biden. The open borders lobbyists that killed our fellow citizens with illegal drugs and gangs and crime that poured into our country, they support Biden. They still do. The anti-American radicals defaming our noble history, heritage, and heroes, they support Biden. They support him. They support Sleepy Joe. And you know, I signed a law that you take down any of our statues, any of our monuments, you go to jail for 10 years. It's amazing the way it seemed to have stopped, isn't it? It's really amazing. Somebody said, oh, it just stopped. No, it didn't just stop. I took an old law and reactivated it, because the new law, you go into this with this bunch, with Nancy Pelosi and crying Chuck Schumer. You know what they'll do? They'll give you a medal if you rip down the statues. Antifa and the rioters, looters, Marxists, and left-wing extremists, they all support Joe Biden. This election comes down to a simple choice. Do you want to be ruled by the corrupt and selfish political class, or do you want to be governed by the American people yourselves? You're going to govern the way it was supposed to be. A vote for Biden is a vote to give control of government over to the globalists and the communists, socialists, and wealthy liberal hypocrites who want to silence, cancel, and punish you. Cancel culture, they call it. Cancel culture. No, thank you. We want to be proud of our history. Good, bad, whatever. We want our history. We want to know, and we want to learn from our history. We don't want our history canceled. We want to learn. There's things we have to learn from our history, too. If you want your children to be safe, if you want your values to be respected, if you want to be treated with honor, dignity, and respect, then I am asking you to go tomorrow and vote for a person named President Trump. Gotta win Michigan. This is a big, important place. If we win Michigan, it's over. It's over. We win the whole thing. 4 more years, and then we can finish the job we started so well. We can finish the job. You know, I got nominated. No, I say it because they don't write it. I just heard today, I thought it was 3. I got 4. 4 Nobel Peace Prizes. Can you believe it? 1 for the Middle East. 1 for Kosovo, Serbia. I mean, they want to make a trade deal. They're each fighting each other for many decades. They're fighting, killing each other. You've read it. I mean, for years, it's just automatic, killing each other for many, many decades. And we're doing these trade deals with them, not big deals, but they want them very badly. We're doing them. And they're each doing them. And I said to the people, I said, listen, we're doing deals. They want to make the deal with us. Everybody wants to make a deal with us. I said, they're killing each other, I think, right? They're killing each other. I read about it. They're killing each other for decades. Tell them we're not making a deal unless they get together and make a peace. And we told that to them. We're not interested in doing deals unless you guys can get along and not kill each other. You know, it's human lives. We don't know where it is. You don't know where it is. Some people have never heard of the places, but they're places and they're people. They're human beings. And I said, tell them we're going to do it, but you have to make peace. And we got them together. We made peace. And they actually nominated me for a Nobel Peace Prize. I got 4 nominations and 4 unrelated things. That's crazy, right? And I told the story, you probably heard about it. The first one I went up, Middle East. You know, the Middle East is coming along, got no blood in the sand, no nothing. The Middle East is great. Signed already 3 countries. We have 7, 8, 9 countries. They could all sign. I said, how did Obama do it? And they told me, I said, good, we'll do it the opposite. But not only Obama, for many, many years they haven't been able to do it, and I'd like to finish that up too. We need a little more time, you know. We need a little bit more time, but we have countries lined up. No money and no blood in the sand. No blood in the sand. Remember what I said 4 years ago, I am your voice and I will make America great again. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Together we will defeat the corrupt establishment. We will dethrone the failed political class. We will drain the Washington swamp. And we will save the American dream for your children, for your grandchildren. This election is also a choice between a deadly Biden lockdown or a safe vaccine. The vaccine is coming along great. Couple of weeks, it's going to be out soon. That ends the pandemic. And it will end anyway. They hate it when I say we're rounding the corner. It's going to end anyway, but the vaccine will make it go a lot quicker. And what we've done with therapeutics is incredible. Excuse me, here I am. But I like to say, no. I like to say it had no impact on me. I didn't really need it. They just happened to give it to me because I'm a perfect physical specimen that's very young. I'm very young and in perfect physical shape. No, but it's amazing what we've been able to do is incredible, really incredible. We will mass distribute the vaccine in just a few weeks, and it will quickly eradicate this virus. We're going to start off very much with, we've learned about it with our senior citizens, especially if they have a condition, a heart condition, they have some problem, any kind of a problem. Boy, it's vicious. That's the ones it really goes after. But we're going to protect our great senior citizens first, and then it'll go very quickly throughout for anybody that wants it. It won't be enforced. It's not going to be enforced. It's for people that want it, and we'll get it done, and it'll all take place. And very quickly. And by the way, nobody else would have been able to do what we did. Nobody else would have been able to do what we did. Joe Biden he handled the swine flu as one of the great catastrophes. It was a mess. His own chief of staff said we had no idea what the hell we were doing. I don't know why this guy admitted that. I can't figure out why he admitted it. Probably before Joe thought he could ever run. You know, Joe thought his career was over because he wasn't thinking straight. Then he ran, and Elizabeth Warren said, I want to stay until the end and take out Bernie. You know, she took out Bernie, and we're running against Joe instead of Bernie. And Bernie's going to run again, though, in another 4 years. He's going to run again. One thing about that guy, he never gives up, does he? But he's a hell of a loser. I mean, he loses the first time, and he goes back. He's like no hard feelings. He loses the second time horribly. The way they took the Democrats took advantage of Bernie Sanders and everybody that he represents, but they're looking to take over Joe. They agreed to the manifesto, I call it. You have to see what's in that one. Joe Biden is promising to delay the vaccine and turn America into a prison state. That's what he wants. Locking you in your home while letting the far left rioters, so the rioters and the looters, the anarchists, Antifa, they can go knock the hell out of you, roam your streets, set your stores on fire. No problem. That's called protesting. We must protect our protesters, but you're not allowed to go to church. You're not allowed to have dinner, right? The only one allowed to have dinner in this state is the husband of your governor. He's the only one that's got special privileges. That was not a good day when he got caught boating or whatever the hell it was doing. Who are you? I'm the husband of the governor. The police didn't go for that one too well, did they? Huh? No, that wasn't a great day. No, you got to open up your state, governor. Open it up, governor. Let the kids go back to school. Let the kids go back to school. It's like Barron Trump, right? They said, you know, First Lady had it, I had it. They said, sir, you tested positive. First Lady didn't come to see us a little while later. They said, sir, Barron, White House doctor, great doctor, Sean. Sir, Barron just tested positive. I said, tested positive for what? For corona. You know, it sounds like, see, I like the China virus, or I like the plague from China, but a lot of people use it like, it sounds like an island in Italy. I said, it's not corona, but just tested positive for corona. I said, wow, I don't like that. That's not good. Barron, he's strong. He's very tall. He's only 14 years old. He's very tall, I can tell. Hi, Barron. And he's a good boy, but he just tested positive. And I said, wow. Then about 12 minutes later, I see the doctor. Doctor, how's Barron doing? Oh, it's okay. He's fine now. It took him about 12 seconds to get rid of it. Because they're young and they have a strong immune system. No, he got better like so fast. And you know what I say? Let the kids go to school. And you're not going to hear that from the other side. They want to lock it up. The Biden lockdown will mean no school, no graduations, no weddings, no Thanksgivings, no Easter, no Christmas, no 4th of July, no future for the youth. Other than that, it's going to be a great life. No, you got to let the kids go to school. Get going. Open up your state. It's time. And, you know, we got to take care of our seniors. We have to take care of people. We understand it. We have to do things. But let the kids go back. This is a lockdown. This is a shutdown. Of course, probably on a date like November 4th, they'll announce, well, we're going to decide to open up, right? Did you see the one head of the union said, yeah, we want the teachers to go back to work on November 4th. That was not a good move. She announced, we want the teachers to go back on November 4th. Gee, I wonder why that day. Despite that, we had the best numbers. Look, we have states that are locked down, closed down. New York is having a hard time. I'll tell you, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Great place. I left it 3.5 years ago. I loved it, and it's very sad what's happening to New York. A very, very sad thing. In Chicago, look at Chicago. It's very sad. All run by Democrats, by the way. I want to just emphasize. How about Portland with the anarchists, right? With Antifa, and they're Antifa anarchists. But how about Portland? We could solve that problem in 25 minutes like we did. You know, we went into Seattle. We were ready to go in. We were all set to go in. And we told them we're going in tomorrow morning. And the night before, they said, okay, well, we're leaving now. That could have been done a long time ago if they asked us. We have to be asked. And we did a great job in Minnesota. We're going to win Minnesota for two reasons. We're going to win Minnesota. First time since 1972, we're going to win Minnesota. You know why? Number one is Ilhan Omar. The fact that she's there. No, but she loves our country very much, right? She has a great, deep, and abiding love for our country. And the other one, boy, the hatred is just crazy. How do we put up with this stuff, right? I mean, the hatred. But she's number one reason, and maybe number two is the fact that the National Guard did one hell of a job in Minneapolis. Now, they should have called us. They should have called a week and a half earlier. It would have been nice. You wouldn't have had the fires raging behind the anchors that said, this is a friendly protest, and behind the anchor, the whole looked like the world was burning down. This is a friendly protest, see, because they don't report the truth. A vote for Biden is a vote for lockdowns, layoffs, and misery. You got to just get out of this. We can't play games. Our country has such incredible potential. We can't let this happen. This country will never be a socialist nation, okay? And that's what they want to do. If you want a vaccine to kill the virus, a job to support your family, and freedom to live the great, great life that you've always wanted to have, then go cast your ballot tomorrow for your all-time favorite president, I hope, Donald Trump. And remember that Secretary of Defense Robert Gates, a respected guy, he worked with Biden, he said Biden has been wrong on nearly every single major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades. Other than that, he spoke very well of him. But you don't have to believe me. You don't have to even listen to me because it happens to be Michigan. We spent a hell of a lot of money on that right there. So roll the tape.
Joe Biden! Joe Biden! Joe Biden!
Have you taken a cognitive
No, I haven't taken the test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying before you got in this program, if you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not, what do you think, huh? Are you a junkie?
By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me. But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
There is not a single solitary reason in the world why, as I said, we shouldn't be in a position that everybody, and that's my wife, Jill. Hey, Jilly, I'm Jill's husband, actually.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things have changed?
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone. Make sure the kids hear words.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Because if you could take care, you were a quartermaster, you can sure and hell take care of running a department store thing, where in the second floor of the ladies department or whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
The rapidly rising I don't know. You ever been to a caucus? No, you haven't. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Why attack Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man.
What kind of country are we going to be? 4 more years of George, he is going to find ourselves in a position where if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
Lie after lie after lie after lie. We have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate. And by the way, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care.
We have to do at least several things. One, we have to depend on what the president's going to do right now. And first of all, he has to wait till the cases before anything happens.
Look, exacerbating the need for environmental justice. Sorry, as a bug.
Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't only need you to get me elected.
The case, we cannot let this, we've never allowed any crisis from the Civil War straight through to the pandemic of 17, all the way around 16. We have never let our democracy take second fiddle. We can both have a democracy and elections and at the same time correct the public health.
Everywhere I've been hearing all around the country. You're trying your best, but it never feels like enough. And here comes the train that he tried to make sure didn't continue to run. No, that's the commuter. All right. No, that's what. But folks, look. Anyway, I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true and international effort to pressure.
Can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. This country is so great. We have such potential. We're just starting to show our potential. If we didn't get hit with the plague, you'd see numbers, but we're going to do it anyway. Next year, we're going to do it anyway. It's going to be incredible. We can't let that happen. Everybody knows it. And you know, if he were a nice guy, he's never been a nice guy. He's never been a smart guy. Never been smart. Everyone knows it. Never been smart. But if he was a nice guy, we wouldn't even do that. But that's just like a very small version. That's not even the bad stuff. And one thing I can tell you, President Xi of China, Putin, Kim Jong-un, these guys are at the top of their game. They can't have this. Well, you don't want to give them this. We'll lose our country. We'll lose our country. We can't do it. We can't do it. Biden would be a disaster for cherry growers, farmers, workers all across your state. You do so many different things. Joining us tonight are Representative Jack Bergman. Right. Two great guys, Jack, thank you very much. And John Molinar. Thank you, John. Thank you, fellas. Great warriors. They've been just incredible people, I'll tell you what. They've been with me through everything, right? And we appreciate it. Are you in good shape with your races? You don't need any additional help? They're probably about 30 points up. You know, when somebody's good, they're good. You guys are great. Thank you very much, both. And your next senator, a tremendous guy. I spotted him a long time. I spotted him. He was somebody I looked. There were 5 people running a little while ago, a year ago, for a seat. Frankly, you have somebody there. That's okay. But I saw this man, and I said, roll it back. I want to see that again. John James, right? And I said, wow. What potential. And then I found out West Point, great student, great helicopter pilot. I'd trust him 100% to pilot my helicopter. I would do that 100%. No, he's supposed to be a great warrior, actually, but I got him to run, and he got his feet a little wet, and then he just took off. And I understand you're doing very well in that poll, John. I hear. Do you want to come up here? Huh? Come on up. Come here, John. Come here. Come on over here, John. Come on over. He's a great guy, and I hope he's going to be voted in. You're doing very well. Come on, John.
Mr. President, it's an honor to have you back in our state. Are we grateful? Are we grateful for the United States of America? Are we grateful for a president who's been back in Michigan more in the past 6 days than Gary Peters has in the past 6 years? You know, it always tickles me a little bit when career politicians talk about what they're going to do. But Joe Biden has had 4 decades in Washington, and Gary Peters has had 3 decades in politics, and we still have a life that doesn't benefit all of us. We need to get leadership that's been tested in the real world, people who understand how to create jobs in the real world, who can continue to bring results for everyone. So it's my honor as a warfighter and as a combat veteran to stand before you here today and encourage you to go vote, because only you can drain the swamp. God bless you.
Good guy, great man. That's a big, very important vote you're casting in addition to our vote. John James, he's a star. He's going to be a star. And you have somebody that's very special. And, you know, his competition, nobody knows who the hell he is. Peters. You know, you have a great state, Michigan. They say, oh, who's the senator? Peters. Who the hell is Peters, everyone says. Nobody knows who he is. He's a puppet for crying Chuck Schumer, I guess. That's about it. Anyway, so good luck. John James, everyone. You have to do it. Okay. Another great gentleman, House Speaker Lee Chatfield. Good. Nice to see you, Lee. I hear you're doing good. And a woman who is like special to this part of the world because she headed up our campaign. And you know, sir, she kept calling. Please, one more visit, because a Republican hasn't won Michigan for many, many years, decades, long time. So she'd call, please come over, so I do it. And come over, can I do it again? I came so much, I felt like I should become a citizen of your state. That could happen. But, you know, she would just say one more time. So now it's toward the end. And I call and I said, how we doing? She said, you're going to maybe win, but you have to do just one more visit. That's all. So I did one more. I said, I wished her well, and I said, hey, the election's in 3 days, and I want to just thank you for working so hard. Thank you very much. I won't call you again. I got home, and I got a phone call from her. She said, you need one more time, right? One more time. And I came, and we ended up, right? Was that sometime? And we ended up, I started speaking at 1 o'clock in the morning. Now it was election day, and we had 32,000 people. Is that right? We had 32,000 people, and I looked and I said, it was 1 in the morning. And you know, Barack Hussein Obama and Hillary came and Bill Clinton came, and they all came, the whole group. And it was an emergency because they heard they were going to lose. And when they heard that, Ronna called up and she said, you know, if you came, it would be good because they're all coming. It's like an emergency. Now, their visit was at 7 o'clock, which is prime time. They had 500 people. I started speaking at 1 o'clock in the morning. We had 32,000. So it's now election day. And she just got me, and she loves your state, I will tell you that. And she was so good. I said, you know what? We have to pick somebody now to run the RNC. That's the Republican National Committee. It's a big deal. And he said, how about that woman from Michigan? I mean, she just does herself. And I'll tell you, she has done a fantastic job. Ronna, come on up here. Come on up. Come on up here. Come on. You want to talk here? Here, come here. Come here. Talk to me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, Michigan! Lightning struck 4 years ago, and we blew the minds of the media and the world when we delivered Michigan for President Trump. Are we ready for lightning to strike twice? Everyone get out and vote. We need to vote. Call your neighbors, your friends, your family. If you have wronged somebody, make it right and get them to go vote. Let's make America great again and re-elect our fantastic president.
She did a great job, we all love her. We love her. She's fantastic. She's got a spirit like you wouldn't believe. Thank you, Ronna, very much, and for the work. And I think we're going to have a fantastic day. It's going to be an incredible day, and it's going to be, I never thought I'd say it, but this election is more important than 2016. I never thought I'd say it. This is going to be, because we can't allow this to happen to our country, this will be the most important election in the history of our country. It's going to set a course. It's going to go one way or it's going to go another. And if it goes the other way, it's going to be a terrible thing. It's going to be a terrible thing. So get out there and vote. It's going to be, we're going to win this. We're going to win it. We're winning all over. They have no idea what's going on. They have no idea. We see the real numbers, and it's no longer based on polling. We see what, the early voting's coming. They're supposed to be way ahead, right, in the early voting. Then we catch them on Election Day. I don't know, for whatever reason, that's the way it is. We vote on Election Day. They're not way ahead, and they're having a lot of problems, and they have emergency calls out to people. It's going to be very interesting. Let's do the great red wave, okay? Come on. And get that guy in, too, John. Get him in. We need him. We need him in Washington. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the good old USA. It's about time. The troops are coming back. They're policemen. We're serving as policemen all over the world. We're policemen now. It's not what it's all about. For 47 years, Joe Biden viciously attacked black Americans. He called young black men super predators. To every black American, I am asking you to go out and vote for Donald J. Trump. This is your one and only chance to show sleepy Joe Biden what you think of his decision to attack you, to jail you, and to betray you. And nobody's done it worse than him. I'm fighting for you. I got you criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, great guy, Tim Scott, and funding for historically black colleges and universities, which were treated extremely badly. Under my leadership, we achieved so much, so much. I said that, and I made the statement during debate. Nobody saw the debate last week, did you? Nobody? 2 weeks ago, it was good debate. But I said, nobody, with perhaps the exception of Abraham Lincoln, a lot of people said, could you do the perhaps the exception out, please, has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And that's true. President Trump. All those things and more, and that's good. And you know what? It's showing up, too. When you look at Florida, take a look at those numbers tomorrow. They are, and Hispanic. Do you see what's going on with Hispanic? Hispanic numbers in Florida, they're saying, what's going on with Hispanic? Hispanic Americans love Trump, and I love them, and I have for a long time. The black community is going to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. It's a beautiful thing to watch, and they are saying, what is going on? This could be something very interesting that you're going to be watching. You're going to be watching some very good television tomorrow night. Very good television. Well, you have to say, 4 years ago, was that like the most exciting evening in the history of television? Remember how it started? This will be a very short evening for Donald Trump. This will be very easy, very short. And then they say, Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio. But it wasn't just that. We won by 8 points. Oh, by the way, Ohio's doing great, too. Doing great. Then it's Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. Donald Trump has won Georgia. He's won South Carolina. He's won their firewall, North Carolina, and he won it by a lot. What's going on? Donald Trump has just won Wisconsin. He's just won Michigan. And they held Pennsylvania, even though it was, we only had, it was 98% of the vote was hit. If I lost every vote in the 2%, I still would have won by a lot. They held it. So you and Wisconsin got credit, and that's okay, right? But I just told Pennsylvania, next time you take credit, so let's do it a little bit earlier, please. No, we're gonna do fantastically in Pennsylvania. But that was one of the most exciting evenings ever, and I think we're gonna duplicate. I don't know, can you ever surpass something like that? But we're gonna at least duplicate it, and we need it to carry on what we've been doing. We've brought so many jobs back, and all of those plants that we talked about. We have plants. You had nothing for 42 years. It just people leaving, nobody coming. And now they're coming back, and they're coming back in droves, and the numbers are fantastic. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure southern border in U.S. history. The Biden-Harris group would increase refugees from terrorist nations by over 700%. And that's the manifesto that was agreed to with Crazy Bernie, including from Syria, Somalia, and Yemen, right? You know that. The Biden plan would overwhelm your communities and turn Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the entire Midwest into a refugee camp. You're talking about tremendous amounts of people coming into our country. We don't know who they are. We don't know anything about them. I'm protecting your families and keeping radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of your country, if that's okay with Michigan. If that's okay with Michigan, if it's okay with you. You know, we put the ban on because we want people to come into our country who are going to love us, who are going to help us, not people that are going to hurt us and blow up buildings. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military, the largest investment in the military we've ever made. We have to do it. All made in the USA, a lot of it made right here in your great state, a lot of it. And we now have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world, fighter jets, F-35s. We have the best tanks. We have the best rockets and missiles. We have the hypersonic missile that goes 7 times faster right now than the fastest missile in the world. If it went by us, we'd say, what was that? It would start over there, and before you could turn your head, it would be over there. It'll go 7 times, think of that, 7 times faster. It's incredible. And we have all of these things, and our nuclear arsenal now is in tippy-top shape. And you know what I say? Pray to God we never have to use it. All of it, all of it, all of it. We're making submarines, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. We're doing it all. And when I took over, it was depleted. Our military was depleted. We had old fighter jets. You had to go to the desert. It was called the graveyard for airplanes, right? And you'd strip planes that were sitting in the desert, rotting in the desert, and you bring the parts back. This was what we were flying in our airplanes. Now we have new tankers. We have the new super fighters. It's incredible what we've done, and much of it's already here. Most of it, much of it's coming, but it's all made in our great country. We just passed the VA choice and VA accountability, and nobody thought that could be done, and we just got, as I told you, 91% approval from our vets, our great vets. We obliterated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. People don't talk about that. When I took over, it was a mess. It was all over the place. We obliterated. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. And we eliminated the world's top terrorist. Soleimani is dead. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. They were working on that for 52 years. And instead of endless wars, we're forging peace all over the Middle East. They're all getting together. They're all getting together. A vote for me and the Republican Party and John James and everybody, it's a vote for the American dream. And in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. That's already starting. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. With God's help, we will defend the right to life, religious liberty, and keep... That's right. You better get out there and vote. And we will defend keep and bear arms. You know what keep and bear arms is called? The Second Amendment, which is under siege constantly. That's where we need John and everybody to help us. And our great congressmen, they've been so great, and we appreciate it. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, lower drug prices beyond any levels you've ever seen, 60, 70, 80%. I've instituted favored nations. The drug companies do not like me. They do not like me. They're taking out more commercials, I think, than Sleepy Joe. But we're going to get it down. Our prices are the highest in the world for many years by far, and we're bringing them down to the lowest price anywhere in the world, matching the lowest price. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. And we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. We will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Michigan. Tomorrow, you have the power with your vote to save America. You are going to save America. It's the most important election. I say it all the time. This is the most important election our nation has ever had. I really believe that. Never thought I would have said that in a million years if you go back 4 years. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, get your boss, and drag them out. Say, boss, come on, boss. You got to get out and vote. Get out and vote. So important. The red wave, I talk about it. The red wave, I think, is going to be far bigger. Look at all of these organic things that form in Iowa and the farm country, tractors, thousands and thousands of tractors. Yesterday, didn't they have 100 miles of cars? It was like 100 miles. All over the country, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 boats with Trump and the American flags all over. Never happened. You know, a movement like this has never happened before. It's never happened. And we have to keep it going and finish it out. From Midland to Mackinac, from Lansing to Grand Rapids. And you know where my last stop is going to be? I'm sorry to tell you that. I feel a little guilty. But Grand Rapids was where we did that final great stop, Grand Rapids. And so I'm going to be in Grand Rapids. It's going to be my last stop. There's something nice about that. Right? Because you can believe it. So I have 5 of these today, and they're all big monsters. I had 5 of these today, but I actually had 6 because yesterday in Miami, we left the stage at 1:30 in the morning. So somebody said, if you want, they said, so if you want, you could say you did 6 today. I think I'm going to say that. Nobody else could do 6 of these. You think it's easy up here? It's not easy. It's freezing up here, too. I got the wind. You don't have that. I have the wind. I'm freezing my ass off up here. Only from Michigan. And from Battle Creek and right here in Traverse City. It's a good place, right? We inherit the legacy of American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and to defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, right? Raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come, and I mean that. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, 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 winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Michigan, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Michigan. Go out and vote. Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. President Trump out there in Traverse City, Michigan. Man, that guy is making his rounds. He has been on several stops today. This is his 5th event or 6th event, like he was saying, if you want to count that one that happened early this morning. He's got 2 more stops for the rest of the night, one in Kenosha, the final stop in Grand Rapids. It is a busy time for President Trump out there, and the crowds are up and awake and ready to go, even though it is freezing out there. But it's not over. It's far from over. You're watching News Now from Fox. We just want to thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, we are talking about the election 1 day out till Election Day. I can't believe I'm saying those words right now, but there's still a lot to get to tonight. We're covering 2 more events from President Trump. We also have Joe Biden, who is going to be speaking at a drive-in event that's going to be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and he has some very special guests with him. His wife, Dr. Jill Biden, will be there, along with Lady Gaga, none other. We saw them a little bit earlier. They were talking to voters just on the side of the street, but now they will be holding a drive-in event where, you know, they'll be talking to the crowds, to the cars, I guess you could say, and Lady Gaga will be performing. So exciting stuff right there. As we keep an eye on President Trump leaving on Air Force One again heading out to Kenosha, we're going to take you out to an event from earlier today with former President Barack Obama. He's been out on the campaign trail speaking for Biden, his former vice president out there. So we'll take you out to that. Some of you are going to go to a quick commercial break. When you come back, you will see that event. So we'll see you guys in a second. For the rest of you, again, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have full election coverage for you here on News Now from Fox, not just today, but tomorrow as well. You have to tune in and watch our coverage. We're going to take you across the country to see what's happening in all of the states. We'll have live reports along with experts on the show to talk to you what you should be expecting on this unprecedented election night. No one is really sure exactly what's going to happen, but might as well keep yourself as educated as possible. Again, we want to thank you guys for joining in, and we'll take you out to this event in Miami, Florida from earlier today with former President Barack Obama. Thanks for joining us.
Can everybody please give Grace a big round of applause? That was fantastic. Let me tell you, I love nurses. You know, hey, you. You know, I think we've all had the experience when a loved one's gotten sick. I remember when Sasha was like 4 months old, and she suddenly had a temperature, and she was crying, and it was midnight. We called the pediatrician. He said, look, get her to the emergency room, and it turned out that she had meningitis, which for little babies is really tough. And you know, we saw doctors, and I was, you know, starting to tear up because my baby, I didn't know what was going on. It was the nurses who kept Michelle and I steady, who cared after Sasha, who looked after them. And, you know, every time I meet a healthcare worker, I am grateful because every single one of us rely on them at some point in our lives And it's because of their sacrifices and hard work that our families can rest. Hello. Is that working? All right, that's a sign that you guys need to give Grace a big round of applause. I love you too. Miami, that's why I came back. You know, I was here just a few days ago, but then I realized that you're in division. We have the power to change America. Tomorrow you can put an end to the politics that tries to pull us apart just to win an election, and that tries to peddle conspiracy theories and fear, when what we need is competence and hope. Tomorrow, in the most important election of our lifetimes, and you know, I've been involved in some pretty important elections like mine, but this one's more important. And tomorrow, right here in South Florida, you can deliver the change that we need. But it's going to take every single one of us. As Grace said, if you haven't dropped off your ballot yet, don't wait anymore. Drop it off. If you voted already, then you need to get your friends and family to the polls. And if you need to find out where, you can go to iwillvote.com. Help them to make a plan to vote. Florida, you delivered for me twice. And now I'm asking you to deliver for all of us and elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Now listen, I got to campaign with Joe over the weekend. It felt like the old days. And I can't wait to see him back in the White House, because for 8 years he was the last person who left the room whenever I faced a big decision, and he made me a better president. He has the character and the experience to make us a better country. And he and Kamala are going to be in the fight, not for themselves, but for every single one of us. We can't say that about the president right now. You know, I never thought that Donald Trump would share my vision or embrace all of my policies, but I hoped, for the sake of the country, that he might take the job seriously, that he put in the work. But he hasn't. He hasn't shown any interest in taking seriously the work that is involved in being president, or helping anybody but his friends, or himself, or treating the presidency as anything more than a reality show that he can use to get himself attention. And the rest of us have to live with the consequences. And Grace talked about those consequences. 230,000 Americans dead. More than 100,000 small businesses closed. 500,000 jobs gone here in Florida. And his chief of staff, he's admitting what we knew all along. He was quoted just a few days ago. He says, "We're not going to control the pandemic." That's a quote. We noticed. America just had its single worst week of new cases. And so what's Trump's closing argument? This is last night on his COVID spreader tour. I mean, he's a super spreader. He just goes around because nothing's more important to him than crowds to make him feel good, as opposed to trying to keep the American people safe. Last night he told his supporters, "Don't tell anybody, but I'm going to fire Dr. Fauci after the election." Now, don't boo. Vote. You know. And just in case you were worried he was taking COVID too seriously, now we find out his intention is to eliminate from his administration one of the world's leading experts in infectious disease. The one guy who's taken it seriously all along that he hasn't been paying attention to. He's been listening to the guy, apparently, who thinks injecting bleach might be a good idea, but not the actual expert on infectious disease. So they want to move out the scientists and the doctors who understand this disease and put in people or maintain folks who don't know what they're doing. Essentially, their closing argument when it comes to COVID is you ain't seen nothing yet. But this is the last chance. This is his last chance to explain why we should give him 4 more years. And what you hear him talking about is his inauguration crowd being smaller than mine. After 4 years, that's what he's still worrying about. Let it go. What is his obsession with crowd size? Does he have nothing better to worry about? Did no one come to his birthday party when he was a kid? Look, that's the difference between Joe and Donald Trump right there. That's the difference. Joe cares about you and your safety and your security. Yes, he does. Trump cares about feeding his ego. I understand the president wants to take full credit for the economy he inherited, but zero blame for the pandemic he ignored. But the job doesn't work that way. Tweeting at the TV doesn't fix things. Making stuff up doesn't make things better. You've got to have a plan. You've got to put in the work. And along with the experience to get things done, Joe Biden has concrete plans and policies to turn our vision of a better, fairer, stronger country into reality. He takes this pandemic seriously. He knows how much it hurts for grandparents and grandkids who can't see each other and hug each other. He's not going to screw up testing. He's not going to call scientists idiots or put people at risk or, as he did just a few days ago, accuse medical professionals like Grace of trying to profit from the pandemic after all they've been through. Ridiculous. Shameful. Come on. Joe will get this pandemic under control with a plan to make testing and a vaccine free for every American and make sure frontline heroes like Grace never have to ask other countries for the equipment they need. And his plan will guarantee paid sick leave for workers and parents affected by the pandemic and make sure that small businesses that hold our communities together and employ millions of Americans can reopen safely. You know, Donald Trump likes to claim he built this economy. America created 1.5 million more jobs in the last 3 years of the Obama-Biden administration than in the first 3 years of his. And that was before he could blame the pandemic. We handed him the longest streak of job growth in American history. The economic damage he inflicted by botching the pandemic response means he will be the only president since the Great Depression to actually lose jobs. He talks about black unemployment, says he's the best president for black folks since Abe Lincoln. Really? Don't boo. Vote. His son-in-law says, oh, black folks, they have to want to be successful. That's the problem. That's the problem? Really? Like 300 years of history is not the problem? Listen. When it came to the economy, black unemployment almost hit 17% during the Great Recession 10 years ago. Through hard work, Joe and I helped to get it down to 7.8% by the time we left office. And it kept on going down. Not because Trump did anything. This year it soared back up to 17% here in Florida. His buddies at Mar-a-Lago may be better off than they were 4 years ago with the massive tax cuts he gave them. But ordinary families here in Florida, they didn't see that. Now he won't extend relief to the millions of families who are having trouble paying the rent or having trouble making payments on their student loans or just putting food on the table because of this pandemic. And Joe Biden understands the key to a strong economy isn't more tax cuts for billionaires. It's lifting up the prospects of working Americans so that everybody has a chance to succeed. And that's what Joe's got, a plan to create 10 million good, clean energy jobs, to protect Florida from climate change, to secure environmental justice. And he'll pay for those plans by rolling back Trump's tax cuts for billionaires. And Joe doesn't just want to get back to where we were. He sees this as a chance to make long overdue changes in the economy so everybody's life is a little bit easier. Whether it's the waitress trying to raise her own kid on her own, or the student trying to figure out how to pay for next semester's classes, or the shift worker that's worried about getting laid off, or the cancer survivor who's worried about her pre-existing condition protections being taken away. Florida, I need to talk to you about health care for a second, because maybe what Grace said you guys didn't hear. I want to remind you of this. Republicans love to say right before an election that they'll protect your pre-existing conditions. You know what? Joe and I actually protected them 10 years ago with the Affordable Care Act. Hispanics saw bigger gains in coverage than anybody else. Almost 93% of Hispanic kids got covered, an all-time high. Under this administration, Hispanic kids have lost coverage. Republicans have tried to repeal or undermine the Affordable Care Act more than 60 times. Think about that. Why would you make that your mission? Taking people's health care away. And with no plan. They promised. They said, don't worry, when we get rid of this plan, we'll give you a better plan. They've been promising that for 10 years now. Still don't have one. I keep on looking for it. I've looked for it everywhere. You know, between the cushions and the couch, you know, it's nowhere to be found. Instead, they've attacked the Affordable Care Act at every turn. They've driven up costs, they've driven up the uninsured. Now they're trying to get the Supreme Court to take your health care away in the middle of a pandemic, at a time when families need it most, with nothing but empty promises to take its place. And think about what that would do to families right here in South Florida. Miami-Dade has the highest enrollment under Obamacare of any county in Florida. Florida has the highest enrollment of any state in America. So when Trump last week flat out says he hopes Supreme Court overturns Obamacare, what he's saying is he wants to take your health insurance away. Just said it. Joe and Kamala will protect your health care. Joe and Kamala will expand Medicare. Joe and Kamala will make insurance more affordable than everybody, because Joe understands that a president's first job is to keep us safe from all threats, foreign, domestic, and microscopic. So when the daily intelligence briefings that a president gets every morning has a flashing warning light saying there's a virus coming, the president can't be AWOL. When Russia puts bounties on our soldiers' heads, the commander-in-chief can't be MIA. Joe Biden would never call our troops suckers or losers, because he understands that's somebody's kid, somebody's spouse, somebody's mom or dad. When a hurricane devastates Puerto Rico, a president is supposed to help rebuild, not toss paper towels, not suggest selling Puerto Rico, not withholding billions of dollars until just before an election. And here in South Florida, you see these ads, you know, Joe palling with communists, palling with social. You think he was having coffee with Castro every morning. Don't fall for that. Joe Biden served as a senator from Delaware. He was my vice president. I think we'd all know if he was a secret socialist by now. He's, according to Donald Trump, guys like the dictator of North Korea, they're rooting for him. Why is that? They know that Joe won't suck up to dictators. Listen, Trump said this. He said Putin, Xi, who's the president of China, Kim Jong-un, the president of North Korea, they want him to win. Yes, we know. Of course, because you've been doing whatever they want for almost 4 years. He's been coddling dictators for the last 4 years. And now apparently he says he might declare victory before all the votes are counted tomorrow. Don't boo. Vote. That's not something you want to hear in little Havana or little Haiti. That's not something that a leader of a democracy does. That's something a two-bit dictator does. If you believe in democracy, you want every vote counted. Joe Biden will restore our battered standing in the world because he knows our true strength comes from setting an example the world wants to follow. And that's a nation that stands with democracy and not dictators. A nation that can inspire and mobilize others to overcome threats like climate change and terrorism and poverty and disease and stand up for human rights, whether it's in Cuba or anywhere else around the world, including human rights right here in the United States of America. And here's the other thing. You know, I've joked about this, but everybody says, you know, that's a good point. They said, you know, with Joe and Kamala, you're not going to have to think about them every single day. You're not going to have to argue about some crazy tweet that the president sent out this morning. It won't be so exhausting. You'll be able to go about your lives knowing that the president's doing his job instead of suggesting we inject bleach, that the president's not going to retweet conspiracy theories that the Navy SEALs didn't actually kill bin Laden. We're not going to have a president who goes out of his way to insult people just because they don't agree with him. It's not normal behavior. South Florida, we wouldn't put up with this from a teacher or a high school principal or our co-worker. Why would we accept it from the President of the United States? Because there are consequences when somebody behaves that way. When the person who's supposed to be our top leader acts like that. It emboldens other people to be mean and cruel and divisive and racist. And it frays the fabric of all of our lives, and it affects how our kids see the world, and it affects our families and how they get along. And affects how the world sees America. And that's why Joe talks about the soul of America. And that more than anything is what separates him from his opponent. And that's what's at stake in this election. Joe Biden cares about every American. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and I think you, those of you who are out there listening, I think he tries to live up to the values that we cherish, that we were taught, of honesty and hard work, and kindness, and humility, and responsibility, and giving somebody a hand up when they're down. You know, wasn't that what you were taught? That's what I was taught. You know, and we don't always do it perfectly. Sometimes we make mistakes in our own lives, in our own families, but we try to own up to it. We try to make ourselves better. We try to teach our kids to do the right thing, right? And when you elect Joe Biden, that's what you'll see reflected in the White House. And these are not Republican or Democratic values. You know, I was talking, we were flying over because we were in Georgia earlier today, and I was telling my staff, you know, if there was a Democrat who was behaving this way, the way our current president does, I couldn't support him. You know, if I saw a Democrat who was lying every single day, I mean, the fact checkers can't keep up. It's like just over and over again. You know, I would say, well, that's not the example I want. I don't trust that person to manage the country's affairs because it's violating the values that we try to live by. And these are values we try to teach our kids. They're not white values, they're not black values, they're not Latino values or Asian American values or Native American values. They're American values. And we have to reclaim them. some of you saw, you know, some folks, there was a Biden-Harris bus in Texas. And, you know, they were surrounded by Trump cars and supporters. And at some point, some of it got dangerous, right? It looked like folks might be run off the road. And you know, look, the president can't be responsible for every single person out there. But he didn't say that's wrong. He didn't say in our democracy there's no place for that kind of intimidation or violence or reckless behavior. He said, yeah, that's great. Love Texas. I mean, what's going to happen to this country and our democracy if our leaders, when folks act recklessly and dangerously and irresponsibly, think that's fine? It's not. Imagine if I had done that when I was president. Imagine if that was reversed. Imagine if I had gone around in rallies saying, yeah, intimidate folks. We're going to send folks out and make sure it's harder for them to vote. And you know, if they, people would have said, Democrats would have said, that's wrong. Well, you know what? This is wrong. And it needs to change. And you have the power to change it. But if we're going to change it, we've got to turn out like never before. We can leave, no doubt. We can't afford to be complacent. Not this time. Not in this election. The reason I'm back here, South Florida, is because I know some of you have not voted yet. Some of you haven't voted yet. Some of your friends, probably all of you who are here, have voted. But
you're watching News Now from Fox. In that bottom right-hand corner, we have John Legend, who's performing in Philadelphia. This is ahead of a campaign event for the Biden campaign. Senator Kamala Harris will be taking the stage, but let's listen in to John Legend singing. Why not?
Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say, 'cause they're the ones who are coming. The world is in their hands. When you teach our children, teach them the very best you can. Hey, hey, the world won't get no better if we just let it be. Oh, the world won't get no better. We gotta change again, just you and me. Wake up all the doctors, make the old people well. They're the ones who suffer and who catch all the hate. They don't have so very long before their judgment day. So won't you make them happy before they pass away? Oh, and wake up all the builders, time to build our new land. I know we can do it if we all lend a hand. The only thing we've got to do is put it in our minds. Surely things will work out, 'cause they do every time. Hey, hey, the world won't get no better if we just let it be. Oh, the world won't get no better. We gotta change it, yeah, just you and me. Your hands together, y'all. Come on. I need a little help, y'all. I can't do it alone. Come on, wake up everybody, no more sleeping in bed. Wake up everybody. Oh, I need a little help. Can't do it alone. I need a little help. Come on, come on. Hey. Oh, wake up everybody. Oh, I need a little help. Can't do it alone. I need a little help. Come on, come on. Good evening, Philadelphia. How are y'all doing tonight? That was a little bit of Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, Philadelphia's own, the sound of Philadelphia. I'm so excited to be back here. I want to thank you all for coming out in the cold and hanging out with us. I want to send a shout out. Actually, can you come on stage, baby? I want you guys to see my wife is here and my daughter Luna's here.
Yeah.
My son Miles is here. We're teaching our young people early. They got to participate in their democracy. We're here to save democracy. All of us are here together to save democracy, right? Hi. I want to do a special song that I dedicated to my wife a little while ago. I wrote this song for my new album. Hi. I wrote this song.
Hi, everyone.
I wrote this song as a tribute to our relationship and the fact that love can get us through all kinds of tough times. And we know that the whole nation is going through tough times right now. We know that Joe Biden personally has experienced so much tragedy, and what I think he's taught us and what he brings to this job, this idea of being the leader of this nation, is the fact that he's resilient, that he has empathy, that he understands what it is like to feel serious pain, and he's able to lead this country out of a serious dark time in our history. And that's why I'm here today. This song is called Never Break. Oh, yeah. We got a good thing, baby. Whenever life is hard, we'll never lose our way. We both know who we are. Who knows about tomorrow? We don't know what's in the stars. I just know I'll always follow the light in your heart. So I'm not worried about us, and I've never been. We know how the story ends. We will never break. We will never break. Build on a foundation strong enough to stay. We will never break. As the water rises and the mountains shake, our love will remain. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, no, never. It's more than a good sensation. It's more than a passion flame. You are the explanation of what love really means. It's bigger than you and me. It's 1 + 1 = 3. When we talk about forever, then forever's what we mean. So I'm not worried about us, and I've never been. No matter what may come my way, we will never break. We will never break. Build on a foundation stronger than the pain. We will never break. We will never break. We will never break. Built on a foundation strong enough to stay. We will never break. As the water rises and the mountains shake, our love will remain. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, no, never. We will never, no, never. We will never, no. We will never, no, never. We will, no. Thank you.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. That was John Legend out there performing in Philadelphia ahead of this Kamala Harris event. She should be taking the stage pretty soon here. She is in Philadelphia with her husband. They're out campaigning just one day out from Election Day. We're just hours away from Election Day for some states across the country. Some of you are going to be going out to a short commercial break. When you come back, we're going to play out the rest of this event with former President Barack Obama, as he was on the trail as well today. So we'll see a couple of you in just a few minutes. For the rest of you, we're going to play out that event here on News Now from Fox. Of course, we are following a couple of different events right now. Let me give you a live look of what we're waiting for. This is going to be an event with Joe Biden. He's actually out and about with Lady Gaga right now. You don't hear that every single day, but he is taking the streets with her, campaigning on his final day. This will be the last visit for former Vice President Joe Biden in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, and Lady Gaga as well. So we'll play that for you once we get it. We'll keep the other event in a 2-box. That's what we call it here on News Now from Fox. We can follow multiple events, but we'll play out the rest of that event with Barack Obama. Thanks for watching.
I don't know what your circumstances are, but if you're hearing me right now and you haven't voted yet, I want you to understand. A president can't solve every problem. Government can't solve every problem. But you know what it can do is, if you have people in there who care about you, it can make things better. If we elect a House and a Senate, and a State House and a State Senate that are focused on working people and getting them the help that they need, it can make a difference. I wasn't able to make sure that everybody in America got health insurance. That's what I wanted to do. I got blocked. We got what we could. But you know what? More than 20 million Americans got health insurance that didn't have it before. Over 100 million people had protections if they had a pre-existing condition that didn't have it before. It made things better. A president by himself or herself can't eliminate all racial bias in the criminal justice system. That is a legacy that dates back a long ways. But if we elect district attorneys and state's attorneys and sheriffs focused on equality and justice, it can make things better. It can make sure some of the things that young people were protesting this summer don't happen as frequently. It's worth voting for. Voting is not about making things perfect, it's about making things better. About putting us on a track so that generations from now we can look back and say, you know what? Right then, in that election, we took a new path and things got better. That's how so many of us enjoy the benefits of others who voted in the past. Right? The reason we got minimum wages is because union workers were willing to work hard and sacrifice. And then that got better for everybody. The reason women have the right to vote and to run for office is because generations back, suffragists marched and advocated until they got the right to vote. The reason that I'm able to stand here as a former president of the United States is because people like John Lewis were willing to brave armed batons and horses and dogs and fire hoses to fight for us. The reason that this is a country that has embraced and accepted immigrants is because there were others in the past who were willing to make this journey to America, believing that, you know what, we're going to leave behind the old undemocratic order, the old injustices. We're going to try to make a new life here for our children and our grandchildren. They didn't think it was going to be perfect when they got here. The folks who left Cuba or Haiti or Guatemala or the folks before that who came from Eastern Europe they did not expect that suddenly everything was going to be all set, but they were willing to take the risk and make the effort and put in the sacrifice. So if you haven't voted, just think about that. Compared to what our parents and our grandparents and our great-grandparents had to do, this is such a small thing. Typically, in most elections, a little bit over half of us vote who are eligible. Think about that. Close to half of the people who have the right to vote don't vote. Imagine if 60% of us voted. Imagine if 70% of us voted. Imagine what we could do. Imagine January 20th when we swear in a president and a vice president who've got a plan to get us out of this mess, who care about working Americans, who have a plan to help you start getting ahead, who believe in science, who have a plan to protect this planet for our kids, who believe in racial equality and gender equality and are willing to do the work to bring us closer to that point where here in America, it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter where you come from or who you love or how much money you've got. You are treated with dignity and you are treated with respect. And you can make it and chase your dreams. It depends on you right now. If you're not voting, I need you to vote. All of that is possible. All of that is within reach if you vote. For all the times, people have asked me these last 4 years, they said, boy, how have you been put up with all this? And I confess, I said, look, there are times where Michelle and I were at the dinner table, we get discouraged. We're just surprised, when we hear a president say, well, they're good people on both sides after a Nazi march. There are times where we're discouraged by some of the outlandish statements that are made. But even though we've seen some of our worst impulses encouraged, we've also seen America at its best these last 4 years. We've seen folks stand up and be heard. We've seen folks of every age and background pack city centers and town squares so that families wouldn't be separated. We've seen the Parkland kids lead us so that another classroom wouldn't get shot up. So this would be a moment when we finally achieve common sense gun safety laws. We've seen healthcare workers like Grace risk their lives day in, day out to save somebody else's loved ones. We've seen people contribute.
We're going to cut out of this event really quickly. That was former President Barack Obama speaking for Biden, of course, a man that he knows very well. We're going to head over to another event with Dr. Jill Biden. You might recognize her. That's Joe Biden's wife. She's campaigning on their last stop of the day. So we'll listen into that. You're watching News Now from Fox.
Statesmanship, his ability to find common ground on hard things. They missed his diplomacy and his deep experience working with our allies around the world. They missed his courage and his decency. Because you asked him, he ran. From day one, that's what this has all been about. You, not Joe, not me, not Kamala, not Doug. It's been about you and every American who is desperate for leadership, for kindness, for unity. And so here we are, back in the state where we started it all, a short drive from my hometown. You know, I never would have imagined all those months ago that I'd be speaking at a car rally today. But we can be safe and get out the vote, right? Isn't that right, Pittsburgh? And Philly, I see you too. During this campaign, Americans, you have shown me your hearts. Like the educator who said to me, the two most important things in the roles in my life are being a school counselor and being a mom. And right now, I feel like I'm failing at both. Like the nurse who helped a family say goodbye to their grandma over the phone because they couldn't be there to hear her last words. Like the factory worker who told me he was about to lose his job with about 150 of his colleagues. He said, Jill, I'm 50 years old and I'm going to have to start over. I don't know what to do. Even against the odds, the resilience of our community shines through. And I'm so grateful that you have entrusted me with your stories. I've kept them with me, and they remind us every day why Joe is running. You know, so many of you have asked me, you know, if we're exhausted, if we're ready to be done. My answer is no. No, we're not exhausted. We are ready to get to work. Democrats and Republicans, rural and urban, north to south and coast to coast, you have reminded me that our nation is much stronger than the challenges that we face, that there is nothing we can't do when we come together with courage and grit. We know what Donald Trump loves, himself. Nothing more, nothing less. And he wants us to believe that we are the same, divided, hateful, angry, selfish. But tomorrow, we are going to show him who we are. A country that believes in justice. We want a country where everyone has the chance to succeed, that believes in democracy, We want our voices and our votes to count. A country united. We don't agree on everything, and we don't have to, but we can still respect one another, can't we? Compassion, fairness, faith in each other. That's what this election is about. Your values are Joe's values, and he will be a president for all Americans. We are here today because so many of you asked Joe to run. And now I'm asking you, will you stand with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Joe is fighting every day for you, and when we come together, everything is possible. So are you ready to vote? Are you ready to win? Are you ready to tell Donald Trump, you're fired? America, thank you for your faith in an idea that's bigger than all of us. And that is, we will build a better nation because we are going to do this together. So are you ready to, and are we ready? Okay, let's go get this done. Thank you.
All right, that was Dr. Jill Biden, wife of Joe Biden, speaking there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is Andrew Kraft with News Now from Fox. We want to thank everyone for watching all things politics here with just about 10 hours left until polls open tomorrow morning around the country. We'll be hearing from former Vice President Joe Biden as well there in Pittsburgh. He's holding that drive-in rally in the parking lot of Heinz Field. Heinz Field, obviously, where the Pittsburgh Steelers play. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. It's been a busy campaign season and election cycle with just mere hours left before polls open around the country, like I just said. I want to take a quick commercial break while we wait for a lot of these events to happen tonight on this Monday. So stick with us. Some of you will see this and some of you won't. It's about a 2-minute advertisement. Stay here. And once again, thank you for joining News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and it looks like we have a lot of live pictures to show you around the country, including President Trump's 4th rally of the day. Supporters are lining up, are filing into the venue there in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And we'll be bringing you that live in its entirety here on News Now. The President was just in Traverse City. He'll end the day in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Michigan, obviously a huge battleground state. The president won the state in 2016. Democrats are looking to pick it back up. The 16 electoral votes in the Great Lakes state. The Biden campaign focusing primarily on Pennsylvania today. John Legend, Chrissy Teigen there on the stage in Philadelphia. Soon to be joined by Senator Kamala Harris. We brought you her husband was at the podium just a few minutes ago. Let's listen into what singer John Legend has to say there in Philadelphia.
Your vote will decide whether we're a country that allows this pandemic to continue indefinitely or one with a plan to end it. A country where the president would go to court to kick 20 million people off of their health care, or one where health care is a right for all Americans. A country where the president actively encourages police brutality and cannot bring himself to condemn white supremacists or neo-Nazis. Or one where we hold our police accountable and begin to root out the systemic racism in our society. A country that is small, mean, selfish, and divided, or a country that is big, generous, kind, and decent. A country where we remember that while we may have different politics and different beliefs, we're all Americans. And that's why I already voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Joe Biden will be a president who doesn't take pleasure in dividing us, but one who works hard to bring us together in common cause and common effort. A president guided not by wishful thinking, but by a belief in science and a commitment to justice. Now, some people see the meanness, the bullying, the selfishness of Donald Trump, and they mistake it for strength, a kind of twisted masculinity. Some see his greed and they mistake it for being good at business. Some of your former favorite rappers have been taken in by these lies. I think they even founded a new supergroup. It's called The Sunken Place. But Trump's platinum plan for black folks is nothing but fool's gold, because you can't bank on a word he says. Ask the students of Trump University. Ask all of the contractors he stiffed. Ask the people his charity was supposed to help before it was shut down for being a fraud. Ask all the black and brown Americans who are dying from this virus and losing their jobs under his watch. The president isn't strong. He's a coward. And his career in business and in government has been failure after failure after failure. We need a president we can trust. That's the kind of president Joe Biden will be. And he won't only reverse the damage of the last 4 years. Hand in hand with Senator Kamala Harris, they will build back a better economy and country than ever before. But Joe cannot do this alone. He needs your help. And tomorrow, he needs your vote. Go to iwillvote.com right now to find your polling place and figure out where, when, and how you're casting your ballot if you haven't done it. And if you've already voted, make sure your friends and family members have a plan to do the same thing. Remember, you have two options in Pennsylvania. You can vote in person tomorrow between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m., or you can deliver your mail-in ballot in person, don't put it in the mail, in person to one of the drop boxes or election offices located in your county by tomorrow at 8 p.m. And make sure you read and follow the instructions. Put the ballot in the small envelope. Don't be caught out there naked. Then put the whole thing in the big envelope and sign it. That's the only way it will count. Remember, the other side would not be trying so hard to stop you from voting if they weren't so scared of what your vote could do. Don't let them take away your vote. Don't let them take away your voice. Philadelphia, we have the power to put an end to this nightmare. If we win this state, then Donald Trump will be gone. And Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. This is more than an election. As Joe says, it's a battle for the soul of our nation. And together with our voices and with our votes, we will win. I want to introduce a very special guest tonight. He flew up from Florida. He's been campaigning all over the country. We did a beautiful song together for a film called Selma, which celebrated the great work of people like Dr. Martin Luther King and John Lewis and all of those who marched for voting rights, marched for the rights that we're all going out there to secure. I want to invite my friend Common to the stage. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours, it will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory, glory, glory. Oh, glory, glory.
Hands to the heavens, no man, no weapon formed against, yes, glory is destined. Everyday women and men become legends. Sins that go against our skin become blessings. The movement is a rhythm to us. Freedom is like religion to us. Justice is juxtaposition in us. Justice for all just ain't specific enough. One son died, the spirit is revisiting us. True and living in us. Resistance is us. That's why Rosa sat on the bus. That's why we walk through America with our hands up. When it go down, we woman and man up. They say stay down, and we stand up. Shots, we on the ground, the camera panned up. King pointed to the mountaintop and we ran up.
One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours, it will be ours.
Soul of a nation.
Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory, glory, glory. Oh. Now the war is not over, victory isn't won, but we'll fight on to the finish. Then when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory, oh glory, oh glory. We'll cry glory,
now for every man, woman, and child. Even Jesus got his crown in front of a crowd. They march with the torch, we gon' run with it now. Never look back, we done gone hundreds of miles. From dark roads, heroes, to become a hero. Facing the League of Justice, his power was the people. Enemy is lethal, a king became regal. Saw the face of Jim Crow under a bald ego. The biggest weapon is to stay peaceful. We sing, our music is the cuts that we bleed through. Somewhere in a dream he had an epiphany. Now we right the wrongs in history. No one can win a war individually. It take the wisdom of the elders, young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord, my eyes have seen the glory. One day,
when the glory comes,
America, one day,
it will be ours.
The day is now. The soul of a nation.
Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure.
To God be the glory. Vote tomorrow, everyone. The spirit of the Most High God. We act in love for one another.
When the war is won, when it's all said and done.
All right, there's John Legend and the rapper Common. Been listening to them as a precursor to the event there with Senator Kamala Harris at the upper left of your screen. Let's listen to the president on the tarmac before he goes to Kenosha, Wisconsin right now.
in a much stronger position than we were 4 years ago. The campaign, I mean, you're witness to it. The campaign has even more energy. The crowds are much bigger. They're much bigger, and we had the biggest crowds ever, and these crowds are much bigger. Nobody's ever seen this. This has never happened before, and there's a tremendous spirit. Even the organic, where they have 100 miles of cars, where they have thousands of tractors, where they have 6,000 boats in a lake or in the ocean or in a canal. Nobody's ever seen this before. And, I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm just a part of it. I'm representative of it, but I'm really just a part of it. And I'm really honored by it. And I think you're going to see all of those people voting. And it's going to be a wave. That's my opinion. But I've never seen anything like it either. You go to Kenosha, you go to Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids, they say it's like an unlimited number of people. Kenosha, they say they've never seen anything like it. We're going to be there in half an hour, so you'll see.
A long night tomorrow night?
I'm very concerned about Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is known for bad things happening with voting. You know that. And it's been known for it for a long time. And I'm very concerned when the court allows you to go outside of the November 3rd date and they allow you to do all sorts of things for an extended period of time. Bad things will happen. And bad things lead to other type things. It's a very dangerous thing for our country. And I hope the Supreme Court has the wisdom to change it, because they can't let it stand. All they have to do is look at the commentators on television that are experts at this, and they will say it will allow cheating. It's almost like putting officials that are political hacks in many cases and not the most honorable people. It's like putting them on the honor system. And we can't let this happen. We can't let it happen. This is going to be a great election. I think you're going to have a result that I think is going to be a very positive result for the people. Look, I watched Joe Biden go out. There's nobody shows up to see him. He's got the circles. He can't fill up the circles. And then we have 40 and 50,000 people. You saw Miami last night. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So I can't imagine, because this is really the will of the people. They like what we're doing. They like what we're doing more than they've ever liked anything in a long time. So we can't let this happen in Pennsylvania. So I'll see you over in Kenosha. I'll see you at Grand Rapids, and maybe we'll get to talk again, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, the president there speaking to reporters on the tarmac in Traverse City as he's about to fly to Kenosha, Wisconsin for his fourth rally of the day. Just wanted to note some of the things the president said there, taking questions from the press pool. He said he's worried about Pennsylvania. As you know, the Supreme Court declined to issue a stay on a rule in the state there that allows absentee ballots to be counted 3 days after the election if they're postmarked by Election Day. So obviously the president's not really liking that court ruling. He says he hopes the court changes. He says they can't let it stand, and the president was even tweeting about it as well in between events. So he says he's worried about that ruling in Pennsylvania, and the Supreme Court is allowing that ruling to stand. That was about 2 weeks ago. They ruled on that, allowing those absentee ballots to be counted 3 days after November 3rd, only if they're postmarked before or on November 3rd. So, President on his way to Kenosha, Wisconsin. There's the live look there of his rally with scores of MAGA hats in the audience, American flags waving. Looks pretty chilly there in Wisconsin. So once again, we just wanted to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, the digital journalist here based in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll be bringing you the president's rally in Kenosha, Wisconsin, as well as former Vice President Joe Biden as he speaks in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We saw Lady Gaga was with him today. His wife Jill was with him today, and she just spoke So we'll be bringing you that event live in its entirety here. It's in Pittsburgh, right outside of Heinz Field, where the Pittsburgh Steelers play. We're also following the event we were just showing you in Philadelphia, where Senator Kamala Harris will be taking the stage shortly. Big names also introducing her. We saw the singer John Legend, his wife Chrissy Teigen, and the rapper Common performing some of their music ahead of that event. In the meantime, let's take a commercial break. Some of you will see this and some of you won't. It'll be about 2 minutes long, so stick with us here on News Now from Fox. All right, and there's the president's big crowd of supporters there in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We're awaiting that rally. We've been bringing you the president's campaign events all day. And remember, Kenosha, Wisconsin was a flashpoint in the news in late summer and early fall when riots and looting broke out over the police shooting of Jacob Blake. You'll remember that case. The 29-year-old African-American man who was shot several times and seriously injured by police. You'll remember seeing that cell phone video of police shooting at Blake inside the car. 3 of Blake's sons were in the back seat at the time. Blake survived that shooting and is currently suing the Kenosha, Wisconsin Police Department. President Trump capitalized on a lot of the looting and violence that happened in the very fast aftermath of that shooting. Joe Biden went to Kenosha, Wisconsin at the time as well. And now the president is back there campaigning tonight. So we'll bring you that. Let's go over now to Philadelphia, where some more speakers are coming up to the podium ahead of Senator Kamala Harris.
But your children to dream bigger and to walk taller because of having inspirational individuals in office, individuals who are connected, individuals who have heart, who understand the struggles that we all go through as citizens within Pennsylvania, as citizens within America. When I look at the opportunity to vote elected officials in office, because it's not just the presidential election that we're looking at. We're looking at the presidential election and everybody else that's on the ballot. I'm going to give you an example. I want everybody to think about the government is just like any sports team. We cannot just have our star players. We need them. We need Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But we also need to make sure that we have every other role player that's elected by us to be a part of that winning team. So I don't want you to forget, we do need our stars, but it's an opportunity to vote. You have an opportunity to vote for the rest of the team that's needed for us to win. Pennsylvania, we are a first-class state with first-class citizens. I need us to show up tomorrow in drones and show the rest of America how we can blow Trump out the water with a blowout. It ain't going to be close. We need to be leaders in this blowout. I want everybody to understand what we're going to do. We're putting in leaders in the White House who are connected so that we can have allies in the White House. We can have individuals who have plans to support black and brown businesses in office. We'll have individuals who have plans to protect our health care in office. We have individuals in office that have plans to support HBCUs. What I need from all of us is to get out to vote. I need from all of us to tell others to get out to vote. I need all of us to make sure that everyone that we know is charged up with the right information and making the right decisions, put the right people in office so that we can truly win. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been given the privilege to introduce our new vice president. Can everyone give a round of applause for our new vice president, Kamala Harris?
There's so many girls, I hear you've been running from the beautiful queen that you can be becoming. You can look in my palm and see the storm coming. Read the book of my life and see I've overcome it. Just because the length of your hair ain't long, and they often criticize you for your skin tone. Wanna hold your head high cause you a pretty woman. Get your runway stride home and keep it going. Girl, live your life. I just wanna be myself. Yeah, don't sweat, girl, be yourself. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Girl, be yourself. That's why I be myself, and I gonna love it. Let them get mad, they gon' hate anyway. Don't you get back? Doesn't matter if you're going home with their plan. They'll never be happy cause they're not happy with themselves. What you got? I'm talking about things that I know.
Hello, Pennsylvania. Are you ready? Joe's here. Jill's here. Doug's here. You are here. We are here. And we are here to bring this election home. But we got one more day. That is it. One more day. And I'll tell you, Joe and I are just so grateful. So grateful for your support, for your prayers, for your love, for your time, volunteering, making calls, for your trust in us, and for your vote. And as we head into tomorrow, I know we are empowered. We are optimistic about our future. We know the strength of unity. We know the strength of America. You know, when Joe asked me to join this ticket, saying yes was an easy decision. He and I, we come from different backgrounds, but we were raised with the same values: hard work, honesty, decency, a belief that we all have a responsibility to look out for one another. And those are the values I've seen as I've traveled across our country over the past 84 days. The values we share as Americans. Across our country, you can feel that something is happening. in big cities and small towns, wearing masks and socially distancing, I have seen people lining the streets and gathering on corners to show their support. They're bringing the children, holding up signs, wearing their colors, and strolling to the polls. And waving the red, white, and blue. The energy out there is real, and it is inspiring. In this battle for the very soul of our nation, we have seen what can be, unburdened by what has been. We have seen who we are, and a willingness to fight for the country we love. And that is why I know that tomorrow we are going to elect Joe Biden, the next President of the United States of America. So, while we're on the subject, tell me, how many of you have already voted? Honk if you voted. And if you haven't voted, go to iwillvote.com and find out when and where you can vote tomorrow, because there is still almost 24 hours that we have got to get this done. And honk if you have been sending texts and making calls to get out the vote. Because we all know from the time the polls open tomorrow morning until they close, every minute counts. So we cannot let up, because it ain't over till it's over. And everything is at stake. Our health, our economy, our children's futures. A woman's right to make decisions about her own body. A criminal justice system that treats all people with dignity and equally under the law. A Supreme Court that advances the legacy of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, that lives up to the phrase above its entrance, equal justice under law. The kind of country we want to be. That's what's at stake. It is all on the line. This is the most consequential election of our lifetimes. And the decision we make will, without any question, last for generations. And I'll tell you, as I travel around, one of the biggest issues on everyone's mind is the pandemic that is ravaging our country. And remember, back in January, Donald Trump knew just how bad the coronavirus was, that it was deadly and airborne. But what did he do with that information? He looked straight into the cameras at the American people and lied about it. He covered it up. Now, can you imagine what you would have done if you had known on January 28th what he knew? What you might have done, what your family might have done to prepare? Can you imagine how our businesses, how our schools might have been able to prepare? How we as a country might have been able to prepare? But Donald Trump doesn't think about what's best for America. He only thinks about what is best for himself. And as a result, we have lost 230,000 lives to COVID. So many people forced to die alone because of the nature of this virus. 230,000 Americans. The last time we experienced loss like this was World War II. In addition, we're looking at over 9 million people who have contracted the virus, and we know it's hitting communities of color the hardest. Latinos are contracting COVID at 3 times the rate of others. Black folks are dying at twice the rate of others. And let's be clear, we are also in the worst economic crisis we have faced since the Great Depression, because Donald Trump failed to contain this virus. He failed to lead. 23 million people are receiving unemployment. 1 in 5 mothers with a child under the age of 12 is describing her children as being hungry in America. In 1 in 6 households, folks are behind on their rent and concerned they may not be able to pay rent. 1 in 4 small businesses have closed. And yet, 9 months into this pandemic, this president still doesn't have a plan to contain it. We have witnessed the greatest failure of a presidential administration in America's history. And on top of it all, President Trump is in court right now trying to end the Affordable Care Act and take health coverage away from over 20 million Americans. He's trying to end protections for the over 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions. Conditions like asthma, diabetes, high blood pressure, or cancer. Honk if you know somebody, raise your hand if you know somebody with diabetes, or high blood pressure, or asthma, or breast cancer. Because this fight includes a fight for them. America, we cannot afford 4 more years of Donald Trump. And the first thing Joe and I will do when we are in the White House is get this virus under control. We will listen to the scientists and public health experts. We will provide free testing and treatment, and when it is available, a safe vaccine for all. We will provide schools with the guidance and resources they need to reopen safely, and we will build back an economy that actually works for working people. And let me be clear, Joe and I will not increase taxes on anyone making under $400,000 a year, period. But we will ask the super wealthy and biggest corporations to pay their fair share. And we'll invest those tax dollars to rebuild our nation's infrastructure, to tackle the climate crisis and create millions of good-paying union jobs, make childcare more affordable, and invest in our nation's schools and in our nation's teachers. We will build on Obamacare and expand access to health care to tens of millions of Americans, including expanding mental health care, because we understand the body doesn't just start from the neck down, it includes the neck up, and it deserves the health care that all people need. And we will lower prescription drug costs and protect and expand Medicare and Social Security. And we will work to root out the systemic racism that still exists in our criminal justice system. And we will confront, not condone, white supremacy. and fight for economic justice, no matter your zip code or your race. In Pennsylvania, we will begin the work of healing and repairing and uniting our nation, Democrats and Republicans and independents and people of all races and all backgrounds. Because we know that's how we've always overcome our greatest challenges, together. And you know, Joe gets that. Joe understands that. You see, Joe is a leader who understands what the American people are going through. He sees us, and he understands suffering because he has experienced so much of it himself. Joe Biden is a leader of both strength and empathy, toughness and humility. He understands that the measure of a person's strength is not based on who you put down, it's measured based on who you lift up. And he knows that no matter where we come from or where we live, no matter your race, gender, background, or faith, no matter how we identify or who we love, no matter the language your grandmother speaks, what we have in common is so much stronger than what divides us. And that is the kind of leader America needs right now. And that is why, Pennsylvania, we must win this election. So remember this, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. And don't let anyone ever take your power from you. Now is the time to stand up. Now is the time to speak out. And now is the time to vote, and vote like our lives depend on it, because they do. So, our democracy is always going to be as strong, America. Our democracy is always going to be as strong as our willingness to fight for it. And in this election, let's vote like our democracy depends on it. Vote like justice, equality, and opportunity, decency, character, and dignity are on the ballot, because they are. And one day, our children and our grandchildren and others, they will look us in the eye, each one of us, and they will ask us, what did you do at that moment? And I want to be able to say, we did everything we could to fight for our country and their future. So let's do that. Let's vote, and vote with conviction and confidence and hope. And let's elect Joe Biden, the next president of the United States. Thank you. May God bless you, and may God bless America.
There's so many girls, I hear you've been running from the beautiful queen that you can be becoming. You can look in my palm and see the storm coming. Read the book of my life and see it overcoming. In this whole world, what is fair?
All right, we were just watching Senator Kamala Harris there speak in Philadelphia ahead of the election tomorrow there. We just heard from President Trump right before that event about how worried he is about Pennsylvania and that court ruling that came down about 2 weeks ago by the Supreme Court that says absentee ballots can be counted 3 days after Election Day, if the ballot was sent in on or before November 3rd. It has to be postmarked on that day. He said, quote, "I hope the Supreme Court has the wisdom to change it because they can't let it stand." He said, quote, he's worried about Pennsylvania. We can't let this happen in Pennsylvania. So obviously, all eyes are on the Keystone State. We'll bring you a live event there in just a matter of minutes with Joe Biden. He is in Pittsburgh. But we want to take you out now to an event earlier today in Philadelphia, where the city of brotherly love was talking about all things preparations for tomorrow on Election Day that the city is taking. Let's go to that right now.
Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw, Mayor Jim Kenney, City Commissioner Lisa Dealey, Senator Sharif Street, Councilmember Mark Squilla, and also Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson. We have State Senator Vince Hughes, Representative Elizabeth Fiedler. We are expecting Reverend Wayne Weathers of the Black Clergy of Philadelphia. And we also have from the District Attorney's Office Election Task Force, Andrew Welbrock, and Sergeant Jerry Rocks, Brian Collins, who's also working on the task forces here as well. I'm going to make a few remarks, and then I will pass the microphone along to people who are here. I have good news, and the good news is that people have been voting in Philadelphia now for weeks. We have had a larger election task force than ever in the history of the DA's office. We have been fielding calls during that time. But the good news is there have not been that many calls, and they have not been that serious. So far, people are able to vote. So far, their voice is being heard. And so far, we seem to be on track for what may be, both locally and nationally, the biggest turnout in the history of the United States, and that's quite an accomplishment in the middle of a national pandemic. We are also making sure that if it changes, and if there are some challenges tomorrow, that we are all together and we are all ready to deal with any of those challenges. Let us understand, every vote needs to be counted. A vote for Donald Trump needs to be counted. A vote for Joe Biden needs to be counted. A vote for anyone needs to be counted. That is how our system works. And then, after they are counted, we will figure out who won. But in order to make sure that is the case, we have to anticipate in this unprecedented year some of the problems that we might face. And we have seen some issues in other states. And we have seen some warning signs over the last couple of days. Here's my bottom line. If you have not voted already, then get out there and vote tomorrow. If you are holding a mail-in ballot that you can hand carry to a place where it will be accepted, you can do that as well. But I can tell you that when I voted a couple weeks ago, it was smooth, it was seamless, it was a beautiful thing. I got in line with 300 people, and my vote was delivered within 21 minutes. We are hopeful that even with all these challenges, tomorrow is going to be a very smooth and a very seamless day. But we are also vigilant to make sure that anyone who attempts to steal votes from the residents of Philadelphia is going to have their consequence. And let me be clear what that consequence is. The Philadelphia District Attorney's Office has prepared a detailed memo for our law enforcement partners, including the police department, specifying the many different crimes that are specialized and may occur on Election Day when people try to intimidate votes, when they try to block people from voting, when they try to engage in other sorts of coercive behavior, or as the law says, behavior that overawes voters, and we are prepared to enforce them. So if you are planning in Philadelphia to try to steal our votes, I got something for you. I got a jail cell, I have charging papers, And when you get to the end of the process, I have a Philadelphia jury that you can tell why you thought it was okay to steal their votes. This is the cradle of liberty, and nobody is going to steal that from us tomorrow or any other day. Having said that, I would like to pass the microphone to our police commissioner, with whom we've had a very collaborative and positive relationship, and we look forward to working together tomorrow. Commissioner?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, District Attorney Krasner. I'll keep my remarks brief because there are a lot of folks behind me that have very important information to share with you. I want to make it known that the Philadelphia Police Department stands ready to assist our fellow stakeholders in ensuring a safe and fair election experience for all Philadelphians. To that end, we are working closely with the city commissioners, the managing director's office, and others to ensure all lines of communication are open here, not only before, but during and after Election Day. Maintaining open lines of communication, including sharing of intelligence, is a key to election preparedness. For the PPD, that means coordinating very closely with the Delaware Valley Intelligence Center, or DIVIC, the District Attorney's Election Task Force, the State Police, the FBI, and the other federal partners that are gathering security data so we can be ready in advance of potential efforts to disrupt an orderly and safe election. We have also been involved in training sessions coordinated by the Office of Emergency Management to hear from experts with national organizations that are monitoring how other cities are preparing for Election Day. In addition, we have been working closely with the DAO, the District Attorney's Office, in advance of the election to ensure smooth communication on Election Day. The PPD is a member of the DA's Election Day Task Force, and our command staff will have direct and constant communication with that task force tomorrow. All of our patrol districts will have roving teams of police officers specifically assigned to quickly respond to calls for service, or calls for assistance rather, at polling locations. These officers will be wearing body-worn cameras and will also be joined by a police department supervisor when responding. In addition, the DAO's office is providing a number of ADAs, or assistant district attorneys, to each patrol division. These ADAs will join with the PPD detective in their division of assignment and will also respond to any calls for police service at polling locations. What this means is that there will be a full complement of law enforcement expertise on scene when responding to these calls. It is imperative that voters and election workers are safe and protected at the polls tomorrow. Of course, we have worked to ensure that we have ample resources during and after Election Day. We have made scheduling changes to ensure sufficient personnel are available throughout the entire city of Philadelphia and not just Center City in the event of any demonstrations. This includes deployments to enhance the protection of infrastructure that is critical to the election and post-election tabulation of ballots. It also means ensuring there is sufficient staff to cover other non-election calls for service during this time period. As always, public safety remains the #1 priority of the Philadelphia Police Department. We're looking forward to joining the community in a safe and free Election Day tomorrow. Thank you for having me, and now I'll turn it over to Mayor Jim Kenney.
Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. Tomorrow's election in Philadelphia really comes down to some very simple concepts. The first is fairness. The city's election planning process and procedures favor no party or group. Our bipartisan city commissioners have stressed that at every step. This will truly be a democratic election, and no voter should face intimidation or coercion by anyone. Second is integrity. The voting machines that are in place for November 3rd have been tested now in 2 prior elections. This means that well-trained staff and polling place volunteers have the experience to ensure the machines are set up correctly and will be operating properly. Next, this election will be accessible. We're opening 718 voting locations more than triple the number of polling places available in the June primary. That means that nearly 85% of voters will be voting in the polling location that they have used in their neighborhood for years. All information is offered in both English and Spanish. Interpretation services are provided at every polling place. COVID safety precautions are in place, and all locations are accessible for people with disabilities. And finally, this election will be about accurate results. Our election officials will be working tirelessly to count and double-check every ballot. And the commissioners have set up a tremendous secure facility at the convention center to process and count mail-in and absentee ballots, more than 400,000 at last count. And I want to add another thing. All Philadelphia voters can contribute. Patience. We expect long lines at the polls. Not only will turnout be strong, but everyone will be taking their time before locking in their vote. And the lines will seem even longer because of the need for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. So on Election Day, please be patient. The people working your voting station and waiting with you are your neighbors. They are doing their best. And remember that so long as you are in line by the time the polls close at 8 p.m., you will be permitted to vote. After the polls close, we will continue to need your patience. Never in the history of this city have so many people voted by mail. By law, staffers are not allowed to start opening and counting these ballots until Election Day itself. That means getting a tally of mail-in ballots will easily take a few days. So again, please be patient. We know all Philadelphians have been through a difficult year, and we know the importance of this election. So I close with this reminder. If you should encounter frustrating or difficult situations on Election Day, let your inner strength guide you. Stay calm, stay respectful, stay above the fray. With your help, we are confident that our city will shine as an example of how to run an election right. Thank you. And I'd like to call now Lisa Dealey, the chairman of our city commissioners.
Good morning, and thank you. Our staff at the City Commissioner's Office has been working tirelessly in preparation for a day that many Philadelphians have been greatly anticipating. If you're voting in person tomorrow, make a plan ahead of time. Visit PhiladelphiaVotes.com to confirm your polling location. Wear a mask and bring PPE if you forget. We will provide it for you. And be prepared for a modest wait time due to physical distancing requirements. Elections in Philadelphia have historically been conducted with very few problems, and we do not expect tomorrow to be any different. At the same time, we are aware of heightened concerns due to the pandemic and other recent events. Our staff are trained and ready to answer your questions and will be communicating with the police and the district attorney throughout the day should any issues arise. If you have questions about where to vote or how to vote, visit our website at PhiladelphiaVotes.com or call the Pennsylvania Election Hotline at 877-868-3772. Thank you. I will now call on Senator Street.
Good morning. So many Philadelphians and people across Pennsylvania have been waiting for the day for Election Day. They've been waiting for an opportunity to have their voices expressed, waiting because of concerns about health care, waiting because of concerns about fairness, waiting because they understand that this process, our democracy, is dependent upon us engaging. We've had litigation as to whether we can have early voting stations and drop boxes. And now we're back to our traditional Election Day, a day when in the city of brotherly love, the place where American democracy was born, people will now have a chance to have something to say. We know that the entire country is watching Pennsylvania. We know that in Philadelphia, the results of this election could be greatly impacted by whether people participate. And what we're saying now is that you're going to have a fair chance to be heard. You're going to have a fair chance to go to the polls. You should not be concerned about the things that you've heard on national media about there being a problem if you arrive at the polls. You shouldn't be concerned about whether your vote will be counted. You should not be concerned about whether your polling place will be open. The vast and overwhelming majority of polling places have been restored back to the place that they were pre-COVID with some modifications for safety. The provisions have been made to make sure that people can safely go in, and provisions will be made for all the votes to be counted, even if they're not all able to be announced and certified on election night. It's now up to the members of the public to get out and become engaged, to cast your vote, and understand that for all the talk of the Electoral College disempowering people around the country, we are super empowered, and there are more people. Our votes are more important.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft with News Now from Fox. You were just watching local officials there in the city of Philadelphia talk to voters and the public what to expect for tomorrow when they go to the polls. We want to just take it out now to Kenosha, Wisconsin, where the president has just arrived and he's taking the stage now. Let's listen in to that.
From sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much, and hello, Kenosha. It's nice to be back. It's nice to be back. We spent a little time with you, a little law and order. We brought law and order to Kenosha, right? That's what we want. And hello, Wisconsin. Big day tomorrow. Big day. Big day, and I think we're going to do very well in Wisconsin, just like we did 4 years ago. And it's an honor to be with you. Thank you. And this is a lot of people. This is a lot of people. See, you know what that means? That means we don't have to pay for the microphones because they did a bad job. Tomorrow we are going to win this state, and we are going to win 4 more years in the White House. And with your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, support our police, support our great military, protect your Second Amendment that's under siege, but don't worry about it. Unless Sleepy Joe got in, then you can forget about your Second Amendment. Defend religious liberty and ensure more products are proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. Next year we will be, and you know, we're going to be together next year. We're going to be together for 4 more years, and we're going to be together forever because we're doing things that nobody's ever done, and we're doing them together. And it was my pleasure to be with you a number of months ago when you were in the news, right? You were in the news. Next year, will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. And I hope you can hear. Can you hear back there, by the way? Yes? No? Hold it. Okay, that was the problem, huh? You got to get the microphones fixed. What's wrong here? How's that? Is that getting better? And they were supposed to pay these people, right? No? Is that better? Come on. Okay, we'll do this. We'll have to improvise, you know? Sometimes you have to improvise. Okay, you ready? We'll have a Which is better, this one or this one? Which one? This one. Is that better? Can you hear? This could be a very uncomfortable evening for me. All right, we'll figure this out. Come on, let's go. Good job, fellas. I'm always saying I want a perfect mic. Good job. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is that better now? So this is the first time I've ever used a handheld for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We have one more tonight. After this, Grand Rapids. We finished up at Grand Rapids, and we finished up there 4 years ago, and a little bit superstitious. Let's do it the same way. We came here. We came to Grand Rapids. Let's keep it going, and I hope everyone can hear me now. Yes? Yeah? All the way back there? All the way back? Good. You let me know. You're not shy. I was wondering. Everyone's going, I thought they didn't like me. I was saying, I'm not sure. I said, what's going on over here, right? Good. Thank you very much. So under my leadership, our economy is now growing at the fastest rate ever recorded, 33.1%, fastest ever recorded. We created a record 11.4 million jobs in the last 5 months. That's a record. And while foreign nations are in free fall, we are creating an economic powerhouse unrivaled anywhere in the world. A recent Gallup poll found that 56% of Americans say they're better off today than they were 4 years ago. That's under the auspices of Barack Hussein Obama and sleepy Joe Biden. You're not going to want to have Joe Biden. You know, if we had, see the media, look at all the media back there. If they had to cover him for 2 months, they'd say, we have to bring the president back. We have to bring Trump back. They would be out of business. They would be out of business. If Biden, Harris, and the radical left gain power, they will collapse our economy and send your nation, this wonderful nation, into a depression. Is what. You know, this is the only guy I've ever seen who runs by saying, we will. He doesn't say it like that. He goes, we will. We will raise your taxes. I never heard that before. You know, I've covered politicians. I've been friends of politicians. I've been enemies also. But I've never seen somebody saying, we will raise your taxes. They want to give you the largest tax increase in the history of our country, and we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. So get out and vote. Tomorrow is the biggest. Tomorrow will be, I think, will be the most important election in the history of our country, and I never thought I'd say that. I never thought I'd say it. So get out and vote. Sleepy Joe Biden will raise your taxes $4 trillion, massively increase your regulations, shut down your farms, close down your factories. How's he doing so far? Send your jobs overseas. They start booing him. I don't know. Is this guy really thinking about, Could he really win? Are we serious about this? What the hell is going on? Is he serious? Guy has no clue. He's shot. Some people are shot. He's shot. Did you see him today with the aviators, right? The glasses, right? Came on. Very tough. He's very agitated. You know, it's like sort of like going crazy, I think. Destroy the suburbs, dissolve your borders, terminate religious liberty, outlaw private health care, confiscate your guns. Second Amendment is in deep trouble. Not with me, it's not. It hasn't, you notice it hasn't been touched, right? It hasn't been touched. You think that was easy? It wasn't easy. And indoctrinate your children with anti-American lies. So I just signed an executive order to teach our students pro-American values, right? Pro-American values. Biden has vowed to abolish the American oil and natural gas industries and ban fracking. Now, from your standpoint, you don't like it because you don't want energy costs going up, right? That's what he do. Biden's energy ban will send every state into crushing poverty, from Wisconsin to Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania. As long as I am president, we'll remain the #1 producer of oil and natural gas in the world, and we are right now. And we will remain energy independent. You know, we're energy independent. We don't need foreign nations anymore. But we have good relationships in the Middle East. You know, we're doing peace in the Middle East. You believe it? No blood in the sand. Peace in the Middle East. Joe Biden is a globalist who spent 47 years outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure on foreign wars. You know what they call them? The endless foreign wars. Countries that many of you have never heard about. What? What? Oh. I don't know. I think we're doing fine with this mic, right? I don't want to put this guy under pressure. You're on stage. You got 27,000 people watching you. Don't get nervous. He's not nervous. He's a professional. I'll give you the name of his company. Never use that company, no. Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. This is okay. This isn't bad. Do you want to? Oh, you want to just put it in there? Well, is it the same mic as the other one? It's a different mic. That means that one's supposed to be better, right? That's not good. All right. Okay, we'll take that sucker out of there, right? Congratulations. Go ahead. You want to put it in? How's he doing? He's doing a good job, right? Come on. Now we're back where we started. See, the whole deal, we're right back where we started. I take the mic out. Okay. Okay. You know what? And then I won't pay the bill of the, company that does this crazy microphone. And they'll do a story. Trump is a horrible human being. He doesn't pay a bill. No, I don't like to pay bills when people do a bad job. You don't either, but I don't know. They look like nice people. They come from Kenosha, so I'm going to pay the bill anyway. What the hell? Well, at least I proved one thing. Did you ever see where I lift a glass of water and I wear the red tie? They're sort of expensive, and, you don't like to spill water on the red tie, right? So sometimes I'll use two hands because I want to catch the water, because I want to save the tie, because I'm basically cheap, So I'll take the water and I'll go like this, and I'll take a little sip. And they'll say, there's something wrong with him. There's something. No, I'm trying to save So I go like this. So now by holding a mic all night long like this, you're going to say, well, there's nothing wrong with that right hand or left hand. No, did you ever hear that? There's something wrong. You can't lift a glass of water. No, I have no problem with that. Someday I may, like Joe, but I don't have any problem. Biden was a cheerleader for NAFTA and China's entry into the World Trade Organization. Wisconsin lost half of your manufacture. Think of it. You lost half of your manufacturing jobs after the betrayals. These were betrayals by a lot of people, and Biden was one of them. He's a corrupt politician, and he sold out Wisconsin to China, but he's a corrupt politician. And these people never told you that, and they don't want to write about it, and big tech doesn't want to talk about it, and it's off bounds, and they're not allowed to talk, and we have suppression. We have suppression. This is a media suppression, the likes of which nobody has ever seen. And if you take a look, you've never seen anything like it. The famous last words, right? But no, nobody's ever seen anything like it. You know, his son walks in, his son had no job. He left the military, unfortunately, it wasn't good. And then what happens is the father becomes vice president, and this kid becomes like a human vacuum cleaner. He follows the father into countries. Dad, who are you going to today? Well, let's go to China. And he's a vacuum cleaner, follows the father, takes in money, right? It's terrible. They give him $1.5 billion, $1.5 billion. Think of it, $1.5 billion, and he gets fees off that, millions of dollars a year. There's only one problem, he has no experience investing money. They give him the money, they gave him the money after 10 minutes. I think our Congress has to take a look at that. What do you think, fellas? I think you're going to have to look at it. Can you imagine? You know, I have a lot of my kids here tonight. Can you imagine if my kids said, yeah, Dad, I got $1.5 billion from China. Oh, I don't think they'd want to write about that, the fake news. Do you think they'd write about that? Then he gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife, right? What did he get that for? Remember, I asked that at the debate, the first debate. I said it. Chris Wallace thought it was an inappropriate question. Really? You think? Chris Wallace. No. I must tell you, I think Kristen did a better job. Kristen Welker, right? And I don't mean she was perfect. Actually, some people said she wasn't really very nice. I thought she was nice. Relatively speaking, she was great, for what I get. How about the one, Savannah Guthrie? You see that one? That was another beautiful. Live at 9 o'clock. She's jumping out of her chair. She's like going crazy. But we all do well. You know, I don't get questions like he gets. He gets, sir, what kind of ice cream are you eating? Did you see that? They never ask me questions like that. In 2016, Wisconsin voted to fire this corrupt political establishment, right? And you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. You're finally putting America first. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician, right? If I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and nobody has ever fought harder for you than I am. I will tell you. James Kenosha. I said, you know, I think Kenosha's going to like me. We did a good job. I wish they sent him in a little bit earlier, right? If we had him in a little bit earlier, but that's okay. That's okay. But we sent in, and how good did the Guard do, though? Did we do the job? Did they do the job? Biden and Kamala. Does anybody know who Kamala is? That's this wonderful woman. She wants to be your first female president. I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, that's a good reason not to vote for Sleepy Joe, too, right? You don't want to do that. You want to have... We all want to see that happen someday, but we don't want this to be the one, right? But they're waging war on our police. You know that. Your police would. We have a lot of police here tonight. I recognize it. Because I went and I met all of the police. I met a lot of great police. Federal police. I met the whole group. And you have great police. I agree with that. But I stand with the heroes of law enforcement, and I was honored to be endorsed by Kenosha County Sheriff David Beth. Thank you, David, wherever you may be. Where's David? Thank you, David. That was so nice. That was so nice. They like you out there, David. That's very good. Appreciate it, David. Thank you very much. And as I'm sure you've heard, Biden's far-left supporters are threatening to loot and riot tomorrow if they don't get their way. If they don't get their way. Are we all ready, David? Everybody ready? If they know we're ready, and if they know we're not playing games, they won't even be here. They won't show up. You know, it's like I brought an old law into existence when I saw them going around all over the country, knocking down statues, right, and monuments. And we brought it in, and I signed it, updated it, signed it. 10 years in prison if you knock down a statue or monument. And you don't see it anymore. They look and they say, oh, we'd like to knock that one down, but you know what? 10 years is too much, darling. Let's leave now. This is yet more evidence why the radical left cannot be trusted with power. We strongly condemn political violence. We condemn it, and we condemn it strongly. Biden must tell his supporters, he doesn't really have supporters, let's face it. He doesn't have supporters. The guy's shot. He doesn't have, there's an ideology that has supporters, and he's just a vessel. You know, he happened to be the one that got through because Elizabeth Warren, instead of getting out like she should have and letting Bernie take it. Bernie, I got to tell you, he is a great loser. He really is. He loses. It happened with Hillary, and it happened with Elizabeth Warren. What she did was incredible. You know, that's a similar philosophy. But Biden ended up being there. Biden ended up being there, and that's the way it is. And he has to tell his supporters. And I think you're going to see something. Look at the people over here. They go, oh, hello. Can you actually hear this? Can you hear this? Because this is the worst microphone I've ever used in my life. Can you actually hear me over there? They can. In the back, all the way back. That's good. Thank you. I can't believe it. It sounds terrible to me. His silence it doesn't sound great, right? To me, it doesn't sound great. It's all right, good. You know what? Keep saying it. That bill, he says don't pay him. Don't pay him. Do you hear that, Johnny? Don't pay the damn bill, will you please? A piece of garbage they gave. It's not even the first-rate bank. The good one it's put to rest. We put it to rest. The good one we put to rest. All right, don't pay him. But as president, I will ensure peace and order in this country. We are going to have peace and order. And you're going to have a day tomorrow, the likes of which I think people haven't seen in a long time. A long time. You're going to have a red wave. It's going to be a beautiful sight. And you know what? We actually have a country that outside of a radical group, and this is a radical group, but we have a country that's very well united. When you look at a group of people like this, it's incredible. And I go from here, I told you, Grand Rapids. They say they have 40, 50,000 people in Grand Rapids. Last night in Florida, we had 45,000 people. No problem. Everybody's in love. Everybody loves our country. It's a beautiful thing. I'm telling you, there's a lot of unity. We just don't complain. You know, we don't complain. We just go out and do what we have to do. But you know, when we were having that incredible run, we were doing the best, and now we're almost at that same point, and we'll be there soon. But our country was uniting. We were getting calls. We had the best employment numbers ever, African American, Asian American, Hispanic American. And we were getting calls like, yeah, maybe it's time we get together, you know, because success brings people together. Success brings people together, and you're going to see that happening because we're having numbers the likes of which we've never had before. 33, think of it, 33.1%. Nobody's ever had that. The highest was 1952, and it was less than half of that number. So rioting, looting, and arson will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I'm just telling you that right now. I'm telling you that right now, that if people are, you know, I hate to see where they put boards up on a window. This shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be that. But we are a country of law and order. We have to be. We are. And people, and you notice, I hate to say it, but it's true, these are Democrat mayors and governors. These are Democrat-run cities and states. They're the ones, if you look at New York and Chicago, and how about Portland, which is anarchist? We could solve that problem. We tell the governor, you want us to solve the problem? We solve it in 30 minutes. We solved it in Seattle. We went in, we were going to go in the morning. We announced we're going in the morning, and they just raised their hands and they left the night before. Then we did a great job in, Minneapolis. We did a great job. We're going to win Minnesota for two reasons. We did a great job. Now, they could have let us do it a week and a half early. That would have been nice, right? So that the announcer, remember the anchor? You looked over, he says, this is a peaceful protest. Thank you. What a group. What a group. What a group. I've gotten to know this state very well. You're surprised. You're the one that put us over the top. You know that, right? Remember? We were waiting for Pennsylvania 4 years ago. We're waiting for Pennsylvania. They didn't want to call it. Oh, they were going crazy, these people. They were crying. They didn't know what the hell was happening. They said, this will be a very short evening for Donald Trump. 4 years ago, right? And they were just, they were looking forward. Remember the woman crying in the convention center, that beautiful? Remember the woman? She was going crazy, glasses, her head's gone. I wonder where she is right now. They put her away. No. This was not a person that I was easily going to convince to be on my side, I think. She was going crazy. But remember at the beginning, they show everyone's happy, everyone's thrilled. They spent a fortune. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in terms of a stage. They had it shaped like the United States. Hello back there, are you okay? But that was a hell of an evening, and this evening is going to be, I'm telling you, tomorrow, it's going to be, I can't say bigger. Was there ever anything as big? I'll tell you, the election is more important. But the evening will be as good or almost as good, and that's okay too. But that was a first, right? That was a first. That was some evening. Yeah, that was some evening. He won Florida. He won Ohio. He won it all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And because of the microphone, we are giving you back half of your admission price. But considering that you paid nothing, I'm sorry, you're getting nothing. The price is right. Nah, it's fine. But, but wasn't that something, though, where they say, all right, the evening begins, and they say, this is going to be very quick. You know what happened? They did exit polls. And a lot of the people said, none of your business. Oh, who did you vote for? None of your business. That meant Trump. And they did 44%. You know that 44% of the people said none of your business, and that meant Trump. They call it the none of your business vote. But almost all of them, I think maybe all of them were Trump. So they didn't count them. So they said, oh, this is going to be a blowout tonight. But they didn't realize, these pollsters haven't been doing so good with me. And we blew it out. It was incredible. It started with Ohio. Remember? We're going to do great in Ohio tomorrow, too, by the way. Great place. Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio. That's a big state. I heard for a year when we were doing this, you cannot win unless you win the state of Ohio. Every night they did it. And then all of a sudden, poll numbers started coming out that I was leading in Ohio. But anyway, they thought I was going to win by 1 point. I won by 8. They said he won Ohio. He won by 8 points. What the hell is going on here? That's a lot. And then they said, oh, no, please don't tell me this. Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. No. No, please. Please. Remember Martha Raddatz, ABC? Oh, my God. Oh, please. Please don't tell me this. Oh, no, I'm a neutral I'm very neutral. I don't, please, Martha, you're neutral. Please, the tears, wipe them away quickly. No, then we won Florida, then we won Georgia, then we won South Carolina, then we won the firewall, was remember North Carolina. That's their firewall. We are going to win North Carolina. They put so much money into North Carolina. But we had an asset from North Carolina named Lara Trump, married to the legendary Eric Trump. Where are you? Are you two there? We had a big asset there, Lara Trump, and she knew that area so well, and they loved her so much. They loved her so much. And they just had another baby, and they named the baby Carolina. They named the baby Carolina. And I tell you, though, but I said we have to give South Carolina some credit, too.
All right, that was President Trump there. We just want to break in for a live report from one of our reporters out in the field covering the Biden campaign. That's Fox's own Ali Rafa. She's been following the Biden campaign all year, ever since it started, really. And after a busy weekend for both of those candidates, Ali, they're crisscrossing the nation, trying to reach any voters really still on the fence about heading to the polls tomorrow. So, Ali, she's joining us right now from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden just wrapped up speaking. What is the mood like on the ground there for the Biden campaign?
Here behind me, the mood is very optimistic. Biden actually, within the last couple seconds, just wrapped up his remarks here. He promoted unity. He's saying that he expects a big win tomorrow. He said tomorrow is going to be the beginning of a new day. The campaign is wrapping up their campaign right where Biden began. He actually kicked off his first campaign event here in Pittsburgh 18 months ago at a Teamsters office. And so today, he's basically wrapping it up and saying that, you know, with him, you'll get the complete opposite of what you'll get with President Trump, a presidency of unity and character. Andrew?
And Ali, we heard Joe Biden say at that event that he is confident about a win tomorrow.
That's right, yeah. He said Pennsylvania is critical, and he expects a win tomorrow. And so Biden is ahead in the polls nationally. Obviously, there's a margin of error, but he is definitely expecting a win tomorrow, and especially in Pennsylvania, this critical battleground state with its 20 electoral votes is definitely the prize. And Pennsylvania is very personal for Biden. He was obviously born in this state. He always touts his connection to blue-collar working folks, his union connections. And so he's wrapping up his campaign here in Pittsburgh with that message. He's saying that in 2016, Donald Trump won these people because they felt abandoned and neglected. But his argument is that President Trump over 4 years hasn't helped them. Meanwhile, you have the president who's wrapping up his campaign over just outside of Biden's hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, with the opposite message. He's saying that he only cares about these people. He's helped them over the past couple years. And he's also pushing a message that Biden will ban fracking, which will affect, obviously, the employment of that region. This is something that Biden has said for months now that he's against. And so both of these candidates are pushing so hard in Pennsylvania these last couple days. A win here could really resurrect either of them. If they have losses other places in the country, it could really offset that. So definitely both candidates, both pushing in Pennsylvania for the rest of this campaign, just hours away.
And Ali, obviously Pennsylvania will be one of the main states we'll be watching tomorrow night, but how are the candidates going to spend their days tomorrow? Will they be out campaigning? Will they be kind of, down and calm? They'll be talking to voters? We know they already voted early, so we won't be seeing them go to the polls themselves. What's on their schedules for tomorrow?
That's That's right. So we expect, going off of the topic of Pennsylvania, we expect Joe Biden to campaign in Scranton and Philadelphia, and we're still waiting on the president's schedule. We do know, however, that they will both end their nights at home watching the polls. The poll results come in. We know that the president will be watching from the White House, and Joe Biden will be watching from Wilmington, Delaware. Andrew.
All right, Fox's own Ali Rafa. She's been covering the Biden campaign from the very beginning, giving us that campaign update. Polls are opening on the East Coast in just a matter of hours, and we'll be bringing you those results tomorrow night live here on News Now from Fox. Ali, thank you so much there from Pittsburgh, PA.
Thank you.
All right, and we want to just take you now to a lot of the events we'll be following throughout the night here on News Now from Fox. Let's go back out to Kenosha, Wisconsin, where the president is still speaking. This is his fourth rally of the day. Let's go back to that.
And vote for your all-time favorite president, because we still have work to do. Thank you. Thank you. Remember what I said 4 years ago? I am your voice, and we will all together make America great again. That's what we're doing. That's what we've done. For the last 4 years, the depraved swamp has tried everything to stop me. Can you imagine if they didn't do the hoax, the Russia hoax, right? Russia. How about Schiff getting up the other day, the laptop from hell, right? That's, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? Is Hunter? Where's Hunter? Oh, he's in a country. I see. His father just left the country. He's going to scam them for a couple of bucks. Where is Hunter? No, but he's got the laptop from hell. And Schiff got up with the watermelon head, right? Like a watermelon. And he goes, this was produced by Russia. These people are crazy, I tell you. Ay, ay, ay. What a crazy bunch. But they know I don't answer to them. I answer to you. It's true. Look, I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. But you know what? It's the greatest thing I ever did, because no administration, no president in the first 3.5 years, the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cuts, rebuilding our military. Look at what we've done. Look at what we've done. Our vets just gave a 91% approval rating, the highest in history. The highest in history. Now look at what we've done. Space Force. I never even talked about Space Force. I never talked. I realized we needed it after I was in office. I looked, I saw Russia, I saw China. I said, we need Space Force. First time in 74 years. New one, right? A new one, right, Congressman? We did a great job on it. Together we will defeat the corrupt establishment. We will dethrone the failed political class. We will drain the Washington swamp. And we will save the American dream. A dream for your children, your grandchildren, right? A dream for your children and your grandchildren. We have the energy and the people to prove the corrupt media wrong. And that's what we have. We have an energy like no movement has ever had in this country. You know, somebody would go in and do well in New Hampshire, as an example. I'm thinking about one man because I have a lot of respect for him. He did well, came in second in a primary, and he became famous for many years. What we did is we won all the primaries, we won everything, and then we won the presidency. No, there's never been a movement like this. And now they go after us illegally. They spied on our campaign. It's not our campaign. They tried to take out a duly elected president of the United States, and we caught them. And let's see what happens to them. And you know who was a part of it? Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden. and plenty of others like Comey, etc., but plenty of others. But they were a part of it. So now we'll see what happens, right? We're going to see what happens. So, but you have to get out and vote. This is the biggest thing, get out and vote. Who, by the way, who's already voted? All right, but we have a tendency to vote on Election Day, Republicans. So let me ask you, who is planning to vote tomorrow? All right, very important, very important. Is anybody planning to vote for Sleepy Joe Biden? Please raise your hand. Does anybody have the courage to raise your hand? All right, yeah, get out and vote. Well, that's good. That's a lot of people. So a lot of you vote a little bit early then. Do you trust the ballot system? Do you do early voting or do you do the ballot early? I like early, but early is good. Early is good. Ballot is not good. We got a very horrible, horrible ruling from the Supreme Court of the United States. A ruling that puts our country in danger, actually. On Pennsylvania, they have so much time to do this thing. Oh, let them put their votes in and give them plenty of time. You know, we have a date. It's called November 3rd. We don't have a date that says many days later. We don't have a date that says you're allowed to go and start, putting your vote in later and we can tabulate it later. Take your time. The whole world is waiting to find out. And there's great danger in that. Number one, there's danger that there's a lot of shenanigans that go on from that time forth. There's a lot of shenanigans. And then there's a lot of bad things that can happen with the streets. I mean, you're going to have a population that's going to be very, very angry, and you just can't do that. That is such a dangerous decision. That is such a disappointment when I heard that decision. That's a terrible decision. Just, you go take a look at it, and I know you people are taking a look at it, but there's not a decision that I've ever heard of like that, where people, if you want to put your ballot in, and if you want to, you go and you put it in 2 or 3 or 4 weeks early. You don't go and, but he said you had a whole year. You had a lot of time. You had a lot of time. So they say, oh, this is so terrible. They gave them extra time and then all the time. So now we're going to be all waiting around because Pennsylvania, we're going to win Pennsylvania. It's a great state. But it's it's in a total shutdown. They shut it down. The governor is a Democrat. He shut it down. It'll probably open on the 4th. It'll open he'll announce, ladies and gentlemen, now that the election's over, we're going to open it up, right? But you can't do that. That's a very, very dangerous decision by the Supreme Court. I guess it was a political decision. I don't know what it was. I don't know what they were thinking. And you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be speaking this way. I'm very disappointed on behalf of this country that a thing like this could happen because we could be waiting for weeks before we ever find out what's going on. The whole world is waiting for this decision. It's a very sad thing, and hopefully it's going to be changed. Hopefully their wisdom, and they have wisdom, hopefully their wisdom will prevail and they'll do something, and lawyers will be going in and they'll be fighting, and but people, in fact, it's all over television tonight. I'm coming from place to place, and the good thing about Air Force One, it's got more televisions than any hotel room in the world, okay? You have them on the floors, you have them on the ceilings, you have them all over, and you see the comments that are being made about the decision. And some of the pros are saying, this is a very dangerous decision for our country because so many things, they're going to say, well, how many votes short are we? We need 6,000 votes. Well, let's take 6,000 of these. We'll put them over here. Let's take 6,000 of these. It's going to be cheating. It's going to be cheating. It's like they're putting these people, and you know what? We don't consider the people that have been running elections in Philadelphia, to be very honest. We've had a lot of problems with Philadelphia. So that's the story, and hopefully that'll be changed. And I'm sure the people would say, oh, you shouldn't speak that way about the Supreme Court. We've had so many bad decisions out of the Supreme Court that I will speak that way, and that's the way it is. This election is also a choice between a deadly Biden lockdown and a safe vaccine that ends, and by the way, we're rounding the turn anyway, but we have great vaccines. We have great vaccines coming. We have great vaccines coming, and it's a lot of good things are happening. And, when you look at the therapeutics, excuse me, here I am. I'm right here. No, I don't think the therapeutic helped me. I don't think I needed it. I'm glad I got it, right? Regeneron. We're going to make it available free to anybody that needs it. We're making it available free to anybody that needs it. Free. But I'll tell you what, I'm sure I didn't, because I'm a perfect physical specimen. And I am considered very, very young. I'm considered young for my age. No, I'm a perfect specimen. I'm in perfect shape. So I'm sure I would have thrown it away. But no, but I had it. And the next morning, I was not feeling good at all, I tell you. The doctor said, "Sir, I hate to say it, you've just tested positive." I said, "Doc, Sean," a great doctor, White House doctor. I said, "Sean, tell me, what does that mean? Tested positive for what?" "Sir, you've tested positive for the China plague." No. He used it much nicer. He said COVID. He said COVID. It's got about 37 names, that. We could name it. I always like to have a China in there because I like to be accurate. But he said, "Sir, you've tested positive for COVID." I said, "I'm in the middle of the campaign. I can't be positive for COVID." And so anyway, so I was, and I didn't feel too good, and the First Lady had it. At least now you know that all those rumors is that she lives in Virginia separate. I mean, at least now you know she lives in the White House, because she got it probably from me or whatever. I don't know what the hell. Do you ever hear the First Lady lives in Virginia in a beautiful house over a river or something? No, she lives here. But at least that, and then, I know, people love the First Lady. They love the First Lady. It's true. They love the First Lady, it's true. They love her. She's doing a good job. They love that whole family back there. They love that family back there. Great family. Hi, Tiffany. So Melania has it, but she knocked it out pretty good. And I did a great job, I was surrounded by these doctors. 12 doctors, I've told this story. Each one was a specialist. Johns Hopkins, Walter Reed Medical Center is incredible. That's our military center. It's incredible. And I'm surrounded, right? I'm just surrounded by these brilliant doctors. One thing, when you're president, you get a lot of doctors. And each doctor grabbed a different part of my body. And I said, "I don't like this at all." But they told me about this one thing, and I said, "I really do. I like it. But it was very, a little bit early. What we've done with getting it through the FDA has been incredible. Biden wouldn't have this stuff done for years. Well, he had his chance with the swine flu and totally blew it, right? It was a disaster. It was a disaster. Anyway, so I wake up the next morning, and I'm telling you, I felt like Superman. I wanted to get out. I said, "Give me another trade deal to renegotiate that these clowns have screwed up. Give me a trade deal to renegotiate, and where am I supposed to be?" "Well, sir, could you take it easy for a couple of days?" And people are sort of amazed. I've done these things. I mean, I do them. These are not easy to do, especially when you have no damn microphone. I mean, I'm working harder on this one than I have on all 6 that I did today. This is the hardest one. Because I have a microphone that was obviously meant for congressmen and senators, not for a president. So it's a little bit off, but that's okay. You have to learn how to improv. Isn't that funny when he put it back in here and handed it to me? But that's the way we started. I thought that was better. Nobody got that. Only this front row got that one. I thought that was very clever, actually. But then he came up to me, the Dr. Sean. He said, "Sir, I'm sorry to inform you that your son Barron has tested positive." Again, I said brilliantly, "For what?" He said, "For COVID." I said, "Oh, that's terrible." "Oh, no, he'll be okay, sir. He'll be okay." I said, "It's terrible. But he's young and he's strong and he's very tall. Have you ever seen?" I said, "Hi, Barron." He's 14 years old. He's very tall. He's definitely tall and he's strong, but he's young. And I said, "That's terrible." He said, "No, he'll be okay, sir. He'll be okay." And I said, "Well, I hope." Like 12 minutes later, I say, "How's Barron doing, doctor?" "Sir, he's 100% now. He's..." Get your kids back to school, okay? Right? Get them back to school. All right, so we're going to mass distribute the vaccine in just a few short weeks. It's going to be coming out very soon, and we will quickly eradicate the virus. Wipe out the China plague once and for all. Get it the hell out of here. We will never forget either. We will not forget. That was not good. You know, we made a great trade deal with China, as you know very well. But, you know, the ink wasn't dry before we got this, and no good. No good. Joe Biden is promising to delay the vaccine and turn America into a prison state, locking you in your home while your far-left anarchists are allowed to roam the streets, burn down your cities, hit people over the head. They're allowed to do that. That's why I always call all of these rallies protests. These are not rallies anymore. Because you're allowed to have a protest. You can't have a rally and you can't go to church. You know, you're not allowed to go to church, but you're allowed to burn down the cities with a protest. So we always call these friendly protests. The Biden lockdown will mean no school, no graduations, no weddings, no Thanksgiving, no Christmas, no Easter, no 4th of July, and no future. Other than that, it's really not a bad way to go. A vote for sleepy Joe Biden is a vote for lockdowns, layoffs, misery, and no fracking. How about the guy? No fracking for over a year and a half. There will be no fracking. He goes to Pennsylvania. Absolutely will frack. Okay, and these guys don't do anything about it. If you want a vaccine to kill the virus, a job to support your family, and freedom to live your life, then you have no choice but to cast your ballot for a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. And as I said, and you have to remember this, you know, because during the debate was good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. It's a great honor to be with you. I really did. During the Kenosha disaster, I really got to be friendly with a lot of people up here, long before that, because we've had so many different people that we deal with. You have great people. We're going to introduce you to a few of them, but you have great people here. But I really got to know you during that problem, that potential crisis that we put out very, very swiftly once we got called. And it's great. You're great people. You built the country. You're great people. Joe Biden, and as I said, he ran the H1N1. He called it N1H1. He couldn't get it right. He still does. He can't get it right. I said, Joe, H comes before N. It's easy to remember. H1N1, swine flu. And he failed horribly, and he was a laughingstock all over Washington, as you remember, and his chief of staff. I don't know why this guy said it, but he made the worst statements. He said, this guy, we have no idea what we're doing. Now all of a sudden he's coming, and he was the one that said, I shouldn't close it down to China, heavily infected China, right? You remember that mess? Anyway, then now he runs. He said, I should have closed it sooner. It's really disgraceful. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates, a respected man, he said Biden has been wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 years, right? 4 years. He said he's always wrong, and he has been always wrong. I don't believe he's even running. I can't believe the whole thing. I watched the debates. You had 27 total killers on the stage, and he was there. But you don't have to believe me. Because it's you and because it's Wisconsin, we spent a fortune, and hopefully that'll work better than the microphone. Try it. Put it on.
Joe Biden! Joe Biden! Joe Biden!
Have you taken?
This was today. He forgot to show
up.
I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying you, before you got in this program, if you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not, what do you think, huh? Are you a junkie?
By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, oh, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me. But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
There is not a single solitary reason in the world why, as I said, we shouldn't be in a position that everybody, and that's my wife, Jill. Hey, Jilly, I'm Jill's husband, actually.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, to show how things have changed. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone. Make sure the kids hear words. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft, and you've been watching the Trump rally there in Kenosha, Wisconsin. As of late, in a lot of these rallies, the president has turned to the large video monitors there in the venue and highlighted some of the gaffes that Joe Biden has made on the campaign trail that the Trump campaign put together and accumulated. So during that, we just want to take a moment to take a quick commercial break. Some of you will see this on some of our partners. Others will keep seeing the president's rally there. Stick with us here on News Now from Fox.
If Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
Lie after lie after lie after lie. You know, we have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care.
We have to do at least several things. One, we have to depend on what the president's going to do right now. And first of all, he has to wait till the cases before anything happens. Look,
Exacerbating the need for environmental justice. Sorry, as a bug. Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't even need you to get me elected.
The case where we cannot let this, we've never allowed any crisis from the Civil War straight through to the pandemic of 17, all the way around 16. We have never let our democracy take second fiddle. We can both have a democracy and elections and at the same time correct the public health.
Everywhere I've been hearing all around the country. You're trying your best, but it never feels like enough. And here comes the train that he tried to make sure didn't continue to run. No, that's the commuter. All right. No, that's what. But folks, look. Anyway, I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental as well as my mental fitness. I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Thank you. What a good job. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was just a small little sampling. We had many more. Some were too rough to put on. We just decided. But that's, look, this is not what our country needs. This isn't about, yeah, it is about me, I guess, when you think about it. But this is not what our country can have. We can't have this. One thing I'll tell you I learned, President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, and many others, all of them, they're very sharp. They're very smart. They're very sharp. He wasn't sharp 25 years ago. And now it's not, you can't let this happen to our country. That's all I can say. Because it's not a game. We're not playing a game. You know, we have a good time tonight. We love each other. We're having fun. But when you get right there, it's not about fun. We can't let this happen to our country. Joining us tonight, speaking about somebody that's great, is a senator who is my friend. He's my friend, and he just doesn't stop. He's one of the sharpest, toughest people in Washington. And he is on, when he's on somebody, that person has no chance, or that bad group has no chance. He's the head of Homeland, but he's a respected person, and he's your senator, and we love him. And I'm telling you, everybody in Washington talks about him in the greatest of tones. Senator Ron Johnson. Ron, thank you. And he doesn't stop. You talk about not giving up. He doesn't stop. And we have Brian Stile, Congressman. Great job. Great job you're doing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. Glenn Grothman. Glenn, thank you very much. Great job. Glenn's doing a great job. Darren LaHood. Darren, good job, Darren. What a good group. And you have a wonderful candidate who's going to be running. And you know who that is? Where is he? Where is Jim? Jim Oberweis. Jim, thank you, Jim. And I heard you're doing well. Glenn, how's he doing in the polls? Okay? He said he's going to win. When he says he's going to win, too. Good. And I heard you're doing very well. Good. Very good. State GOP Chair, Andrew Hitt. How we doing, Andrew, tomorrow? Good? We're okay? Because he's doing a nice job, but if we don't win, he'll be fired immediately. And a friend of mine and a guy who's done a terrific job, he loves this state, Kenosha's own Reince Priebus. Where is he? Reince! Stand up, Reince. Where's Reince? What a good guy he is, too. What a good guy. Took me years to learn how to pronounce his name properly. But he's a fantastic person. I'm especially glad to be joined tonight by Don Jr. and Kimberly and Don. Come on up. They're saying, bring them up. Come on up. See, he's a mountain man. He loves to go out the hunting. You don't have a jacket if you catch a cold. He likes the outdoors, huh? You doing okay? Come on, say something.
Hello, Wisconsin! Or if I was Joe Biden, I'd say Florida, but, doesn't matter. You don't have to be right. But thank you, guys. Thank you for the support. We've been seeing it on the ground every day for weeks because unlike the Bidens, we don't have a mainstream media that will campaign for us. We have to do it ourselves on the ground with you guys. So we need you to get out and bring your friends to vote tomorrow. And when we do, we can not only keep making America great again, but we can make liberals cry again. Get out there and do it, Wisconsin. Get out there and do it. Thank you, guys.
Good job. Thank you. Thanks, Kim. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you very much. And I'll tell you, they're campaigning hard. They're all campaigning hard. They're all campaigning. So I see back there Ivanka and Jared. Jared is doing peace in the Middle East. Jared is doing a great job. Peace in the Middle East. Jared, you going to get it done? You're going to get it done, Jared? I hope so. Come on up. Come on up. Jared and Ivanka. Come on. Come on. This is like an old home week for you. I look back, the whole family is here. Tiffany, come on up. I see Tiffany. Come on up, Tiffany. Come on up. Here, honey, say something.
Hello, Wisconsin! You have heard my father talk about some of the things that he's been able to accomplish over the past 4 years, and I am so proud of so many of them. But I will say, the thing that I am most proud of is, unlike politicians, he's never forgot why he ran for president and who he is fighting for. You never forgot. It is a beautiful thing to see. And he works so, so hard every single day. And let me just tell you, Washington has not changed Donald Trump. Donald Trump has changed Washington. It's true. It's true. And there's more to come. So now we have to fight for him, and we have to fight for this country that we love so much, and get out and vote tomorrow. Thank you, Wisconsin. We love you, and God bless.
Thank you, sweetheart. Jared, would you like to say something about peace in the Middle East to this very small crowd?
Thank you. It's really an honor to be with all of you. I would just say in Washington, if the things that the politicians were talking about were easy, they would have been done a long time ago. But it took a leader like President Trump to come in and shake things up a little bit. But we've seen things get done that we never imagined could happen. And I can tell you, the table is set. There is so many more things to do. And this whole family loves America. We love this country. We love all of you. And we will never stop fighting to get all the things done that President Trump has promised. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your love. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job, Jared. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, kids. Thanks, everybody. And I see some people. Do I see Corey Lewandowski back there? Yes. Do I see David? Is that David? Come on. Get over here, Corey. Corey Lewandowski. David, come on. David Bossi. What a group. Stand up. Just stand. We don't have to hear from them. The mic doesn't work anyway, so don't worry about it. Great job. Great job. Good luck on television tomorrow. I think you're going to have a blowout tomorrow, okay? But I want to thank, look, I have a great family. I have a family, they're working all the time, all of them, and we appreciate it. Special people. And we're really, you know, we didn't need this. We had a wonderful, it was just going good. Then I said, you know, maybe I'll give it a shot. You know why? Because of trade. It started because of trade. I watched, it was so obvious, the way we were being ripped off on trade. And I said, let's give it a whirl. And I said to my wife, I'd like to do it. What do you think? She said, well, you have to really want it because you know you will win, don't you? I said, do you think so, really? She had a little more security in the fact that if I ran, no, she said, you will win but you have to make sure you want it. I said, I want to do it because we have so many things we can do. I never thought we would have done what we've done, though. We've done a lot together. Together, we've done so much. I mean, you think about it probably started more, I talked to Ron about it, probably started with trade, though, because I hated our companies were leaving to Mexico, Canada, China. They were all leaving our country. We had these stupid laws and horrible tax deals where they had incentives to move to Mexico. They got incentivized to move to Mexico. Somebody had a concept, gee, let's make Mexico great again. You know, I said, no. I want to make our country great again. So that's the story. It's a complicated story, but it all evolved into this evening. And tomorrow we have our big day. And tomorrow I think it's going to be a really special day. And I hope you can all go out. You'll find the time and go out and vote. And we're going to make you very proud. You're going to be made really very proud. I'm just finishing off. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs and our factories and our troops. Finally, we're bringing them back home to the USA where they belong. For 47 years, Joe Biden viciously attacked black Americans. He called young black men super predators all the time. To every black American, I am asking you to go out tomorrow and vote. It's very important. This is your one and only chance to show Sleepy Joe Biden what you think of his decision to attack you, to jail you, and to betray you. I'm fighting for you, and we got criminal justice reform completed, prison reform completed, opportunity zones completed with the great Tim Scott of South Carolina, and funding for historically black colleges and universities. We got that done. And I say all the time, and sometimes people say, that's a big statement. Then they realize it's true. With the exception of Abraham Lincoln, there's never been a president that has done so much for the black community. And it's my honor. It's my honor. It is my honor. And under my leadership, and by the way, I don't know if you've been watching what's going on in Florida. We're doing really well. And you know what they're talking about? The black community and the Hispanic American community is really, they're liking Trump. What's going on? No, we're doing very well. Florida is doing very well. So, in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already begun. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. With God's help, we will defend the right to life, religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment, which is totally under siege, but as long as Ron Johnson and your great congressmen are there, we will protect it. Right, Glenn, everybody? We will protect it, Ron. That's an easy one for us. But it wouldn't be easy if he got in. We wouldn't have enough to say about it. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, starts on January 1st, and it will be bigger than health care. Lower drug prices even more. Favored nations, the drug companies do not like me too much, I will tell you. We'll have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students, and we will restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized to America. Is this true? I mean, I watched Obama go out and apologize all over the world. He would apologize all over the world. He apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great, great people of Wisconsin. Tomorrow you have the power, you have the vote, you have the power really to save America. We can't go down that path. We will never be a socialist country. We will never be. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, grab your boss by the tie and say, come on, boss. We got to get out and vote, get out and vote. From Madison to Milwaukee, from Janesville to La Crosse, and from, hey, your team is doing well, right? Your team is doing well. Green Bay. Do you like your quarterback? I do. I like your quarterback. You know who I like? We like Brett Favre. Do you like Brett Favre? You know that Brett Favre endorsed me last week, right? We love Brett Favre. What a great guy. I got to know him. He's a tough cookie. He's a tough guy. Great guy. Green Bay to right here in Kenosha. We inherit the legacy of American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and to defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, 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 winning you. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Wisconsin, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. Your 401ks are doing very well. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We're proud again. We're respected. We're respected again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you, Wisconsin. Go out and vote. Thank you. It's a great honor.
President Trump wrapping up his fourth rally of the day in Kenosha, Wisconsin, speaking for a little over an hour, obviously having some microphone issues for quite some time up there on the stage. Finally got it figured out, though. And his family joined him on stage there with him in Kenosha. First Lady was not there. She's been doing her own campaign events across the country, but we saw his son, Don Jr., and his son's girlfriend, Kimberly Guilfoyle, his daughter and senior advisor, Ivanka, and her husband, Jared, the senior advisor as well, and his daughter, Tiffany, was there also. He has one more rally tonight, a late-night rally, his fifth event in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He was in Michigan just before this as well, in Traverse City, hoping to win both Wisconsin and Michigan again like he did in 2016. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight here on News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone. It's about 8:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 10:15 there where the president was speaking in Kenosha, Wisconsin. But we want to bring now another event to you. This was Joe Biden's last and final event of the day. He was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, holding a late-night drive-in rally. His wife was there, and Lady Gaga performed as well. But we want to bring you those remarks because we didn't get to them when they were live, and this was just from moments ago. We're going to play this out for you right now. First, we want to take a commercial break quickly. Some of you will see this. Some of you won't. It's about 2 minutes long, but stay here with us on News Now from Fox with just hours to go before the first polls open in just a couple of hours.
I'm Jill Biden's husband and Lady Gaga's friend. We go back a while. One thing I wasn't going to say, but I'll say it now. She spent a lot of time helping me with the Violence Against Women Act and helping so many women who needed help. God love you. You're wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Folks, John, thanks, old buddy, for sharing your story. And thanks to Mr. Mayor. I don't know where you are. I can't see out here, but I tell you what, thanks for the passport into town. And thanks for all the speakers we heard tonight, as well as the incredible, as I said, Lady Gaga. I don't know whether you couldn't see, but all my grandkids are over there, Lady Gaga. And when you were singing, they knew every word of every song. They were jumping and moving. I got to get a picture with him. Anyway, my buddy Congressman Mike Doyle, Governor Tom Wolf, thank you for standing with me and fighting for the dignity of working people. Everyone you've heard from across the state, as well as in Philadelphia, we hear you loud, we hear you clearly. Congressman Boyle has been with me a while. Remarkable, great friend, and friend of his family. We grew up, his dad and I grew up 5 blocks away from one another in Scranton. Bobby Casey, Patti LaBelle, and John Legend. My Lord, John, I'm voting for you after I heard that speech you made. Look, and the second future gentleman, Doug. Doug, God love you. You are a good man. And I want to thank the next Vice President of the United States, woman I am so proud to be running alongside of, Kamala Harris. Look, I know as a Scranton boy and then raised on the border of southern Pennsylvania and Claymont, Delaware, I know it's not always easy to bring western and eastern Pennsylvania together. But you know what? The Steelers got a big win yesterday and the Eagles got a big win last night. So we can both be happy. And folks, I have a feeling we're coming together for a big win tomorrow. My Lord, there's a lot of you out here in this cold night. Thank you. And by the way, in the parking garage, don't jump. I need you. Don't jump. Folks, look. 18 months ago, we kicked off the campaign at Teamsters Local 249 right here in Pittsburgh. I chose Western Pennsylvania for my first stop as a candidate, and now for my last stop before Election Day, because you represent the backbone of this country. Hard-working families. We're asking nothing but a fair shot, an even chance. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things. The qualities that built this country, that created and sustained the middle class. And by the way, as I said twice earlier today, unions built the middle class. Look, we've been through a lot in this country since we announced. America's facing a confluence of crises unlike anything in living memory. We're still in the battle for the soul of America. Decency, honor, respect. Where has it gone with this president? But let me tell you something, folks. Tomorrow's the beginning of a new day. Tomorrow, we can put an end to a presidency that has left hard-working Americans out in the cold. Tomorrow, we can put an end to a presidency that has divided this nation and fanned the flames of hate. Tomorrow, we can put an end to a presidency that has failed to protect this nation. Ladies and gentlemen, millions of Americans have already voted, close to 100 million, and millions more will vote tomorrow. And my message to you is simple. The power to change this country is in your hands. In your hands. I don't care how hard Donald Trump tries. There's nothing that's going to stop the people of this nation from voting. Period. And when America votes, America will be heard. And America's heard. I believe the message will be loud and clear. It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home. I honest to God believe the vast majority of Americans are done with the chaos, the corruption, the failure, the irresponsibility, the indifference to American lives, the indifference to America's dignity. We've got a lot of work to do. Not division and distraction, but real healing of this country. If you elect me your president, I'm going to heal this country, and we're going to act. We're going to act to get COVID under control beginning on day one. I'll put in action a plan I've been talking about for months. Masking, social distancing, testing, tracing, a plan for full and fair and free distribution of therapeutics and the vaccine when it comes. Imagine where we could be if a president only wore a mask from the beginning instead of mocked it. I can tell you this, as every expert will tell you, we wouldn't have 9 million COVID cases in this nation. We wouldn't have over 230,000 deaths, nearly 100,000 cases nationwide. Just 2 days ago, we wouldn't be facing another 200,000 predicted deaths in the next few months. That's what the experts are telling us. We don't change, 200,000 more people will die by the end of the year. The president knew in January, as Kamala said, that this virus was deadly, but he hid it from the American people. He knew it was worse than the flu, but he lied to us. He knew it wasn't going to disappear. He kept telling us a miracle was coming. It'd be over by Easter. Last Friday, he had the gall to suggest that America's doctors, who've been in the front lines of this crisis for 9 months, along with the nurses and so many other first responders, he suggested those doctors were falsely inflating the deaths due to COVID because they wanted more money. For God's sake. No, I really mean it. Think about it. Our frontline healthcare workers, they've suffered and sacrificed for 9 months. And this president is questioning their character, their integrity, their commitment to their fellow Americans. It's a disgrace. And last night, Trump went on to say he was going to fire Dr. Fauci. Well, I've got a better idea. Let's fire Trump and I'll hire Fauci. Think about it. Look, Donald Trump has waved the white flag of surrender. Remember he said, I'm the commander-in-chief and I'm going to fight this fight. Give me a break. He waved the white flag of surrender. I'll never surrender. We're going to beat this virus. We're going to get it under control. And the first step to beating this virus is beating Donald Trump. Folks, well, let me tell you something. Donald Trump keeps telling us what a great jobs president he is. As we say in my faith, bless me, Father, free us, I don't know. Jobs president. Here's the truth. Donald Trump is going to be the first president in 90 years. That's a lot of presidents. The first president in 90 years to finish his term in office with fewer jobs than when he started. An independent analysis, not from some liberal think tank, but by Moody's, a Wall Street firm, projects that my plan will create 7 million more jobs and $1 trillion more economic growth than anything the president has proposed. Folks, we can do this. I'm going to end Trump's tax loopholes and incentivize companies to ship jobs overseas. That's why there's not as many jobs here. And I'm going to add a 10% surtax on any company that ships jobs overseas. But companies who invest in American manufacturing, bring jobs back, will give them a 10% tax credit. And by the way, the President of the United States awards about over $600 billion of contracts a year because of everything from building aircraft carriers to all that we do, all the government spends. I promise you this, and it violates no trade agreement. There will be no government contracts given out on my watch that don't make all of their products here in America. The future will be made right here in America, in Pennsylvania. Folks, Trump sees the world from Park Avenue, from Wall Street. That's all he can see. Well, I see it from Scranton, where I grew up. I see it from Pennsylvania and Delaware. Wall Street didn't build this country. Working people built the country. The middle class built the country. And unions built the middle class. My dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, the only way you can deal with the abuse of power is with power. Well, the only outfit that can deal with the abuse of power of corporate America is union power. That's the only way it can be dealt with. And I warn you all, if I'm elected, you're going to see the most pro-union president in American history sitting in the White House. Look, I believe we should be about rewarding work, not wealth. Under my plan, as Kamala said, if you make less than $400,000, you're not going to pay a penny more in taxes. But finally, the wealthiest among us, the biggest corporations, 91 of which of the Fortune 500 paid zero in income tax, you're going to start paying your fair share. Why? Why should an iron worker, a firefighter, an educator, a nurse pay at a higher tax rate than the super wealthy? Folks, and here's a good one. Why should you be paying more than Donald Trump pays in taxes? New York Times said he paid $750 in taxes one year. Guess what? When they asked him about it a little before that, he said the reason he only paid that is because he was smart. He knew how to game the system. Well, I'm sick of the wealthy guys gaming the system. Most are willing to pay their fair share. But let me tell you, by the way, he loves to talk about corruption. Oh, my Lord. He loves to talk about corruption. And you found out last week, he's the only president I've ever heard of, has a secret bank account in China, where he paid, according to the Times, 50 times more taxes in Beijing than he did in the United States. Folks, as my mother would have said, enough is enough is enough. Look, we're going to have to protect health care as well. Trump and the Republicans for the last 10 years have been trying like the devil to eliminate the health care plan. By the way, because of economic policies and so many companies going out of business, 10 million Americans have already lost their health care. And now Trump and the Republicans, they jammed through a Supreme Court nominee for one overwhelming reason. They want to destroy the Affordable Care Act. By the way, this is not hyperbole. By the way, guess what's going to happen? 7 days after tomorrow, they're going to be in the Supreme Court arguing to wipe out, root and branch, all of the Affordable Care Act. Well, you can say that again because a lot of people are hurting. I can remember as a kid growing up in Claymont in Wilmington in a 3-bedroom house, nice house, 3-bedroom split-level home with 4 kids and a grandpa. The walls were thin. I can remember one night my dad, I could hear him restless in the room next to us, talking to my mom, and I asked her the next morning, what's the matter? He said, your dad, we just lost our health insurance. How many people you know staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name are they going to do without health insurance? How many of them are worried like we were when our son came home from Iraq and was lying dying? I wonder what would have done had they been able to come in but for Obamacare and say, sorry, suffer the last months in the hospital in peace without your insurance. You've outrun your insurance. How many people do you know, and many of you, worry about it? Worry about your kids. Worry about what's happening. Well, if they get their way, 100 million Americans will lose protections for pre-existing conditions. including 5 million Pennsylvanians. It's wrong. It's wrong. Donald Trump, look, folks, being a great consumer of health care, I feel very strongly about this. Donald Trump thinks health care is a privilege. I think it's a right. I'll not only restore health care, I'll build on it. You can keep your private insurance if you have it, or you can choose a Medicare-like option. We're going to increase subsidies to lower your premiums and deductibles, out-of-pocket spending, surprise billings. How are you going to do that? Because Trump and his buddies are going to pay more taxes so you don't have to do more. And we're going to reduce. If it didn't sound so strange, I wouldn't even explain. You're going to reduce prescription drug costs by 60%. You know how? By making sure Medicare can negotiate with the insurance companies for the cost of drugs. We're going to make sure you keep the protections for pre-existing conditions. Meanwhile, you know, these guys are for real, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Trump's announced what he'll do if he gets reelected with regard to Social Security. The actuary at Social Security has said if Trump were elected and gets past what he wants, it will bankrupt Social Security by 2023. Now, y'all may think I'm making it up, but just like I said, when Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House, I said they're going to cut Medicare, I should say. And everybody looked, no. They tried to cut it by $5 billion right off the bat. Folks, these guys are serious. They've never fully supported these programs. I'll protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. You have my word on it. But folks, as we used to say in the Senate, if you excuse a point of personal privilege, there's nothing that has made me more angry about this president than the way he's spoken about those of you who have served in uniform. Losers and suckers referred you. Our son Bo, his 2 children are with me tonight. He gave up his job as Attorney General to volunteer to go to Iraq for a year. He won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal, came home with brain cancer. And guess what? He wasn't a sucker. He was a patriot. Like all of your sons and daughters. It angers the hell out of me, the way he talks about our veterans. Your parents, your grandparents, all have served. To the best of my knowledge, he's the first president of the United States who had 6 generals and admirals who worked in his administration, who have since left, and said he was unfit to be commander-in-chief. Folks, that's why General Stanley McChrystal, the former commander of Special Operations, oversaw the bin Laden raid. Admiral Bill McCraven and 22 other 4-stars endorsed me because they know I'll have their back. It's not happened before. Trump likes to portray himself as a tough guy, the macho man. Wouldn't you like to have a shot? Anyway, the macho man. When's the last time, and he says people listen to him because he's tough around the world. When's the last time you ever heard of a president of the United States literally being laughed at out loud by world leaders when he spoke at the United Nations? So much for listening to him. When's the last time a president of the United States met with the NATO leaders at the NATO summit, other world leaders, chancellors, presidents, prime ministers? And before they realized it, they were all making fun of him as he left the room. Folks, And can you believe we're a president who acts like Vladimir Putin's puppy? Putin put bounties on the heads of American soldiers in Afghanistan, where I've been to many times. It's a rough area, man. But Trump has talked to him 6 times since then, and he's been frightened to say or challenge him at all. Donald Trump isn't strong, he's weak. This is a president who not only doesn't understand sacrifice, doesn't understand courage, physical courage it takes to be in uniform. Folks, we're going to support our military. They're the backbone and spine of this country. And folks, we have to vote to meet the challenge of climate crisis. Donald Trump calls it a hoax. I call it about our health and the ability to create millions of good-paying jobs right here in Western Pennsylvania. We can combat climate change with American ingenuity and manufacturing, creating millions of new high-paying union jobs. Let me be clear. I will not ban fracking in Pennsylvania. I'll protect those jobs, period, no matter what Donald Trump says. But I tell you what, I will no longer fund oil companies with subsidies, period. Folks, we have to restore the backbone of this country, but we also have to unify it. Look, we're going to act to deliver racial justice in America. Protesting is not burning and looting. The violence will not be tolerated. But the protesters, a cry for justice. The names of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, Walter Wallace, they're not going to be soon forgotten by me, not by anyone in this country. And they're going to inspire a new wave of justice in America. When I met with Floyd's family, when I went down to Texas, he has a little daughter, 6 years old. And I was in the room when I knelt down to talk to her. She looked at me and said, "Mr. Vice President," she said, "my daddy is going to change America. My daddy is going to change America." Well, guess what? We also know that the American people realize we got to change. We also know that justice isn't just about criminal justice. It's about knowing that true justice is about jobs, building wealth for your families. No one should be working 2 jobs to stay in poverty. We need a minimum of $15 an hour minimum wage. And for people struggling, first-term home buyers, they're going to get a $15,000 tax credit from me. We're going to provide capital for young entrepreneurs to start small businesses. Provide free community college, which, by the way, costs a lot of money, $6 billion a year. We spend about that much money giving breaks on for racehorses. Folks, as well as free tuition for students attending state universities if they come from families making less than $125,000. Folks, we can do this, Pennsylvania. In 2008 and 2012, you placed your trust in me and Barack. In 2020, I'm asking and seeking your trust again. I take nothing for granted. This is a battle for the soul of America. We have to win this. We have to win this together. Bring the country together. I'm proud of the coalition this campaign has built, welcoming Democrats and Republicans and independents. I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. There will be no red states and blue states. There will be the United States of America. I promise you, I'll work as hard for those who don't support me as those who do. That's the job of a president. the duty to care for everyone, the duty to heal. That's the president's job. So please vote. If you still have your absentee ballot, get it to a drop box as soon as you can, or vote tomorrow in person. Just make a plan and help get out the vote. The power is in your hands, Pennsylvania. And here's the amazing thing. Here's the amazing thing about this moment in our history. The character of the country is on the ballot. On the one hand, we're facing the biggest threats to who we are and what we believe that we've seen in our lifetimes. But on the other hand, our future has never been more promising. I've said it many times. I'm more optimistic about America's future today than I was when I got invited and got elected as a 29-year-old kid. And here's why. We're better positioned than any nation in the world to lead the 21st century. In fact, our workers are 3 times as productive. We have the biggest economy in the world, the strongest military in the history of the world, the most innovative entrepreneurs. We're virtually energy independent, and we have more great research universities, out of which every major new change has come, than all the rest of the world combined, literally. No nation in the world can match us. We lead by the power of our example, not just the example of our power. The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself. No one else can challenge us. And that's exactly what Donald Trump has been doing from the beginning of this campaign, dividing America, tearing us apart, pitting Americans against one another based on our race, our gender, our ethnicity, our religion. It's wrong. That's not who we are. And folks, everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Let's keep showing them who we are. We choose hope over fear. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. And yes, we choose truth over lie after lie after lie. Folks, it's time to stand up and take back our democracy. We can do this. We can be better than what we've been. We can be who we are at our best. The United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Got to make the world go round. Got to make the world now. Ow! You people, lumber y'all.
All right, you were just watching Joe Biden from a couple hours ago. This was not live. There he is with his wife Jill and some of his grandkids in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That was his final campaign event of the day on this election eve. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for joining us here on News Now from Fox. Just take a last look there out of Pittsburgh. Before that, you were watching also Lady Gaga performed for Biden on the night before polls open. In just a couple hours, I'm Andrew Kraft, like I said, with News Now from Fox. We want to thank everyone for watching tonight. We're going to take a quick commercial break, so stick with us. And we'll be continuing in live coverage all day tomorrow for the special coverage of Election Day and night. Calling states, getting results in, talking to experts, bringing you a lot of great content on this truly historic day tomorrow. So hope you tune into that. We want to just take you out now to some live pictures we're seeing. You know, the president has one final rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and the vice president is there introducing him. hearing from the Vice President there for just a little bit. Taking you out now to a live look at the nation's capital, the U.S. Capitol Dome, and the White House there. What will it all look like tomorrow night, Wednesday morning, throughout the week, depending on when we find results and when a victor can be declared? It all comes down to that. Will President Trump get 4 more years to stay and live in the White House and work out of there, or will we have a Biden administration come January 20th of next year? We'll be bringing all of you all the events tomorrow, kicking off coverage. Well, once again, I'm Andrew Kraft, and we just wanted to thank you for watching. Hope you have a good night. We're now going to play out some of our previously recorded content that we showed you throughout the day. A lot of Trump content, a lot of Biden content. We saw Senator Harris, the First Lady, a lot of municipalities and states and cities around the country also gave updates on how they're preparing for Election Day and what they're telling voters and the public about what to expect as well. So let's play that out for you on this overnight. Thanks for watching once again. I'm Andrew Kraft.
Mayor Jim Kenney, City Commissioner Lisa Dealey, Senator Sharif Street, Councilmember Mark Squilla, and also Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson. We have State Senator Vince Hughes, Representative Elizabeth Fiedler. We are expecting Reverend Wayne Weathers of the Black Clergy of Philadelphia. And we also have from the District Attorney's Office Election Task Force, Andrew Welbrock, and Sergeant Jerry Rocks, Brian Collins, who's also working on the task forces here as well. I'm going to make a few remarks, and then I will pass the microphone along to people who are here. I have good news, and the good news is that people have been voting in Philadelphia now for weeks. We have had a larger election task force than ever in the history of the DA's office. We have been fielding calls during that time. But the good news is there have not been that many calls, and they have not been that serious. So far, people are able to vote. So far, their voice is being heard. And so far, we seem to be on track for what may be, both locally and nationally, the biggest turnout in the history of the United States, and that's quite an accomplishment in the middle of a national pandemic. We are also making sure that if it changes, and if there are some challenges tomorrow, that we are all together and we are all ready to deal with any of those challenges. Let us understand, every vote needs to be counted. A vote for Donald Trump needs to be counted. A vote for Joe Biden needs to be counted. A vote for anyone needs to be counted. That is how our system works. And then, after they are counted, we will figure out who won. But in order to make sure that is the case, we have to anticipate in this unprecedented year some of the problems that we might face. And we have seen some issues in other states. And we have seen some warning signs over the last couple of days. Here's my bottom line. If you have not voted already, then get out there and vote tomorrow. If you are holding a mail-in ballot that you can hand carry to a place where it will be accepted, you can do that as well. But I can tell you that when I voted a couple weeks ago, it was smooth, it was seamless, it was a beautiful thing. I got in line with 300 people, and my vote was delivered within 21 minutes. We are hopeful that even with all these challenges, tomorrow is going to be a very smooth and a very seamless day. But we are also vigilant to make sure that anyone who attempts to steal votes from the residents of Philadelphia is going to have their consequence. And let me be clear what that consequence is. The Philadelphia District Attorney's Office has prepared a detailed memo for our law enforcement partners, including the police department, specifying the many different crimes that are specialized and may occur on Election Day when people try to intimidate votes, when they try to block people from voting, when they try to engage in other sorts of coercive behavior, or as the law says, behavior that overawes voters, and we are prepared to enforce them. So if you are planning in Philadelphia to try to steal our votes, I got something for you. I got a jail cell, I have charging papers, and when you get to the end of the process, I have a Philadelphia jury that you can tell why you thought it was okay to steal their votes. This is the cradle of liberty, and nobody is going to steal that from us tomorrow or any other day. Having said that, I would like to pass the microphone to our police commissioner, with whom we've had a very collaborative and positive relationship, and we look forward to working together tomorrow. Commissioner?
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, District Attorney Krasner. I'll keep my remarks brief because there are a lot of folks behind me that have very important information to share with you. I want to make it known that the Philadelphia Police Department stands ready to assist our fellow stakeholders in ensuring a safe and fair election experience for all Philadelphians. To that end, we are working closely with the city commissioners, the managing director's office, and others to ensure all lines of communication are open here, not only before, but during and after Election Day. Maintaining open lines of communication, including sharing of intelligence, is a key to election preparedness. For the PPD, that means coordinating very closely with the Delaware Valley Intelligence Center, or DIVIC, the District Attorney's Election Task Force, the State Police, the FBI, and the other federal partners that are gathering security data so we can be ready in advance of potential efforts to disrupt an orderly and safe election. We have also been involved in training sessions coordinated by the Office of Emergency Management to hear from experts with national organizations that are monitoring how other cities are preparing for Election Day. In addition, we have been working closely with the DAO, the District Attorney's Office, in advance of the election to ensure smooth communication on Election Day. The PPD is a member of the DA's Election Day Task Force, and our command staff will have direct and constant communication with that task force tomorrow. All of our patrol districts will have roving teams of police officers specifically assigned to quickly respond to calls for service, or calls for assistance rather, at polling locations. These officers will be wearing body-worn cameras and will also be joined by a police department supervisor when responding. In addition, the DAO's office is providing a number of ADAs, or assistant district attorneys, to each patrol division. These ADAs will join with the PPD detective in their division of assignment and will also respond to any calls for police service at polling locations. What this means is that there will be a full complement of law enforcement expertise on scene when responding to these calls. It is imperative that voters and election workers are safe and protected at the polls tomorrow. Of course, we have worked to ensure that we have ample resources during and after Election Day. We have made scheduling changes to ensure sufficient personnel are available throughout the entire city of Philadelphia and not just Center City in the event of any demonstrations. This includes deployments to enhance the protection of infrastructure that is critical to the election and post-election tabulation of ballots. It also means ensuring there is sufficient staff to cover other non-election calls for service during this time period. As always, public safety remains the #1 priority of the Philadelphia Police Department. We're looking forward to joining the community in a safe and free Election Day tomorrow. Thank you for having me, and now I'll turn it over to Mayor Jim Kinney.
Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. Tomorrow's election in Philadelphia